Hello, welcome to the Converge. I hope you are all inspired by the innovations happening across the retail industry and enjoying the conversations with the technology leaders. I'm Srini Venkatesan, EVP of Technology at Walmart. I lead a group of talented technologists who build scalable and reusable market and channel agnostic solutions that cover experiences for our customers in store and online. Behind the scenes, our AI and ML technology modules power end-to-end inventory management, including replenishment and fulfillment, transportation, merchandising, and store technology. Today, I have the pleasure of talking to Nadesh BS, founder, Terrain, and chairman, Shopper Stop Limited. Nadesh is a familiar face to many of us in the retail world and has been a guiding force behind Shopper Stop over the last 3 decades. Welcome, Nagesh, to Converge at Walmart. Since the e-commerce wave enveloped India from 2014 onwards, millions of retailers across the globe had to rethink their strategies. With rising adoption of smartphones, customers suddenly have an ever-increasing choice of products available to purchase at the click of a few buttons and at discounted rates. The trend of online shopping has only accelerated during the COVID-19 pandemic when customers could not visit offline stores. Fast delivery, cash on delivery payment, as well as the option to try and buy a product ordered online as pampered customers around the nation. With that, I would love to ask Mr. Nagesh this question. With COVID-19, what has been some of the big emerging trends that you believe will shape the transformation of commerce over the next few years?
So thank you, Srini, for inviting me to Converge, and it's a pleasure to be here with everybody. I think last 2 years have been defining for the whole humanity across the world, but more so for India, because unlike other parts of the world, India, I would say, was still emerging as far as modern retail is concerned. Before the pandemic, modern retail was contributing maybe 10-12% of the country's overall retail consumption. E-commerce was maybe less than 1%, 1.5%, and maybe it is now 2%, but some categories it may be 10% or 15%. But before we get into that, let me talk about the changes that I'm seeing in the consumer behavior. Firstly, one is forced to adopt technology, even if one was not used to adopting in the earlier times. And this started off first with digital payments. I think that's made the biggest difference. Even elderlies who were actually paying cash to home delivery from kiranas would now pay digitally. So which means that the smartphone and the fact that the bandwidth has become cheaper has given a lot of access to consumers to start using things digitally. That's the first thing. Second is that government may call it as essential or non-essential, but when you need it, a non-essential becomes essential. So even if you're not used to, you have to go and shop. So for example, we had a granddaughter born last year during COVID. Okay, at that point of time, baby products, fashion apparel was non-essential and it was not open. But tell me, you have a new baby at home and where do you get the clothes? It is essential at that point of time. So finally, we had to find a site which could do that, go do a click and collect it from the store. So I think the environment made these changes for the consumer. The second thing that happened was that fortunately for all of us in the 40s and 50s and 60s who were not used to, we had tutors at home. Because the families were all at home, you could even ask your grandchild or your brother or sister or younger person to help you use the digital format. So environment allowed that to happen. Unfortunately, on the other side, the brick and mortar business suffered a lot, especially the non-essential. Basically because I said it's emerging. Modern retail itself was 10%. So there's no question of online being very large portion of modern retail, other than the pure play commerce players, which could be the Flipkart, the Mintras, and the Amazons of the world. So modern retail had to adopt very quickly. So in the last 1.5 years, most of the brands who have been in modern retail have moved from being 1% contribution online to between 5 to 7 to 10 to 15%. So there has been a digitization journey both in the retail as well as in the consumers.
Going more deeper, personalization is a big priority as it is a challenge, right? What are the some trends you are seeing that are enabling customers and retailers to personalize the shopping experience?
So unfortunately, the whole online and e-commerce is called personalization, but in my opinion, it is moved away from personalization. See, at the end of the day, shopping is a chore for only certain assortment. Rest of them, it is an experience. What online has done is it has taken away whatever little experience that you had and left only the experience of the screen and shopping. Okay, because other than that, today, even the delivery boy or the delivery girl or the so-called good delivery assistant is dropping the parcel at the security gate or somewhere. You don't even know which human being has actually dropped it. So from a human interaction in retail, which is one of the reasons why retail and shopping is a fantastic thing, it's become a total mechanical. Okay, so you can't say this was better than somebody else. You can't say that the guy who delivered had a smile or was not smiling. You can't say that you ask the delivery guy saying, hey Nagesh, how are you? How was your day? All that is gone. So the only experience that we're talking of, the only personalization we are talking of is what happens through data, intelligence and insight on the screen and behind the screen. Now, to that extent, everybody says, oh, it is highly personalized. In my view, it is not personalized, because if you have to shop online, because of the fact that there is no limitation of space and size, today, if I have to buy a shirt, I know I want to buy one white shirt, but I get an option of 100 white shirts. And if I Google before I get it, I'll have 100 sites offering white shirts. So sometimes things are becoming more complicated rather than getting personalized. And I think this is where the whole artificial intelligence has to move from just data and insight of customers to start understanding customers' choice. Okay, is there a way that I get a choice where I can do my shopping quickly? Because sometimes online shopping is becoming much more tedious than offline shopping. Yeah, if you're definitive, I want to buy this brand 42 size white shirts, cotton, done it. It should not take me more than a minute. So that's one part of personalization. I would say it is more individualization rather than personalization. Yes, the trend which is coming, personalization, is where people now want to distinguish what they wear compared to somebody next to them. And which would be like you buy a white shirt, Shini, and I buy a white shirt, but you would like a small initial on the collar and I would like it on the cuff. Now that is the level which I think the online players will have a challenge, because you'll have to get an intermediary in between. But leaving this, the personalization is also leading to what I would call as nuclear personalization or family personalization, which was not possible in the brick and mortar scenario. So I know Bala, I know Bala's wife. Okay, but when they shop independently, I can't make a kind of a cohort of Bala family. But today in your business or online business, you can do that. I mean, you can eventually say, oh, when Bala buys a white shirt, his wife buys a nice a cream kurti, which we can't do it in the offline space. So there are lots and lots of positives. The human touch is getting lost. And therefore, I feel the whole trend that people are talking of omni-channel and believe that the online players will go brick and mortar and create an omni, I don't believe so, especially in countries like India and all over the world. In fact, I see in the next 10 years, the offline players will actually go online and they'll become a much better online player, because now technology is accessible to everybody and it's becoming cheaper by the day. So 10 years down the line, you'll have a great experience of shopping where omni will be true omni, because physical stores will become fully tech enabled and maybe they will compete with the online players at par.
Got it. You mentioned something that kind of intrigued me. You talked about large data-driven experiences and increasing the consumer experience. And you mentioned how AI can shape the retail experience based on the data and so forth. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? And how do you see that evolving in the future?
Well, I see that evolving in a very, very big way, because if you look at a shopping behavior or if you look at a consumption behavior, I would say 50 to 60% of our shopping behavior is replicable and is something which does not require choice making. To me, I'm seeing a situation where AI-enabled organizations can literally provide solutions rather than assortments. So, for example, today, if an IoT can operate a refrigerator, okay, then I'm sure an IoT and an AI combined can actually operate your kitchen. Why should I, every month in the beginning, work out a list of items that I want and go online and shop, or come to a Walmart shop and shop? Why can't AI enable, just send me a package every month, okay, and just ask me to fine tune the consumption? Over a period of 12 months, you will know that I consume a kg of salt every month, but some month it may go to a 1.1, some month it may be 0.9. Okay, you are taking away 60% of my core job. Then what you're doing is you're allowing me to do the 40% balance, which is my experience, and start aligning with the consumer and consumer's interest, because then even through the screen, you are becoming two human beings interacted. Otherwise, this whole machine interacting with the human is sometimes going to bring so much of fatigue. Okay, it will take away the experience, whatever be the UI UX that you do on the screen.
No, that's a great segue because as we go through this at Walmart, I call it the set it and forget it experience, which is the one that you referred to, which is like, hey, you know my personal shopping behavior, send it to me when I need it. And then the other extreme is the inspired shopping. So spot on. It's something that I think the future is going to be bright, and for a lot of retailers who can push on the AI side of things. That said, I would love to ask one other question. As people try to innovate in the retail channels, what are some of the dangers or pitfalls you see that when they try to innovate or try to set a company apart, that they should watch out for?
I think the biggest pitfall is that the technology gives you so much of data in your hand that you almost become complacent and you start thinking you know it all. Okay, and when you start thinking you know it all, you run away from being a customer-centric organization. Okay, and you are likely to start delivering and taking customer for granted. Okay, that I think is not right, because whatever be the speed and intent and content of technology, I think the human brain still beats it, because the emotion part of the human brain cannot be taken away. And I think that part is something which is dangerously going away, because you're putting so much into machine, okay, and so much into artificial intelligence that the real intelligence and the emotion is going away. So my daughter keeps saying that you need to have your mind click and heart tick. Okay, if the heart doesn't tick and only mind clicks, it's no experience. Or only if the mind clicks and the heart doesn't tick, it's no experience. So I think that is the biggest danger. How do we ensure that the future of modern retail, omnichannel, online, digital, keeps the heart ticking? And that's what is all humanity about. That's what is all community about. That's what is all the world about. So we will have to bring that. So there has to be conversion of heart and mind in business.
That is one of the phrases I'll take away from this chat, Mr. Naresh. Really, that resonated with me on the mind clicking and the art clicking. As you look at the consumers, and you said like not take consumers for granted or being consumer centric. Can you elaborate a little bit more? Like, what would you like the modern retailers to really think about as they focus on the customers?
I think first of all, at least in India, the modern retailers have to realize that just because they use technology, just because they use professionals, and just because you use artificial intelligence, you're modern. I think there is a very strong threat emerging, okay, of the traditional retailers becoming more modern than the so-called modern retailers. Okay, if they don't take cognizant of that, you'll suddenly see, in my opinion, between 10 to 15 years, India will move from 10 to 50% modern retailing, and the balance 30-35% will come from traditional retailers who have got modernized and not modern retailers who have expanded. Okay, and this is something everybody is missing. Let me give you some examples. In the pandemic, this country survived without a riot on the food scene because our 8 to 10 million kiranas were open. Whether you keep a store open 7 to 10, they serviced you because they got up at 4 and went to the mandi and bought vegetables and staples for you so that you can come and shop at 7. Yeah. So the intent, hard work, and customer centricity is very, very high. I mean, if you want me to do an average of traditional retail customer centricity to modern retail customer centricity, I would rate traditional at 8 on 10, 9 on 10, and modern on 6 on 10 or 7 on 10. Okay, so that's the first. Second is because they were forced to take digital payment, all of them, or most of them, a majority of them have started accepting digital payments, whether it is a Phone Pay or a Google Pay or any of those payment systems. Thirdly, with the introduction of GST, in the traditional retail of 8 to 10 million kiranas or retailers, maybe there are just 100,000 so-called modern supermarkets. My sense is in the next 5 to 10 years, you have 500,000 supermarkets which will be modernized. This has to be the biggest revolution that in the Bangkok way or some of the Asian ways. Yeah. And this, I think, is the biggest change that I'm seeing. Thirdly, Today, with people like you and Flipkart and all of you together and the so-called technology players, you're literally bringing technology at the doorsteps of Kirana cheap. Most of the time it's free, it's SaaS. Okay, and so they are going to be so enabled. And then you are also connecting them to your consumers, whether it's a dukan, a khata book. I mean, a lot of these startups are making Kiranas much more enabled and much more modern, and they will continue to be modern because the service providers are at the edge of the technology. Whereas modern retailers who buy technology, buy an ERP for 5 years, I'm sitting on that ERP. So this whole ecosystem of, of the retail, which is modern retail, is changing very rapidly. And this Kirana's average is 45, 55. Their second generation 2021 is now coming back into the business because they're saying they can run a better business in a better way because of what is available. So I am seeing huge change. Now, whether this change will happen independently or will a Flipkart own a million Kiranas or a Jio own a million Kiranas, I don't know. Or whether a Walmart, Flipkart wholesale now will own a million Kiranas, I don't know. But from a consumer point of view, I'm going to get access to quick, convenience, hard-led, modern retail within 1 kilometer of my residence, which is not there anywhere in the world. And I think that is the biggest change that will happen. And these people will also serve me at home. And they will talk to me and serve me, unlike many others who don't want to talk to me because they're in the modern supply chain. I am just one number or a one tag. Okay, I think that's the biggest change. So India will evolve into a retail which will be what I said, the heart ticking and the mind clicking retail.
Got it. Along the similar lines, one question is selling through wholesalers and distributors bring a lower degree of control where and how the products are sold. You talked about Kiranas and being direct to consumer and so forth. How is this going to be done so that you can gain more control over sales and visibility of consumer behavior rather than just a pass through?
This is a challenge, Sheel, because the challenge is, Srinivas, the whole the ecosystem of the way Indian communities and the cities are based are complicated. Okay, we are not talking of a highway in US where you can run a truck and reach there and then you can redistribute, or you can send it in quintals and tons and a store can receive. Okay, here the concept is you're also selling in eaches and receiving in eaches. Okay, whereas in retail you only sell and receive in eaches only at the consumer level. Here, I remember when I was part of the Hypercity ecosystem. I mean, we could order a 100 lemon and the guy would deliver on a sack on the back of his bicycle early morning. Okay, which cannot happen anywhere else in the world. So the challenge that we will face is that you will be able to move away from distributors and mediators and serve the retailers directly, but the cost of serving will be very high. And the dynamic of still making money by serving without a distributor and retailer is going to be a challenging one. And that's why what you will find is that part of the role will go to those large organizations which have the capability and resources to burn money for another 5, 10, 15 years. Yeah. And that is where an unfair situation will arise, where an Indian distributor or stockist who has all the knowledge but does not have the resources, okay, he will move away. Most of the wholesale will believe that, that 3-5% I give the distributors, I'm going to save. But in my opinion, actually, you're going to spend much more than 3-5% in the first 5-10 years before you start saving. The second is, if you look at the food consumption of India versus any other part of the world, the variety of consumption to the extent of 15 to 25% of buy basket differs every kilometer. So therefore, even your supply chain and logistics cannot be that I move a truck from Bhiwandi of the similar item and go and drop every kilometer the same item. It doesn't work in India. Okay, you need to keep debundling and put it into a smaller tempo and then to a smaller three-wheeler and then to a smaller two-wheeler and go on. Now that, I think, challenge will remain. I don't know if anybody has cracked. I know that what has been there for years, and you also have now Flipkart wholesale, and now you have an online and an omni combination. So maybe you all will crack it. But important thing is, can you still deliver profits to your shareholders when you go away from the mediator? The challenge which I think will continue.
I agreed. So one of the interesting, on a lighter note, right, recovery of some segments have been much faster. Essential goods are frequently bought items. but not as at the same. The luxury items have not recovered at the same pace. Can you share some interesting examples or anecdotes as you've seen it unroll as the rhetoric happened?
India is also going through a very unique phenomenon in the last 1 decade, which has not happened anywhere in the world. For reasons of gaining volume, the Indian players got into discounting. And India is the only country which has an MRP, so there's a reference of value created by discounting on MRP. If you look at value creation, I mean, Walmart has been talking of value creation for value for the customers for decades. Now, in these decades, you always said that you get the cheapest because we want you to get the best. But you never say that I'm giving you X percentage discount to MRP. But India has MRP system. So more than saying I'm giving value, it's become a discount. And therefore, you also see unethical practices where MRP jacked up by 100%, discount given by 50%, but still you're making money. And that's not a good retail practice to happen. So India is developing into a value market, and we are seeing this all across. I mean, if you look at it, India, when Mercedes and BMW launched, it did not do as well. So they had to launch the X1 series for it to do well. If you look at Indians, the richest of Indians would still want to buy their car from an octroi-free zone so that they can save 2%. Okay, if you look at in the fashion and apparel, Louis Philippe, Van Heusen, all of us have been there for 30 years. But the last 5 years' success has been Max, FBB, Reliance Trends, which are value retailers. So India is actually going through a very, very huge value business, and everything is moving towards that. So in this process, what's happened is that premiumness and luxury retailing or luxury consumption is actually gone from the bulge, okay, to the slightly upside. And if you look at the luxury consumption, maybe India has 100,000, 200,000 or 500,000 people who can shop a Louis Vuitton or any of the luxurious item. But they are spread so thin across the country, 500 in Ludhiana, 300 in Raipur, 200 in Jaipur. It's impossible to create a brick and mortar retail. So in my opinion, the luxury consumption will go through online. In fact, online luxury is likely to be much more successful. And online luxury with home service is probably the future as far as luxury consumption is concerned. But India will see a huge amount of consumption happening in the premium segment. Because if you look at the bulge of India, the bulge of the India moving up, chances are much more. Whereas the bottom of the India moving down is already visible. I mean, we talk of 1,900 per capita income, $1,900 per capita income. We talk of India growing. But let's not forget, when you have a $1,900 per capita income, that means 50% of the population may be earning $1,400 or $1,500 a year. So you can't make a country prosper when more than 50% of people are earning not even $10 a day. So that, I think, is a challenge that we will continue. So I don't see huge luxury consumption other than home and cars. Okay, these are the two places where you'll see that happening. I see premiumization taking a lot of value because a lot of retail formats will become open, and in open formats, consumers are allowed to access products as per their choice rather than somebody's suggestion. Yeah. So these are the 2 or 3 trends I see. We are talking of the emerging trends. So one of the emerging trends that I'm seeing is that there are 2 segments which have come up in the Indian market. And as of today, these segments are not served. Okay, and there's a big opportunity. One segment is the 55 to 65, or I would say 50 to 65. This is the segment which for the first time has got a lot of disposable income in their hand. Because in India, you still have your 20-year and 25-year-old children staying with you. So there's income in the household. Second is they have become independent because they started working at the age of 20, 21, 22. So they have income in the house. Whereas the spend has actually come down because you're staying together. And these people at 55 have no more responsibilities. And because your age has got extended, therefore you're still healthy. And therefore you can spend a lot of time, energy, and money. But there's not many product or assortment which is being served to them, because you think they're oldies. I mean, you go to a young place where the millennials and the Gen Z is sitting, and sometimes if you have white hair like me, I mean, you will not be attended for maybe half an hour's time. So I think that's a big opportunity, and this is growing. So somebody has to address this, whether it is food, groceries, fashion, apparel, tourism, anything that you talk about. The second big generation which is coming up is the Gen Z. The Gen Z is very different than the millennials. I think Gen Z is much more conscious about nature, about earth, about their surroundings than the millennials themselves. Actually, millennials have been the spoilers of this country because of disposable income in their hand. So Gen Z need to be catered very differently. They are very independent thinkers. And because we are still emerging, we are evolving, we have not been able to segregate and target these segments so independently. I think that's an opportunity. So just to conclude on the emerging segments, luxury, I believe, will be small segment, will happen in home and cars, and will be online and home service. A premiumization is a possibility. Serving the poor is going to be very, very tough because of the spread and the low income. Gen Z comes out as a very, very strong emerging market. And senior citizens, not the 60 and above, but 50 and above, okay, is a very large opportunity.
Great conversation, Mr. Nagesh. So we went through all about COVID and how COVID, India went through the COVID and the retailers without a right of the food, complete control over the food supply chain. We talked about personalization. It's glad to see how you embrace the art of understanding the customer and being customer centric. We also talked about the thing that resonated with me is the mind click heart tick, which I think is very important. We also talked about the premium segments in home and car really taking off on online and services. Also liked your idea of like senior citizens, 50 to 65, who have two generational wealth or who have the capacity to spend. And also the Gen Z who are being more socially conscious about how to do the shopping habits. So it was a great conversation. Completely thank you for this exciting session with you, Mr. Nagesh. And I also want to thank the audience for participating in this fireside chat.
Healthcare is undoubtedly on top of all of our minds in the aftermath of the pandemic. In our next session, we have Mr. Ratan Jalan, Managing Director, Medium Healthcare Consulting. Mr. Jalan has over 4 decades of experience across diverse industries and functional responsibilities. He's widely regarded as an esteemed thought leader in the healthcare industry. His strong urge to make a difference in healthcare led him to set up Medium Healthcare Consulting. So let's find out in our next session on decoding the new frontiers of healthcare.
Good morning, everyone, and allow me to welcome you all to the panel discussion today. The subject being decoding the new frontiers of healthcare. We have today three healthcare veterans amongst us as panelists, and people with very, very diverse background, and I'm privileged to be moderating the session today. And to give you the introduction about the panelists, we are privileged to have, let me start with Dr. Geeta Manjunath. And she is the founder, CEO, and CTO of Nirmay Health Analytics. She has over 25 years of rich experience in technology and research. She used to be with the government and Center for Development of Advanced Computing. She was with HP Labs. She was with Xerox Research Center, and her deep expertise, Dr. Geeta's deep expertise in the area of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, mobile and distributed computing, among others. Welcome, Dr. Geeta. Then we have Dr. Velumani, who is the creator of Thyrocare Technologies, one of the most successful companies in the diagnostic landscape in the country, with over 40 years of experience. Dr. Velumani is known to be a disruptor. I think there's a lot which he has disrupted in the last few years, as we all know. And I'm sure going forward, he's going to do the same in many other areas. And finally, we have Dr. Ajay Bakshi. And Dr. Ajay Bakshi is the co-founder and CEO with Newsroom's AI technology. And as the name suggests, it's basically a culmination of neurosciences and AI technology. And using that combination, Dr. Ajay is going to solve some of the most complex problems, healthcare problems across the globe. And Dr. Ajay brings phenomenal amount of experience as a clinician and also as a management professional in the US and Europe, and for the last few years in the Indian context. So welcome, Dr. Geeta, welcome, Dr. Velumani, and welcome, Dr. Ajay, to the panel discussion. So to start the panel discussion, I'm going to have a few questions. And the first question to you, Dr. Velumani, is that COVID has resulted in a very strong message about how healthcare in times to come should be or could be delivered. How do you see the healthcare delivery landscape evolving post-pandemic?
COVID came in abruptly, and it was there 18 months back, and no one knew what it is. No one knew how severe it is, how long it is. No one knew how to tackle it is. We did so many things, and it has disrupted the conventional healthcare. In fact, conventional healthcare was completely shut down for a period of almost 5-6 months. But then we were not prepared, no vaccine around, a lot of lockdown challenges. So it has hit us quite a bit. Not just the whole economy of the world, also the care delivery in terms of COVID and non-COVID. So in fact, it's a rude shock, and a lot of things post-COVID. We are yet to see a new normal. We are transitioning between wave to wave. We don't know whether the third wave is there or not. If it is there, whether it is bigger than the first or second wave, all guesses. But having said that, the digital penetration, digital utility, digital aggression, all have gone up. I think what was considered as a limited digital consultancy has now become a formal one. So is pharmacy, so is diagnostics, so is entire healthcare. In fact, what was called as healthcare is likely to be now on this called as health tech, which means digitally complete platform will change. Common man probably will not go once to a diagnostic center and again to pharmacy, third time to again back to doctor for consultancy. There is a likelihood health tech is going to be an order of tomorrow. What probably would have happened by 2030 has happened in 2020 itself. And it's a huge change for all those stakeholders inside the healthcare and also for a common man, where digital seems to be a great option. Having said that, only a very small percentage today truly is consuming digital. The direction is clear. The speed at which it will get into implementation is quite to be seen. That's my inputs.
Thank you so much, Dr. Velumani. Dr. Geeta, what, in your opinion, what are some of the guidelines to create in this country a scalable healthcare delivery model which is quality focused and transparent?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with stalwarts. And just to address that question, I would like to bring upon some aspects of what we are doing here, right? So we have developed a new method of detecting breast cancer, which actually can work in rural areas for low resource conditions, as well as in hospitals and diagnostic center. So while doing so, one of the things that we learned is that, of course, AI plays a huge role in reducing the cost of operations, time of delivery, and also improving the quality of care, as long as the AI models are built pretty well. So the artificial intelligence based basically technology enabled point of care solutions can be deployed in rural areas, right? Making it more affordable, accessible. So that definitely I found to be bridging the economic barriers and gaps and differences that exist in India today between the urban high quality healthcare infrastructure and the rural one, which was of course evident in the COVID timeframe, right? Building on what Dr. Velumani mentioned, right? In COVID timeframe, a lot of things changed, including the rural COVID scene was really pathetic, and how the healthcare infrastructure was not able to manage a shortage of ICU beds, delayed RT-PCRs, and so on. So in all of these cases, as well as in the breast cancer, what I found is cloud-based hosting can give you a very, very highly scalable way of reaching out to multiple requirements, right? For example, we did a AI-based chest X-ray analysis for COVID detection. And that within a week, we were able to cater to 8,000 doctors from 200 doctors, nothing much, just added more power into the cloud. Second aspect is, how do we actually enable an integration framework to this cloud infrastructure or any scalable infrastructure that you have come up with? Scalability, I mentioned about the cloud, and so that sort of really, really has helped. From the high quality perspective, I just want to mention one aspect, which is about, especially if it's a software as a medical device that is using a hardware software configuration, and a lot of smartness is offloaded to artificial intelligence based software. The right kind of testing and validation of this software models is very, very important. Because many times what I see is these AI scientists of India, many of them, and really, really nice to see the enthusiasm, be it the medical devices as point of care devices or just the software as medical device. The testing has to be really, really thorough, right? And it is, most of them are just doing lab level testing. You have a bunch of data, which you have trained and all of that, and the same thing is used. Prospectus testing and testing with good clinical practice, as we say, right? GCP, right? Based clinical studies are absolutely critical. Otherwise, it may work for the first 100 patients, but when you start using in real life, the quality of the delivery, the healthcare diagnosis that is given, they can itself break, which is a huge problem, obviously, because if we assume that RT-PCR is giving COVID positive, it better give it in like as much sensitivity as possible. So the accuracy of interpretation becomes very, very important. And also the process of delivering the healthcare systems, right? Many times what happens, these startups such as ourselves, when we started, right? We were not so worried about, or not so much bothered about the processes of development. Quickly, let's get to the market. That's the mindset of most startups. I would really urge them to think about it as a, making systematic processes in place. Think about as yourself as a bigger company, bigger corporate, delivering repeatable high quality products. And for this, like processes like ISO 13485, all of those need to be followed as well. So if you had asked me this question, let's say 5 years back, which are just out of a research lab, my answer would be, let's get to the, do the trials, try it out before. But over the years, I've really learned that, even as a small startup, you can actually set your quality processes in place so that you're confident about the products that are delivered. Some of these things I would say could be a learning, especially for people who are starting afresh.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Ajay, if I know it right, you were with Max Hospitals Group, then with Manipal Hospitals Group. So my question is, given the large and diverse population we have in the country, one thing which the COVID also taught us or made us aware of, that healthcare has to shift its focus beyond large cities. And so my question is that, what do you think will it take to make that, let's say, the distributed model of a healthcare to actually reach smaller towns? What will it take to make that?
Sure. So thanks for inviting me to this panel. I want to first give a fact, which is that when a doctor is seeing patients in an outpatient clinic, typically for every 100 patients, only 8 or 9 will need admission into a hospital. So I think the volume of consultations is 90% of the volume, and inpatient is 10% of the volume, approximately. And then these consultations, of course, also generate pharmacy prescriptions and lab tests. So you can multiply that. So it's 3x multiplied by x versus x. So I think most people forget that most of healthcare is outpatient based.
Absolutely.
So when we talk about making healthcare available in the rural areas, tier 3, tier 4 towns, there is a part of that which is related to hospitalization. And that we cannot escape from. There has to be a physical infrastructure created, which, by the way, is happening in the last decade. I think your former employer, Apollo, has contributed to that, and hundreds of other hospitals have built in new beds, especially in tier 3, tier 4. And I have been privileged to lead some of these, hospitals in Bhatinda, in Salem, in Goa, in Vijayawada, in Visakhapatnam. And there is a demand for that, and that is happening, and that will continue to happen. I don't think there is anything that can be dramatically different in that aspect. Suppose I'm a young neurosurgeon, I'm sitting in Delhi, and suddenly I've got 7 patients in a small town in Uttar Pradesh. I can do a deal with that hospital that, look, I'll come on a weekend and I'll operate on these patients there. Right. So that's how to expect that, the 4,000 neurosurgeons in India to suddenly go and live in each of the 4,000 smaller towns is not going to happen. But when demand starts to meet supply in the outpatient setting, there may be solutions that will emerge in the hospital setting also. But I think we are at the start of the journey, and we should look at some very interesting things happening over the next couple of years.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Velu Mani, I'm just saying, given the kind of model you created in ThyroCare, I'm just saying, going forward, and you spoke about digital aggression, I'm just saying the digital technology is going to play such an important role. I'm just saying, what are some of the facets? People talk about teleconsult, people talk about wearables, people talk about POC devices, people talk about digital health. I'm just saying there are a lot of concepts being thrown in the air. How do you see that landscape?
In that way, what we are today talking about, convergence will play a great role. All were operating in silos, all were in islands, all have to get to the cloud, all have to get disseminated across the geographies. I think the only cost in total healthcare, in my personal opinion, is IT, HR, and logistics. I think the IT is going to play a very big role and make accessible. And there is an inequality in distribution of medical resources, be it medical doctors, be it hospitals. So digitally, it will be bringing in a democracy of delivery of equity for all different strata of the society. I believe whatever has happened in these last 20 months, we never dreamt. Today, hotels are all closed for customers, but their kitchens are very busy and customers are being served by the online delivery agencies. I have a reason to believe so will be diagnosed, so will be pharmacy, so will be even consultancy. Plenty of doctors have no time, plenty of doctors have no patients. So is plenty of hospitals have no patients and plenty have no beds. Having said that, this is going to be a cloud which will be distributing across the country for every geography, for every vertical. Yes, there are health bits which today getting attention. Today, man is more aware of healthcare than whatever it was. Trillions of dollars we have spent in this last 18, 20 months in terms of media, social media. People are dead scared about whether they will live for long or not. I don't think any better time for healthcare to grow. I have been talking for the last few months that if we had been growing 10% CAGR for the last 20 years, we should be growing 20% CAGR for next 20 years. It's a huge opportunity, especially the digital world will rule. This is my personal opinion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Velumani. Dr. Geeta, all of you and Dr. Velumani just said that we have such an acute shortage of trained medical personnel in the country. And Dr. Ajay spoke about 4,000 neurosurgeons and we know technicians, physicians, nurses. I mean, how do you see technology playing a role in addressing that gap?
I think there was one point that Dr. Ajay made. Out of the 100 people, maybe only 7 or 8 or 9 may require actual hospitalization. Identifying the high-risk people who need to be brought to a secondary or tertiary care from, let's say, a village level or even at home level, right? This can be offloaded to an AI bot today, right? It is true for certain diseases, and AI has matured. Artificial intelligence bots have matured to do, if done well, point of care devices which can actually measure, sense some of the body parameters that are relevant to the disease and have some algorithms on them or in the cloud trying to say who among these people required to be brought to a hospital, brought to in front of these experts who are very small in number but really necessary for this whole healthcare to sustain, right? So how this can be done as this triage as an autonomous AI is something that we have been experimenting quite a bit, and we've been very successful in cancer and COVID screening and so on, and many other similar initiatives we see. The second thing is, of course, there is this disparity and in terms of the numbers, but it's also disparity in terms of the distance, right? Where all the experts are versus where maybe most population remains, right? And here, telehealth is again a technology-enabled solution. We are doing Zoom meetings and can think of patients and doctors being comfortable doing this. And thanks to COVID, the trust issue of talking to a patient or talking, over video is all becoming, the trust issue has been established and it is becoming real today. So that technology, along with the forceful trust building that COVID has done, I think has made telehealth possible. In telehealth, what happens is many of the parameters can be locally measured. Maybe there's a home healthcare worker who goes in, measures some of the vital parameters, and then the quantitative parameters can just be given to the doctor. So here, can the doctor be utilized only for a short period of time where all the data is sort of summarized and given? And so we can also kind of optimize the time of the doctor serving multiple people. Finally, I think, given this shortage of experts and given the population, the end users, especially in urban areas, should start taking their health in their hands. What I mean is, like, of course, we have wearable devices and others where you can have continuous monitoring. And also it could be chronic diseases, right, where continuous monitoring becomes very important. Instead of going, to the hospital for, every week, every day, can we have some of these devices, which is also technology-enabled devices, monitoring the health of the person at home, And then anomalies are, signaled to the hospital so that, there is expert advice when needed at the right time, right? So this, and also focusing on wellness, right? All of these devices will make the people, make the citizens focus on wellness as opposed to illness, right? So this aspect of, trying to do most of it offline using technology and coming to the, the tertiary care and the expert advice when needed, and coming there always when needed, right? Not missing out on, important patients, but doing that well using technology-enabled solution. There are several things one could do in this whole pipeline, and that's extremely exciting for a technologist or even an entrepreneur to start doing different elements in this whole, care pathway.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Ajay, there is a lot of talk about personalization in healthcare delivery, and how do you see data and AI being leveraged to offer that, and how relevant would something of this kind be in the Indian context?
Sure. So we are in a very strange time when on one hand we are generating a lot of personal health data, and yet we are drowning in lack of any intelligent use of that data. So we have all Fitbits, we have walking parameters, we undergo annual health checkups, and we have papers where all of these are lying around. But for a doctor to make sense of all of this data today is actually becoming harder than what was when I was a resident doctor. And I remember when a professor used to take round, they'll say, okay, so what is this case? And we will go, sir, this is a case of glioblastoma, was operated 9 months ago, has received radiotherapy, has come back with a recurrence. So there was a way to summarize the story of a patient. And yet you could zoom into a particular aspect, that why is this patient admitted now and what are we going to do, right? That has become actually harder, because in effect, what the computer science field is doing to doctors is saying, I can't give you a summary, but here is the entire docket in PDF. And you please figure out what is happening with this patient. And doctors are struggling with that. I've had interviews with hundreds of doctors, and they are saying, yes, we have lots of information, but I am a liver surgeon. I don't need to know what is happening in the knee transplant. Is my hydrated recurring or not? Tell me that first, and then you tell me all the other story, right? So there is a lack of what I call intelligent perception, that there is a lot of learning, and I don't want to underplay the importance of AI. I think there is importance of AI in many, many different areas. But when I look at it from a doctor's point of view, or even as a hospital point of view, I've run hospitals, and hospital doesn't have access to intelligent insights. It has access to lots of data. So I think when the question is about personalization, I think the key problem that needs to be solved first is how do you do intelligent perception? How do you summarize this in a meaningful manner? And the meaning might change. If I am a kidney failure patient, my nephrologist wants to know the sequential values of creatinine over the last 6 readings. If I am a hypertension patient, it's a different story, right? So the story also has to adapt to the meaning that is being asked from that summary. That problem is still unsolved for most part. Yes, there are a few solutions. And in fact, that is one of the problems neuroscience is trying to solve. By applying lessons from neuroscience, you know that we are bombarded by sensation, but we have an internal view of the real world. We want to enable doctors and institutions like hospitals or insurance companies to have the same view, and then apply the learnings that AI gives, right? So I have a Fitbit, I wear it, but if I want to see how my heart rate was over the last 6 months, it can give me one aspect of that summary. But if my cardiologist wants to go deeper into it, it's not there, right? So I think there's a lot of original innovation that needs to happen to solve the simple problem of data overload transferring into meaningful insights. So I think once that problem is solved, personalization becomes real, because from those meaningful insights come some action points, which may be related to your wellness or which may be related to your disease, which your doctor can advise you on. So I want to leave one message to the audience, that the whole game of personalized healthcare has to move away from let's collect a lot of data and some magic will happen, to okay, there is a lot of data. Who and how do we make sense of it? And then how does it actually improve our life? If it is not improving our life, it's not personalized healthcare. We are just drowning in a lot of stuff.
Get you. Thank you so much. And before we end, I want to ask a very simple question to all the three patches. If there is one thing, only one thing you pray that should change in healthcare ecosystem in the country, what would that be? So let's start with Dr. Geeta.
I think it's a wonderful question. If you ask me what should change, I would say the doctors and technologies need to come together more to solve this problem. So I think there was an example that Dr. Ajay just mentioned. Yes. So the technologists are very excited about data, building the solutions, but if the doctors are not able to utilize it, there is an issue. And from a technology standpoint, we feel that, you're doing so many things. Why is the doctor not utilizing it? It can save many lives. And so there is this gap, right? Both of us think that other one is not like good enough, right? So there is some kind of a marriage that needs to happen between the two communities. And I think we will get there, but we can get it faster.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Geeta. Dr. Ajay.
So I would like to build on what Dr. Geeta just said by saying that I would like to see technology creating a bridge, a two-way bridge between the population and the doctors, which would lead to the following scenario. I am a patient in Sagar, deep inside Madhya Pradesh, and my doctor has told me that I have diabetes and my creatinine is going higher. He is not a nephrologist. Today, I have to get on a truck, go to Bhopal, search for a nephrologist, and then maybe get started on some better antihypertensive. I am hoping that in the future, I can do it on telemedicine and I can get the opinion there itself. Another scenario, I have a snake bite deep inside Karnataka and there is nobody there. I don't know where anti-snake venom is available. My doctor doesn't know where anti-snake venom is available. He just has to go on an app where technology makes this available. This is there somewhere in the system, which dispensary and which PHC has snake venom and which one does not have anti-snake venom. I wish those patients will be able to, in a situation of emergency, call somebody or video conference with somebody who can guide them in a life-threatening situation. And I think all the pieces of the solution are there. People are technology savvy, thanks to UPI and all of that. Technology components are there. Doctors are now more excited to participate in these. I hope that we see that in the next 2-3 years, and that would be a big revolution for us.
And the final word, Dr. Velumani.
Yes, we are today having a very little budget available for healthcare. The Western world is 17-18% of GDP. India is hardly 1.7-1.8% of GDP. I am pretty sure we will not be spending anything more than 5-6% of GDP. And even with this 5-6% GDP, we will provide most cost-effective solution for our 1.35 billion populations. And with a billion smartphones in hand, we are the most powerful country to make affordable. In fact, we will show to the Western world how healthcare can be much more affordable and yet better reliable than what they are doing. This is my not only wish, it will happen by year 2040.
Thank you, everyone. I think we did have a very enriching discussion.
Welcome to Converge at Walmart. I'm Vishal Gupta. I head product management at PhonePe, and I have been working in the fintech retail space for over 2 decades. Today's topic is fintech trends and evolving retail experiences. In an effort towards providing the best customer experience, the lines between fintech and retail techs are blurring continuously. From being at the tail end of the customer journey in retail payments experience, and innovations are moving up the chain, where it has started to influence the retail behavior right from the customer shopping preferences, product discovery, and various methods of engagement. We are seeing multiple trends emerging towards collaboration between retail and fintech. New innovations using data intelligence and fintech offerings like buy now, pay later as a part of core retail experience. I'm thrilled, therefore, that I have with me three experts who are innovating with fintech in interesting ways at scale to help us explore fintech trends that can enable better retail experiences. First, we have Arvind Ronta, Head of Products for India and South Asia Visa, the global payments technology company, working to enable consumers, businesses, banks, and governments to use digital currency. In India, Visa works with startups innovating for fintech with the Visa Fintechs Initiative India. We also have Khilan Haria, VP and Head Product Management, Razorpay, the fintech unicorn that aims to revolutionize money management for online businesses. Razorpay is the only payment solutions in India that allows businesses to accept, process, and disperse payments with its product suite. Finally, we have Lizzie Chapman, co-founder and CEO of Zest Money, an AI-driven EMI financing and buy now, pay later platform in India. Zest Money is deeply integrated with some of the largest merchants in India. So I'll start with Khilan, and basically, these are very exciting times of hypergrowth in both retail and fintech space. Despite this, if you think there's still a large customer segment which has not migrated to digital payments as a prominent choice. How do you see the emerging trends around this opportunity?
Yeah, that's a very pertinent question. I think number one is a lot of consumers are comfortable with digital payments for only a few use cases. And typically the journey starts from the lower tier, which is, convenience, largely around bill payments, etc., recharges. Then kind of slowly goes upscale a little bit towards, retail, travel, and then towards retail with the biggies. And then these consumers become comfortable with transacting and using digital payments across the board for a lot of their other use cases. And when we work with, enterprise merchants, we see a sizable audience of that 200 billion that, we see transacting online. But as it goes downstream to SMEs, we see a lot of these same consumers prefer to transact via COD. And hence, I think there is a lot that needs to happen towards enabling trust for the end consumers. I think new merchants have to focus and consciously work on enabling trust. There is a lot of question mark around building that empathy with the consumers and allowing him to prepay. I think that is one critical aspect where, especially new merchants, when they build a relationship with new consumers, has to come in. I think the second crucial aspect is the payment ecosystem has to allow instruments like one-time mandate and similar ones which build the trust with the consumers, that they have the control of their money until goods and services are delivered. Right now, I think there is not a single instrument that builds this trust in the end consumers. I mean, typically cards have authorize and capture, but your money is blocked. I mean, even UPI one-time mandate, your money is blocked. So principally, consumers do not feel that it is in their hands to stop a capture or stop a debit in case if there is a challenge. So I think there is a lot that we will see happening over here from multiple instruments, as I think a lot of folks are trying to solve similar problems, and we've seen interesting ideas. I think OTM was one such amazing innovation. It's already helping in few pockets, but I'm sure if it could pivot and solve for that money blocking aspect and pass the control to consumers, it could be more powerful. I think more and more we do this where consumers feel at the control and the liberty that in case of lack of fulfillment of goods or services, it is in their hands to get the money back. The more we'll see adoption of digital payments, especially for the long tail. Otherwise, we'll have 500 million audience, which is comfortable transacting for only 2 or 3% of India's overall economy. We want this to be 20% at 500 million, not 2%, and that's where a lot of innovation needs to happen.
Thanks for the lovely insights, Khilan. I think what you're saying is pretty much, I think, bang on. We need to get the customer tip over using utility payments, and then basically win the trust by giving them the right control and right confidence to be able to kind of use it very, very widely. I think, and that's probably perfectly for the next question to Lizzie. If you think about retail and affordability goes the long way, and probably affordability is one of the levers where we can tip over more and more customers towards getting into the digital payments. So there's a large set of customers where affordability can be boosted via buy now, pay later kind of solutions. How are you looking at expanding the set?
Yes, brilliant question. You're right. Right now, all over the world, buy now, pay later products are exploding in adoption. And it's because it's a really genuinely win-win product construct that benefits the consumer as well as the retailer. At Zest Money, we're obviously biased, but we think India is going to be the most exciting market for these products globally for a few factors. And one is the point you're referring to, which is about adoption of consumer credit in this market. So exactly as we've just heard from Kiran, we have this rapidly digitalizing customer base. It's typically young, and whether you use the words like millennial or Gen Z, but these are young digital consumers who have young digital consumer behavior. That means they spend a lot of time absorbing, utilizing content and services online, and they expect financial products that match that digital transparency and access point. And that's why BNPL is so powerful. The second point is that they've basically rejected credit cards. Credit cards as a business model have been pretty unsuccessful in the India market, whichever way you look at it. We have less than 30 million unique credit card users today, and that number is not expanding rapidly enough. So what we believe is there's a huge white space. There is an insufficient credit product that exists, a credit card that doesn't work for that young digital consumer for a number of reasons. And yet at the same time, there is a product like BNPL coming into this market and providing that convenience and access, as you said. I think the final point is one of distribution and how you think about operating models in these products. The credit card physical distribution model is very, very challenging to get into, the length and breadth of a complex market like India. What's brilliant about BNPL is it's an on-the-fly credit solution that can be tapped at any ticket size. So from a 200 rupee transaction, if that's needed, a customer can avail an affordability solution on the fly, real time. There's no other credit product today that provides that level of convenience and at such low cost and such a low ticket size. Again, perfect for a market like India. So for these reasons, we are very, very excited about the next couple of years in the BNPL space. Today, total online BNPL transactions are probably less than 1% of overall, including cash on delivery. And we think a lot of that COD will migrate over time to BNPL as you see this digitalization that Kiran described. Final point on this, and it's really important because the topic always when we talk fintech is one of regulation, but one of the things that makes India unique as well in the world from a BNPL perspective is we already have a tried and tested regulatory regime that covers these products.
Yeah, Lizzie, I think you're bang on again. If you think about India is probably one of the most forward markets when it comes to payments and fintech world, right? It is kind of leapfrogged lots of steps and much ahead of the curve than rest of the world for that matter. And also, I think you touched upon an interesting point that distribution is going to be key. How we kind of reach out to more people and basically set that right behavior, because BNPL does solve for the trust aspect of it, and majority of COD customers probably can migrate to this particular option. Very, very excited times. And again, I think, very fair timing for the next question to Arvind. Given the dominance and expertise in building ecosystems, how do you think this new age fintech ecosystems will evolve?
Thanks, Vishal. First of all, I think fintechs are a very core part of our ecosystem within as Visa as a network as we define it. We work very closely with both bank partners and fintechs to help fintechs understand the regulations, what's involved in and to play by the law of the land with right customer protections and balancing that with the right experience, of course, and with the banks who are riddled with legacy infrastructure. How can they work with fintechs who can actually help them get faster to market, both from a capability perspective as well as customer experience perspective? So I think A, fintechs are critical part of the ecosystem. B, there's a lot of money pouring into the market. We see a lot of investor confidence, but at some point, all fintechs will have to demonstrate scale with profitability. And that's where I think we will see, and we've started to see, if you look at neobanks, if you look at some of the BNPL providers, they're moving to more models which are which have a much clear monetization model, so it's sustaining, right? Otherwise, you end up burning a lot of VC cash to drive scale, but without any clear monetization model. So I think that should be the next evolution, where where fintechs working with networks like ours, working with bank partners, trying to solve for customer problems that exist, try to solve for scale problems that exist, but doing it in a meaningful way that actually can help them be sustaining over the long period of time from a profitability perspective as well.
Definitely, what you bring in from the core experience in building a very, very large network, which is such a widespread network, scale is going to be super critical, and collaboration with new age companies, right? And continue to be look out for what are the various trends. I think is going to be very, very interesting. Going again to Khilan and basically asking something which is basically not necessarily known in detail to everyone in terms of how people think about it. Razorpay has been leading the enterprise fintech space, and area I'm sure that audience would like to know more about. Khilan, how are you seeing this space emerge?
Varied needs is what we observe. So one of our first learning, when we wanted to penetrate the enterprise segment, was that this segment does not operate as one single segment. It actually operates as 10 large segments, and each of these 10 segments have different unique needs. So if we are going to go with one offering to these 10 segments, we will not really be able to solve their problems. So we had to first unlearn and empathize that what are the problems that these large enterprises face, and problems are of different nature. And some of these are very micro problems, which by itself can lead to an amazing outcome for the enterprise and hence for us and the ecosystem. Like for example, we've learned that refunds is an extremely large problem for a lot of enterprises. We've learned that disbursement in real time is a large problem for many use cases, but in the lending world, to disperse loan in real time has become a wow factor. It really wasn't easily doable. Everything was doable, but it was slightly difficult for lenders to do it. So in every industry and category in the enterprise fintech world, we observe that enterprises who are our customers and partners are the pioneers and early innovators. What they need is a partner who's willing to brainstorm with them, understand their problem, and co-create stuff with them if it is not readily available out there. It's critical for us. The thing that has worked is to not take an approach of, here is what we have, can we go and penetrate? We've had to take an open approach of, we got something we believe will solve some of the problems we foresee, but what are your other problems, and let's brainstorm together. And some of this has led to the birth of our most successful offerings today. Right from our early days when we only had payment gateway, payment link-based solution, virtual accounts, all of this were marketplace settlement, even our payout suite of how we thought about payout evolved as we started co-creating. So for us, the success of most of our new offerings in the enterprise space has come by taking this unique approach, where let's consider these folks as partners and empathize their problems and then work together to co-launch a solution.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting point what you made there, that early adopters are typically large enterprises on this thing. And if you think about large retail companies, they do have lots of problem statements, probably second order problem statements, but which can open up like really interesting opportunities, and not only for them but also for the entire ecosystem. So it's very interesting and important to kind of collaborate with that. And on that note, going to Lizzie with a follow-up question, basically, if you think about there is lots of partnerships which are possible with this retail partners, and while it's a cliche to say data is new oil, the fact remains that data intelligence has a huge role in fintech space. So what is your approach towards building data intelligence, and more so in terms of in collaboration with the partners?
Yeah, that's a brilliant question. And it actually gets to the crux of why BNPL products are so exciting and providing that access. How is it that BNPL providers are able to approve and create solutions for a much wider pool of customers than traditional underwriting mechanisms? It comes down to data. But I just want to start by saying that it's not just data in underwriting. The incredible thing about most BNPL companies, and certainly Zest, is we make data at the heart of everything we do, from how we onboard a customer. So even the user journey that the customer goes through will depend on different data sets that we're able to access, right? So if we can find substantial data about the customer in the credit bureau, then the customer may not have to do certain steps in the onboarding process. So data is even driving that, all the way through to the product design, the pricing, the credit limit that the customer is ascribed, and finally the collections and the way that we service the loan. And a lot of that really, really came into fruition during the last 18 months when we saw one of the most challenging times for any type of credit product, especially in the India backdrop, with things like a moratorium, a lot of regulatory flux and change and things like restructuring. So data was actually our, magic tool that we used every day to make sure that we could maintain an excellent customer experience, but also respond to that challenging environment. We can do some real magic. One of the best ways to think about it is, as a BNPL working with the retailer, we have the most up-to-date real-life information about that consumer. Often when a credit card was issued, it was a historical event that was done in the past. That credit limit was done based on previous behavior. So maybe credit behavior in the years leading up to that application 2 years ago. And to some extent, that's a static decision, right? That was an underwriting decision taken at one point in time. The amazing thing about BNPL products is we can constantly dynamically underwrite. So every single transaction is a new opportunity to reassess that customer, good and bad, right? Events change, customer may have lost their job, then it wouldn't be wise for them to take on additional credit, and we can help restrict at that time. But customer may also have had a massive pay rise, which is a situation we're seeing a lot at the moment, especially in the startup ecosystem. So therefore, why can't we enable that customer real time to have a better affordability limit, for example? So the beautiful thing about working real time with the retailer is not just access to new data, but data in a timely manner that gives you a much, much fuller picture about this customer, not just based on a historical salary input or credit bureau input.
Sure, yeah, I think the secret to expanding is basically getting and solving for lots of thin files, unless until we are able to do that, and lots of real-time data, I think we cannot kind of solve for the expansion. And I completely agree that that's the right approach to kind of do lots of deep partnership with the real-time data. Arvind, again, coming back to you, and again, seeking in terms of, if you think about, you talk about financial inclusion or digital adoption, we've just, scratched the surface. Going forward, which are the trends you'll bet on to expand it beyond?
On the digital front, maybe I'll talk about the enablers first. Open banking and open data is a real trend. India has an established data empowerment and protection architecture and account aggregator framework, which enables data sharing across all regulated financial institutions. Enables, it's been framed, it's been articulated by the regulator. As an industry now, as we build the ecosystem around it, I think it's a huge powering trend for a bunch of use cases, including financial inclusion or credit inclusion and so on. On the e-commerce side, there's going to be a lot of course, digital commerce, as all the panelists mentioned, but has seen a fillip. People are using, getting online, familiarizing themselves with apps for everyday use cases. And I think what's going to happen is that the bar for security, cybersecurity in particular, is going to be more and more high as more commerce shift to online. Of course, it's obvious, and of course, the right thing to do is to make the right investments in cybersecurity infrastructure. And one last thing about, kind of touches data again, but to Lizzie's point earlier, it's very important. Like, we have massive amounts of data, but how that data is used, what frameworks have we used to be allowed that data to be used, right? So whether it's consent frameworks that exist today in how the data can be used by whichever party, whichever regulated party it might be. And then the second thing is how are you going to use it, right? And in BNPL case, as an example, we're spending a lot of time to figure out propensity scores. Like, who has the right propensity to apply for a BNPL loan, or in other words, even in a standard credit cards, right? Like, we've got like 30 million credit cards in the country versus 900 million plus debit cards. How do I predict that a person who's using his debit card actually has the right profile to be given a loan product by leveraging data that they've been making on their debit transactions, right? So, or account transactions. So creating these propensity scores or predictive models that allows lenders to be able to provide line of credit basis the right behaviors in one product category to cross-sell to the other product. There's a bunch of these things, which of course are happening in partnership with lenders. And I think as we do that more between fintechs, banks, networks like ours, there's a lot of potential to expand the ecosystems around some of these trends that the panelists have been talking about.
I think, again, very interesting insights. I'll probably shoot one last question to all of you. And at PhonePe, we strongly believe in solving for the ecosystem, building for the ecosystem. And historically, it's been proven that ecosystems thrive when innovation is done in collaboration. So what are the key collaboration needs which can accelerate the fintech revolution? Would like to hear from all of you one by one. Kilan, I think you can start.
The success of the entire ecosystem, and almost the right incentive for everyone in the ecosystem is to have more consumers participate. And that will not happen with one single node trying to do everything. So I think a lot of collaboration is possible for us to drive more adoption of the overall digital ecosystem, which would of course translate into more merchants using it, which would translate into more trust with end consumers, which would possibly translate into convenience, into vernacular, into many other things. But if India has to, overall scale, and which means that all the parties in the payment ecosystem have to reap rewards and benefits out of this scale, I think everyone will benefit if this one thing happens. So I do think that this is an area where the ecosystem could collaborate a lot more. I do see a lot of efforts happening in isolation, but potentially more collaboration on this could benefit the entire ecosystem.
No, I think you're right. In order to create the right network effect, all nodes needs to start ticking and basically ticking in sync and basically add up to each other. That's going to be super critical to expand the ecosystem. Lizzie, would love to hear from you.
Yes, and you've got a great panel for this question. I think this is like the collaboration ecosystem team. We are obsessed with collaboration. That's basically what defines our entire business model on both sides. So we spend our life collaborating with retailers, with payment partners. We work with people like Razorpay, Pine Labs, and we power their BNPL solutions. So we're increasing their GMV, we're increasing their relationship and depth with their merchant partners. And then on the other side, we are actually not the lender on book in majority of cases. We work with existing banks and NBFCs in the ecosystem, about 22 right now. And a final kind of push for like why I'm so bullish on fintech in India and specifically BNPL is exactly that point that Arvind made earlier. Banks in India are actually some of the best well-run banks in the world. They are absolutely brilliant at raising deposits. And that's why you see this amazing customer base of digital deposit holders, 900 million debit card holders. What they don't love to do or haven't found a perfect distribution model for is unsecured consumer credit. So what they do brilliantly now is form partnerships with players like Zest Money, where they can use that existing debit card base that they have, but basically give them more exciting, innovative products via these partnerships. That's actually not happening in the rest of the world. In the rest of the world, there's a sort of tension, I would say, like a friction between the traditional banks and the new age fintechs. I don't see that in this market. I think this is one of the most collaborative, healthy ecosystems, both on the retail and digital payment side, but maybe more importantly on the bank and traditional financial services side. And that's why I'm so excited long term about the scale that we can get to, because I think only by collaborating can we achieve the full potential of the size of this market.
Sure. I think very interesting point you made, Lizzie. Arvind, coming to you, Visa has actually created history in terms of by creating that entire cards or network ecosystem, by collaborating with every stakeholder and making sure that even they are partners in profit pools, not only just the part of the ecosystem, be it issuer, be it acquirer, right, be it merchant or the customers. What things needs to change or be basically accelerated based on the new equation?
Yeah, you see, the first question, which begs to be answered is like, what does it take to stand up a robust ecosystem? And I think our experience tells us that you need to have strong value proposition on a two-sided networks for both merchants and consumers. And of course, there is a bank behind a consumer. And also that everyone has to play by the same set of rules and a standardized, so we call it standardized rules, operating governance, operating rules, and an incentive structure that motivates both sides to actually put some skin in the game and drive the network effects. And I think, one of the things to acknowledge is ecosystems take time to develop. Point number two, I would say, is collaboration is not just required within the industry, but also with the regulator and the industry. And I think that is always a learning curve, right? Any new ecosystems that are developed, like open data is top hot ecosystem conversation right now. Digital currency is one. And we are having these conversations with regulators across the world on how to see these new ecosystem development, as we march forward, because it will require a hell lot more collaboration between the regulator and the industry. And then one final point on India, is a very unique market. And I like the point Kalin mentioned in his first answer earlier on. Co-creation is so important for India because India is not a market, because it's so diverse and heterogeneous that you can't take a product which is worked in, say, US and bolt onto that in India. It just doesn't work. And in our case, we built e-commerce products like SafeClick, which was made in India for India. And the entire stack was created because 2FA mandate challenge is only in India, and we wanted to solve for friction in the right way, in the regulatory compliant way. So it did require us to co-create that product along with partners, both fintech as well as bank and the merchant. And now, once that product has gone out of MVP and started to scale, the ecosystem participants within India are starting to participate in it, including PhonePe. I think it's one of the biggest customers we have for SafeClick. My point is that, it does require a whole village to come together to the ecosystem. I think in the India context, there has to be appreciation for the diversity of this market. So you are applying more co-creation, more customization, or more refinedness in how you collaborate for some of the unique challenges in India, which can't just be bolt and pasted from other markets into India.
I think it's coming out as a common theme also. Lizzie also mentioned it, that India is probably far more ripe for collaboration and innovation. Every stakeholder is pretty much very open to figure out the opportunities to kind of create impact and basically solve for something at scale. The second point what you made was also very interesting, that now with this new digital era, actually reaching scale is taking much lesser time. For example, we have acquired 20 million merchants in a very, very short time. So it requires much lesser time to kind of reach scale. And that's again, very, very interesting point. And if we, all of us put our energy together with the right intent, I'm sure there are multiple layers of impacts which can be created in a very, very heterogeneous market like India. If you think about the way this ecosystem is evolving, right? Let's keep watching this space. Let's keep working together and let's create, great impact. Exciting times ahead. Pretty much, I think, from this, I think we're done with the time. I'm sure, we can talk on and on these topics and get lots of insights from these experts. But yes, time is the limit here. And I would like to conclude here by extending my thanks to all the panelists. Thanks for being very candid about your point of views and sharing insights from your respective industries. Thanks everyone for attending the session.
I'd like to start by welcoming all of you to today's session. My name is Kimberly Quack, and I'm Vice President, Global Sourcing, Supply Chain at Walmart. I have the chance to work with teams across the Walmart business on sustainability and progressing Walmart to be a regenerative retailer. And I'm very excited to be the moderator for this session on the topic Retail Sustainable Future. I also like to share the efforts in Walmart on this topic. In Walmart, we help people save money, live better, and also preserve the planet, as we believe climate change is the greatest challenge of our time. We also believe people should have access to sustainable products that they can afford. Consumers are increasingly aware that every purchase has a long-term impact to the planet, thereby influencing their buying decisions. That's why we are focused on addressing the wide-ranging crisis of climate change, ecosystem loss, and the rise of single-use plastics. Last September, our CEO, Doug McMillon, announced Walmart's commitment to become a regenerative company, one dedicated to place nature and humanity at the center of our business practices. And locally in India, Walmart is also committed to build strong local businesses in India. To further reiterate the importance of this topic we're discussing today, this year's Global Risk Report by World Economic Forum highlights and identify climate action failure as the most impactful and second most likely long-term risk for humanity. Many enterprises and entrepreneurs, like our panelists today, are not losing sight and continue to put sustainability efforts as top priority. Today, we are joined by two very successful leaders, Preet Dupar and Shailesh Vikram Singh, to share with us their thoughts. Preet Dupar is a very successful professional, current Chief Financial Officer and board member at IKEA Group India, and she played a very important role in the entry of IKEA into India. She also leads sustainability agenda for the company and plays an active role on government policy matters that impact the retail business and investments in India, contributing to bringing positive change in the business environment. Prior to IKEA, Preet has an amazing career in BBC India as financial planning manager, and her career spans an outstanding 20 years of experience in various industries and geography. Welcome, Preet. Next, our second panelist is Shailesh Vikram Singh, who is an investor and entrepreneur at heart. He is the co-founder of Massive Mobility and founder of Go Massive, a sustainability-focused investment network investing in companies solving pollution and waste issues. He's also trustee of Massive Earth Foundation, a nonprofit accelerating industry's effort to capture plastics from leaking to water bodies. Massive Mobility is setting up a dense network of smart chargers focused on E2, E3 wheelers in India in partnership with leading OEMs and fleet operators. Welcome both to the panel.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Before we begin, I also like to announce something special for our audience. Please do tweet your key takeaways from the session with the hashtag #Converge@Walmart. There are exciting prizes for a few lucky tweets. So Preet, I'd like to start off with you and the work that IKEA has been undertaking in this area. I know IKEA has a uniquely holistic approach across your value chain. The range of initiative is so wide-ranging, like using sustainable materials, plant-based food, to renewable energy, just to name a few. And IKEA is also committed to a goal of becoming climate positive by 2030 by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I know there's a lot to share. How important is it for companies to align your strategic and operational goals to making sustainability and priorities? And what are your main challenges and advantages to doing that?
Sure. Thank you, Kimberly. So as you said, IKEA has actually a very holistic approach towards approaching sustainability, and that's also coming from the very ethos and the very vision of IKEA. And at the group, and I work with the Inca group, which is actually the group that has the retail and the meetings, the IKEA meeting places business. And at this group, we know that we have a huge responsibility and an opportunity, I'd like to say, to tackle the climate crisis. And we want to be part of shaping a new normal that's better for people and better for planet. So if you go back to our vision, it is to create a better everyday life for the many people. And you can't actually achieve the vision this vision by looking at, what is the new normal that's better for people and planet. And if we talk about customer perception as well, the customer today is more aware and wants to be a part of the solution. And research actually shows that 90% of the people feel motivated to live more sustainably, but only 3% know how to act. And this is where we believe, because our business has to do with people and their lives at home. And this is where we believe that we have an opportunity to take a very big role, in this movement. So our starting point is to understand the challenges, I think. And that is to say that we believe the world faces three major challenges. That's unsustainable consumption, as we are using more resources and puts a greater pressure on the planet. Then there's climate change, and we can see that with events happening around us today. This is not a distant threat, and it's one of the biggest challenges that faces humanity today, and the need to act is now. And then the third one that we've identified is inequality. As people move out of poverty, many are still struggling on very low incomes, and COVID has only made it worse, across the globe. Gender equality is far from a reality, and many people are still denied basic rights and equal opportunities. And as a response to these three challenges, what we've done is we've identified three corresponding focus areas that help us fulfill our vision to become people and planet positive by 2030. And therefore, what we do is we focus on three pillars. We focus on healthy and sustainable living. And our ambition is to inspire and enable 1 billion people to live a better everyday life within the limits of the planet. And we do it through our products and services and solutions. Then we look at our own operations and we focus on becoming circular and climate positive. And then the third aspect that we look at is what we call fair and inclusive. And that includes to improve the well-being of millions of people by becoming a truly people-centered company and employer, which is where we work with our supply chains, we work with our communities, and we work with our co-workers. In the Healthy and Sustainable Living Initiative, what we're also focusing on is giving IKEA furniture a second life. And people are concerned about waste. And for long, we've been working to reduce the number of our products that get thrown away by repairing and reselling the items. So globally, in a number of our stores, we've launched circular hubs, and I'm happy to say that I think somebody was saying before we started the session that they've been to the Hyderabad store, but we've now got the circular hub actually both in Hyderabad and in our Navi Mumbai store, where customers can see the opportunity and our approach to circularity and how to maintain, clean, or personalize their IKEA products. And we are looking at more circular models, and then there will be more to come. And then if I speak about food, because I think one of the things to remember is that we are a very big food business as well. If I look at Hyderabad and Mumbai, there are 1,000-seater restaurants in both the stores, right? And in our stores across the globe. And food should not only be good for you, it should also be good for the planet. And we are proud that, in fact, last year we launched the IKEA plant ball that has 4% of the climate footprint of a classic IKEA meatball. And in India, our food range includes a large range which is locally and responsibly sourced, and that is plant-based. And by 2025, we aim for 50% of our main meals offered in restaurants to be plant-based. Maybe another example is actually making clean energy accessible. And again, here where technology comes in, and technology again plays a role everywhere. But making clean energy accessible, we want people all over the world to turn their roofs into clean energy power stations. So we've launched this in 11 countries across the globe. We are working on this plan in India as well, and this is something that you'll hear from us in India, hopefully next year as well. Then if we look at climate positivity in our own operations, and that's the second pillar that I'll speak a bit about, that if we take a close look at our own operations and to become circular and climate positive, many of the solutions to climate crisis actually exist, but they need to be urgently implemented on a large scale. And this can offer opportunities for job creation, innovation, economic growth, and reduced costs on energy. And we know that it's possible actually for businesses to grow. So you grow your business while shrinking the climate footprint. And I'm also very happy to let you know that in 2019, IKEA recorded its first reduction in absolute climate footprint of 4.3%, despite an increase in business. So just to share some of the things we're doing, being powered by renewable energy, and we're phasing out fossil fuels, heavily investing in wind and solar power. We have huge investments in both across the globe. We're looking at that in India as well, and switching to renewable heating and cooling in our buildings as well. So by 2030, we are aiming to be powered 100% renewable energy across the IKEA value chain, including our supply chain. And again, proud to say that in 20, we generated more renewable energy than we consume across all Inca Group buildings. In India as well, we have solar panels on the roofs of our stores, and we are getting into partnerships, to get to our goals, because solar panels on the roof of our stores will actually not, solve, the problem everywhere. Then I think e-commerce is another area we spoke about, and reducing emissions in deliveries. And Shailesh, I think that's also something that you will touch upon, is absolutely another pillar that we have to work with. And maybe, Kimberly, you spoke about that is also one of the areas where we face a challenge as well. And we face a challenge because of the size of our, range. It's probably easier for us. It is easier for us to do a parcel range on, e-deliveries. We've had that focus in India, right from the start. There are countries across the globe where we've got to 90%, electric deliveries on our deliveries. But in India at the moment, we've made a start with parcel. We make good progress. But what happens with the larger freight deliveries of, the ranges is furniture, there is a lack of availability of the right sized vehicles, right? And that's where I think the whole ecosystem and partnerships come into play, because even when we started in Hyderabad in India, we went into partnership and, we did retrofitting. There was retrofitting of vehicles that happened to be able to, start off. And I think this is one area where we'll be really looking at, more and more partnerships, more and more players in the ecosystem to help us to, get there.
Thank you, Preet. We learned a lot through the efforts that IKEA has in your sustainability activities, from listening to your consumers to responding to, your operations requirements. And I picked out something, which is what you said: sustainability cannot and should not be a luxury, and it's possible and it should be accessible to people. Thank you for sharing that insightful thought. I'd like to move on to Shailesh. And Shailesh, we know that you are an avid investor. You're also an entrepreneur yourself. Investors and entrepreneurs have a vital role to play in incubating, and in your instance, right, the clean e-wheelers and in preventing water pollution. Certainly, technology innovation has its role in driving the low carbon transition across the economy. Just like to hear from you, do you think there's going to be a different approach to innovation and to investment? I mean, usually traditionally as innovation, companies will want to keep for themselves, right, as competitive advantage. But in sustainability, it seems like we really want to move the world. We should be sharing every single innovation that we could find as broadly as possible, alongside with, an investment mindset. Please share with us your thoughts.
I think you pointed a very interesting point, right? Whether the innovation will be very open or not. So I think it will be somewhere a mix of these tools, right? I believe that the pollution and climate change is fundamentally an engineering problem. Because 100 years back, when all this electricity or every whole consumption started, right, there were no resource constraints. So people just build whatever they build, just without worrying about the what you call pollution or what you call the residual effect. So it was what you call the error was pretty large. But today, when we are living in a resource constrained environment, the engineering is going to solve that. Now here a mixed scenario. So will the innovation be open or will innovation will be closed? So I think there's a middle of the path. Look like Tesla. So Tesla has outsourced or what you call open source all its battery design. They're saying if you want to work it on any of the innovation, please go and work on. But are they opening all the innovation? Probably no, because that is also their edge. So I think there are areas where people will come and collaborate, and there are areas companies will try to remain their edge. Look like Ether, around last week, they announced they are open sourcing their design of EV charger for two-wheelers. That's a huge step, right? But so they will keeping some IP with themselves, and they will also open source or what you call open their IPs to a lot of other players to work on and build off. So what we say, the complex parts will be solved by a multiple area. What has happened in the software also, like in software, you see there are a lot of open source projects going on, whether there is a WordPress or Drupal or even the whole Linux Foundation or GitHub, right? So whatever the innovation will happen, it will always have two sets coming at the same time. You will have a huge open source community, which is building a lot of areas, and there are a lot of what you call proprietary stuff also, which will be required for the mission critical operations by the corporates, everything else. And I think both will contribute to each other. And I see similar or probably bigger, you are very right, that a lot of innovation is going to be open sourced or shared with all of people around. So that's what's going to happen.
I think there are also discussions around that it's actually a corporate responsibility to share.
Yeah, I think the corporate responsibility side, my sense is a little different. Like I had please said, right? It is no longer a luxury. It is more of very important innovation today. My sense is that ESG, or what you call the whole climate action, is going to become hygiene. If you do not have that, you won't be there, right? So whatever the corporates are doing, their revenue will reflect their ESG commitment, or vice versa. If the ESG commitment is not there, revenue will be severely impacted, right? Like say we also run a fund called Climate Angels Fund. And in Climate Angels, we have done a couple of investments. And one of the investments, and the underline is that every investment, the only measurement we have, that if the revenue grows, that means the impact to climate change is happening. Because the company revenue is tied up with the climate change. Like there's a company called Beko, which makes what you call the tissue papers made from bamboo grass, or the floor cleaners made from biological recyclable material, non-chemicals. And here, if the revenue grows, the company is doing well, or climate change action is happening. Like say Tesla revenue is growing, that more EV is getting deployed. You don't need accounting services to figure out whether there is a positive impact or not. So ESG is going to become hygiene. ESG no longer going to be another department of the company. So that's my thought. Yeah.
Shailesh, one, I totally agree with you that ESG is going to become it, and I think it already is becoming the norm, right? But maybe just one more aspect to pick on is trust. Yeah. And are we really, as organizations, do our co-workers, do our customers, do our service providers trust us? And I think that's also where, ESG plays a very, very important role. So it's and then also, Kimberly, you were touching upon technology, earlier when we were speaking, is in monitoring, every action that you're doing. That's where technology actually steps in. So, as an example, in IKEA, we do monitor energy wastewater goals, and I'm very happy that actually at the click of a button, you actually know the energy wastewater goals being followed up, for every single unit across the organization. And that active monitoring is what will lead to change. You say, what is not measured, you're not going to be able to improve. But I think there are great strides happening on that front as well.
That seems like, the way that both of you frame it is having a formal sustainability program, be it ESG, frankly, cuts across your customer base, your associate base, even your service provider, because it's more of a value. It's no longer, to your point, Shailesh, it's not an individual department. It should be a ways of operating a business. And thank you for sharing that also on how technology is capturing data in monitoring the impacts of all these efforts. So just digging deeper on this point, because we talked about a lot of investments, it's part of the corporate P&L moving forward. Do you think sustainability necessarily needs to come as a premium? And with sustainability as a non-financial matrix be really recognized as a key determinant of future value from an investor point of view? Please, any one of you to contribute.
I think very interesting point. And so far, historically, people always assume that a sustainability or what you call impact means higher price. So if you want to buy organic food, it should be 30% expensive or 100% expensive, right? Or, electric vehicles have to be expensive. I think in India, that paradigm is broken. Today, electric three-wheelers are cheaper to operate, cheaper to buy than, conventional three-wheelers. And I think at Massive, that's our hypothesis. We are looking for technologies which can enable to get organic food at the below cost or almost at par cost with what you call in a normal produced food, right? And I think the premium for sustainability should not be more than 10%. I think anything above that is not acceptable, because the aim of technology and investment is to create products faster, better, cheaper, like what IKEA does. And that's why I think the goal of all the organizations here. And I think until as we reach that part, and that is a big challenge to cross, the moment we cross that, I think majority of things will become very sustainable. And I think in coming 3 to 5 years time, that is bound to happen, because government policies as well as the consumers, they all are looking for sustainable solutions, right? So investors will later or sooner come there.
And I'd like to, I think, Kimberly, you picked up on, sustainability shouldn't be a luxury for the few. So I think there are two tracks that we follow as IKEA. One is sustainability and the other is affordability. And they have to go together. It's almost like everybody should be able to afford an IKEA product that is sustainable. And there isn't any other way to do this. And if I speak from an Indian perspective as well, to be honest, and Shailesh, please pitch in if you believe I say the right thing. It's also, if you look at our ethos as a country, right? If we go back to some of our traditional ways of doing things, if we go back to kind of our mindset, just staying within the limits of your resources, right? And I'm not talking about financial resources now. Our resources that the planet also offers. That is very much built in. That's our culture. That's our ethos. And how can that be expensive, right? And that's kind of a way of living. So I think that's also something for organizations to think about when they are creating, if they want to create an edge for from a pricing perspective of sustainability, that it cannot work in the long term.
Very well, we totally agree with you. And I think I generally give example, like if you go to old villages, right, even today, villages never used to have any waste. They never used to be a dump yard in a village where somebody will come and pick the waste, because everything was circular. And Indian village in a classical way was circular. All the vegetable produce will go to the cow, the milk, and the cow dung will use as fertilizer. So it was a very circular village in a way. There's nothing which will, there will be no landfill, so to speak, in an Indian village, right? So people is right. So that's our ethos. And I think, and that's where we have to do that, where we can build affordability and sustainability together. These are two not different paths. They have to come together. And once we combine that, I think we are on the right track.
Right. No, this is great discussions. Just wanted to close off our questions, but still have a very strong question out there. And that would be, if there are corporate decision makers dialing in right now, what would be the one challenge that you would like to give them who's watching this session right now? What would be that one challenge you would like to give them?
I would say if they don't have a plan ready, then to have a documented plan ready for what are your aims, and then chart out the path of, how to get there. And then, as I also have the CFO responsibility, I would say this will mean, as a corporate decision maker, initial investments in the business, because this is not easy to kind of, come by, and have that mindset ready that, this is a lot of the areas in sustainability are iterative, and, be prepared for taking some decisions for, that may impact on financials in the short term, but are absolutely essential for the long.
Shailesh, anything to add there?
Yeah. So my session will be that the corporate leaders should not look sustainability as a cost item. They should look as a investment item, right? Because it is a huge opportunity, because the governments and the consumers both are looking for it. So start allocating budget, not from a accounting perspective, or not from a what we call a auditing perspective, but more from an investment and capacity building perspective. So allocate a sizable amount there to invest into new age companies there, or even to build capacity within the company. So it is an investment item. We should stop looking ESG as a pain point or as an audit requirement, right? It is not an audit. It is the thing which will drive the next phase of growth for all the companies which will go and get in early. So it is an investment item, not a revenue, not a cost item.
And a critical investment, I would say.
Yeah.
It's great to learn from successful leaders like both of you, sharing your leadership lessons, your experience, and also wisdom. I sincerely appreciate both of you. And to summarize and in closing, I had 3 takeaways. And the first one would be ESG is not a separate department. It's actually a ways of living. It's a way of working. And it's absolutely important to not look at it as a cost item, but as an investment item, critical to your point, Preet, that is absolutely necessary to drive the next wave of growth. And the second thing that I picked up is if we actually want to move the world and create that momentum, we should be sharing every sustainability innovation we can find as broad as possible that is provided with the right collaboration. And lastly, purpose and profit goes hand in hand, and sustainability and affordability has to go together because that's what our consumers, the customers, wants and demands. So thank you again, Preet and Shalish, for being part of our panelists. And I would like to just round it off by saying that right now, our many nations, many countries are still battling the COVID-19 pandemic as we speak. And as governments, businesses, and society begin to emerge from the challenges created by the pandemic, many are also urgently trying to shape new economic and social systems that will improve collective resilience and also capacity to respond to shocks, while also reducing inequality, improving health across their population, and protecting the planet. I'm actually even more hopeful than ever before because these difficult times have shown societies are capable of coming together and changing behavior. And this is the important moment in history where all humanities are coming together. When each of us take action together, we can bend a curve. No matter who you are, the role you play matters. The work ahead definitely requires learning and commitment from each of us. And by working together within our industries and across the value chain, we'll be able to speed up how we can actually create the momentum. I just want to leave everybody with this question. If you're going to pick one thing that you think are the most important thing to do for the next generation, what will you do? Right, to end this session, we'll be showing a 2-minute video on Walmart's sustainability effort. Thank you all for tuning in, and do tweet your key takeaways from the session with the hashtag #ConvergeAtWalmart. There are exciting prizes for a few lucky tweets. Thank you all.
At Walmart, everything we do is for people. We're using our strengths to help people live better and preserve the planet. We believe all people should have access to sustainable products they can afford. That's why we're committed to improving the sustainability of key commodities by 2025. We believe businesses should respect human rights and people should have the opportunity to fulfill their potential. That's why we're committed to sourcing responsibly, helping prevent forced labor, promoting the dignity of women, and creating inclusive economic opportunities. We believe climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. That's why we're targeting zero emissions in our own operations by 2040 and engaging our suppliers to avoid a gigaton of emissions from our supply chain by 2030. We believe all people should live in a cleaner world. That's why we're committed to eliminating waste in our own operations and working with our suppliers to recycle more and use less plastic. We believe healthy natural resources support healthy communities. That's why we, along with the Walmart Foundation, are committed to helping protect, manage, or restore at least 50 million acres of land and 1 million square miles of ocean by 2030. By doing all this for our people, for our communities, and for future generations, we are committed to becoming a regenerative company dedicated to placing nature and humanity at the core of our business.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this session on creating resilient supply chains of the future. My name is Balu Chaturvedula, and I'm Vice President of Engineering at Walmart Global Tech India. I'm joined today by David Gugina and Samay Kohli. David Gugina has over 15 years of experience and expertise in the field of product and service operations, automation, and supply chain engineering. He's been with Walmart for over 3 years. Prior to joining Walmart, David worked at Amazon as a general manager, virtual customer service operations. David has a degree in business from Purdue University. Samay Kohli has over 10 years of experience in the field of automation and logistics. He founded Grey Orange in the year of 2012 and has been CEO for the last 9 years. Prior to founding Grey Orange, Samay has worked at Robotis, CNC Technologies, and Kajun Bot Lab. Samay has obtained both his bachelor's and master's degree from Birla Institute of Technology and Sciences. So we'll start with David. David, Walmart recently announced that it is spending $14 billion on capital expenditures in the fiscal year 2022 to focus on supply chain, automation, customer-facing initiatives, and technology. What are the key foundations for building a resilient supply chain? And what are the main learnings businesses have come away with after the pandemic?
I'll touch on what we've learned from the pandemic, just a couple items. The first is that customer needs and behaviors can change overnight. In addition to strong demand for shopping within our stores, we saw pickup and delivery to home demand accelerate by 2 to 3 years in some cases. And as you can imagine, this put a lot of pressure on our supply chain, as well as our partners' supply chains that we depend on to service customers. And it was a good reminder for us on how agile we need to be as a supply chain. I think the pandemic also taught us to have a plan A, but in addition to that, we need to have a plan B and a plan C. Within the automation space, which is where my organization plays primarily, we saw and continue to see challenges with supplier components across a broad spectrum, and have had to adapt quickly with respect to our strategies to ensure that we can service customers. Because of our relentless focus on planning and having robust plans, that's allowed us to deliver meaningful outcomes for customers on time despite these challenges. Now, with respect to how we create a more resilient supply chain, I would say there are really 4 key foundations. And those are creating an agile, integrative, productive, and customer-centric supply chain. With regards to agility, I would reference investing in one's ability to accurately predict demand. That means knowing when, where, and how customers are going to want to be serviced. And as I just noted, customer habits can change rather quickly. And if a retailer doesn't have the agility to service a customer in their preferred manner, that customer will go somewhere else. So building out our system capabilities that help us predict customer demand, set us up as a supply chain to service customers the way they choose to be served in the moment, which is important to drive resilience. The second piece I mentioned was an integrated supply chain network. Our supply chain and many others are moving towards fewer and fewer one-to-one relationships with respect to their assets. And we're creating more one-to-many relationships. The example I would use is in the market fulfillment center space. That's where we're putting automated fulfillment structures and retrofitting them and putting them in the backs of stores. The automated systems combined with our personal shoppers help us improve availability, service level, and efficiency for pickup and delivery to home. With an MFC, the front of the store continues to operate and serve in-store shoppers, while the back of the store can serve as a fulfillment hub, a sortation center, or a delivery hub for the growing demand that we're seeing in pickup and delivery. And that creates a more integrated supply chain and a more integrated asset that is more useful to the network. The next call out I had was productivity. For supply chains today, that means often investing in automation and a more automated network. And that's both software and hardware, which leads to lower costs, increased productivity, increased throughput capabilities, stickier jobs, which drives folks towards longer years of service, and therefore you have more experienced associates servicing customers and working within our assets. I think a great example of what Walmart is doing in this space is our investment in with Symbotic and the Symbotic system, which works to efficiently ingest, store, retrieve, and build store-ready pallets and mixed cases. Now, the Symbotic system has increased the accuracy of freight being stored for future orders. The dense modular storage has expanded our buildings, our DC capacity. And by using attribute collection technology coupled with automated storage and retrieval systems and high-speed palletizing robotics to organize and optimize freight, we can create custom store and aisle-ready pallets and case packs, which transforms the unload experience and the stocking experience, and again, helps make our supply chain more resilient. And the last thing I mentioned was customer centricity. Supply chains are the keystone for customer experience in today's retail environment. This could refer to a delivery to a customer's home, or it could refer to the need for supply chains to think about how they play a large role in working towards a more regenerative organization that improves a customer's community. Everything we build within Walmart and what we should be working towards in building out in supply chains globally should start with outcomes that matter to the communities and the customers we service and work backwards from there. That, Balu, is how we're thinking about resiliency today.
That's well said, David. I think, as you rightly said, and it all starts with the customer, what he wants, when he wants and how he wants. I think a lot of the network needs to be relooked at from that point of view. Well said. Samay, moving on to you. Gray Orange integrates software and robots built together specifically to improve order fulfillment, throughput, scale, accuracy, and economics. The COVID-19 crisis has highlighted the importance of high level of transparency and visibility of end-to-end supply chain performance. Can you comment on achieving this visibility?
Sure, Balu. Badit, thank you so much for having me here. I think, as I think about it, but let me set at the outset. Firstly, I think just visibility has gone from, I think as David would agree, before COVID, right? We'll be like, this is essential. I don't think like COVID made visibility essential. I think even before COVID, it's pretty essential. And we were it's trying to become very, very important, right? I think what COVID just did was kind of made it critical, right? Like it made it do or die, I think, in terms of visibility. So I would just firstly set off with that I think in today's, world that's there, just adding on to what David said, I'm sure he'll agree. It's actually plan A, B, C, and D, and E, and literally every day is a different plan, right? So when you look at it, right? And and no plan, if you really look at it, neither can it be planned or executed without visibility, right? I mean, if you don't know at that granular level, right? And let's also acknowledge that this was not needed. I would say even a couple of years back, right? You could kind of get away with about 70-80% of your network operating on a SAID mode, right? You've kind of set these up, you've set SOPs up, and in most cases, most of your supply chain for a long time would too, right? That's pretty much out the window. I think we all believe, in the industry that that is not happening. It doesn't mean that it needs to be. Let's just say, I mean, none of us want another pandemic, even though we're going through the variants. But that might be extreme. But what has really changed is it's kind of reset the retail market's consumer perspective, right? Like, I mean, if you really think about it, before we were all, like, okay, curbside will come, right? Pickup will come, these will grow up. Let's see how they trend up there, this, right? Like now this is all, mixed in, right? Like now we're in that world, 4 or 5 years forward, right? Where this is all, we don't know where things will settle, at least for the next 4 or 5 years, right? And that's why I think visibility is critical, right? I think the other thing, and I would link also visibility to this ability to say that Balu, if you look at visibility for us, especially I have a little gray-orange bias here, we really look at it as to how much of visibility and transaction is, linear versus circular in nature, right? Because, like it's also visibility, it's a broad word, right? Visibility now, we're not at the point, at both from a partner to retail company like yours or others, right, also as our own running from a point of view. It's not just data up, right? It's actually about like data and the ability to action on some data, right, at that instant, right, almost, right? Because and now this reaction can be, as you said, can be a person, can be process, can be machine learning, right, whatever it is. But it's this circular loop, right, which is really needed, right? Because it's not about pulling up the reports real time or that, which is what unfortunately people confuse visibility with, right? Visibility is this whole circular loop of how is it actionable.
Fantastic. I think well said. I think the need for tighter loop closing and in terms of like overall network visibility, I think it's a phenomenal point, right? On that note, Samay, will have the next question to you. I think in recent decades, value chains have grown in length and complexity as companies expanded around the world in pursuit of like margin improvements. Like since 2000, the value of intermediate goods traded globally has tripled to more than like 10 trillion annually. Businesses that successfully implemented a lean and a global model of like manufacturing achieved improvements in indicators such as inventory levels, on time in full deliveries, and shorter lead times. So how can the supply chains can be more resilient in the post-COVID world, given there has already been a significant investment that has happened in the last 18 months?
But let me say one thing which will be slightly contradiction to what you said, just to get the discussion going. But let me start. I really think firstly, Babu, we've kind of looked at supply chains as very cost functions, right? And that's why we kind of jump from cost functions to margin improvement, right? I from the bottom of my heart really believe, and I think a lot of people also in the space, is that we need to move that, right, to actually revenue uplift and customer service, right? Because margin also improves that way, right? So if you look at that, right, that's something if you really look at it, right? And I'm not going to quote Sam Walton here, but this is one book I really like. So I happened to be on a a Walmart conference, that's why, but not related to that. But if you really look at it, that theme from the early days of how do you bundle more goods, right, move more volume, also moves more margin up, right, is kind of coming very true, right? And that's why firstly I'll just say that while margin improvement and cost reduction is kind of hygiene, right, it's needed, right? We are really in a world where brands are actually acquiring this whole shift from I won't call it from retail to e-com, I'll call it retail to omni-channel, right? This whole shift is also moving customers between brands, right? And that's why supply chains globally have a really good opportunity, right, to actually be that difference in moving customers over, right? Which is I'm sure David's done the maths, and I have also, which is the ROIs and the savings when you start looking at revenue uplift are a very key part, right? So I think we should also, right, for all the listeners, just bring this open that supply chains are no longer in this whole world of like kind of race to zero. How do we make sure that the margins get in? Supply chains now have a very strategic role to play.
Yeah, fantastic. I think the key, I think you reiterated, is cost-effective supply chains to profitable supply chains, right? I think, and that's the broader picture, and I totally agree with you on that point of view. And David, I'm sure you have very interesting thoughts to share on this.
I think about a great Albert Einstein quote, listening to you speak, Samay, as the world as we have created it is a process of our thinking. And it cannot be changed without changing our thinking. And I really do think we need to change the way we think about supply chains. Customers are wanting to be serviced in a multitude of different ways in the moment. And that means often shorter lead times with respect to the time we have to respond to those needs. And then in many cases today, it means that the face of the organization is supply chain. And when the face of the organization is your supply chain, that experience of having groceries delivered to your doorstep or into your refrigerator, you may not interact with an individual, but you've interacted with the supply chain. So I have to plus one to the comments you just made of how we need to start thinking about supply chains differently and how they add value to organizations, and where we make investments as an organization to change the customer experience. So,
thank you, David. So moving on to the next point, the past several decades has seen supply chains become increasingly more sophisticated and complex to both. Global sourcing, with all of its complexities, is the key for any enterprise to compete globally. How important is in supply chain collaboration, and how technologies like blockchain can help in this journey? David, can we start with your point of view on this?
Absolutely. So, Balu, I would say collaboration is key. And it's key between a whole suite of people. And that's retailers like Walmart and others. That's regulators. That could be ocean, air, rail, domestic couriers. You've got the suppliers themselves, from the farmers that are creating the produce, and you have marketplace sellers. And all of these partners need to collaborate together so that we can build, the global trade platform of the future. And I do think blockchain will play a big role in the future. You think about the improvements around security and encryption. So just imagine how much simpler transferring funds for goods can be as we move forward. It brings blockchain can bring more transparency across the process between all of those partners that I mentioned. Therefore, it can improve collaboration and help us decentralize the data so that we can work better together. I do think we still have a lot to prove. You and I both know that this is a space we're investing in as an organization. But there are definitely challenges to scale this globally and build that global trade platform that we will have to surmount.
Absolutely, I agree. Samay?
Yeah. But firstly, I'll just echo, I think, what David's, said also, things that I think Walmart's also published about, the kind of the experiments, tests, right, pilots that you guys have done, right? I know we've worked with a couple of other people around that thing. I would just say, I think it's to the point though, there's a lot of work to be done, right? I think that's the, this thing. I think the value of, it running seamlessly is kind of key. I'll, take 1 minute to kind of take this a little bit to something related to this which is, just traceability. But if you look at it, right, like I have, a quick story on, when we started in, right, like most of our algorithms, right, in on, our software called Gray Matter, right, were built around master data, right? And, and as I said, we're kind of new into the industry. We're like, okay, master data should be standard, right? But when you really look at it, right, and, and David's smiling because, he must have gone through this journey at some time, right? But I really think that, that our, I think it's similar to how supply chain was built, right? A lot of supply chain software for all of us, right, at moments and times, right, kind of loses data. Right. So I think I think blockchain, when you look at it fully integrated in, right, is on a path. And I do think it's kind of, it has a very relevant use and play, right. Especially in, consumer goods and, goods which really need that traceability back. I would even, just bring it back to saying, that I think just this integrated view on a, I call it item-based view, serialized-based view, not losing data between is something, we all kind of have to also invest in, right? I think that bit, right, in this, because I think our ability to, do that digital transformation, right, is also linked to, right, like, are we just losing data at transactions? I didn't really touch the blockchain side, I think, which you did, but I couldn't add anything to David's point. But I would just think we've got a lot of work right now in just data, doing at master data level, at, when data gets come in, right? For example, at a distribution center, a store, right? Not to lose that traceability, right? Down, right? Because, we're kind of going to the point David said, right? Like when our softwares and infrastructure was kind of not built for, all these decisions were taken when we couldn't have massive in-memory databases, we couldn't have, this. So we took these decisions to just make our architecture easy, right? For this, right? Technologies, as your team works on it, has kind of moved very further up, right? So we need to just start working this up bottom up, right? On saying, like we're not losing that data, because it kind of goes to everything else we've talked today.
Absolutely. I think, like well said, like, you have a set of trust issues, and you have a set of like a lot of complex number of actors that you have in the ecosystem, and technologies like blockchain, and blockchain being one of the technologies, I think they can actually bridge the gap, right? And that's where I think both, like as a functional and a technology, can complement each other. Well said. On that note,
and real quick, I was smiling on the comment of losing the data because I think we've all experienced loss in visibility and information across the supply chain at some point in our career, and likely very recently in our careers. So what I would say is the more transparent and collaborative we can be, the more all the partners that are taking part in this journey, because we are a more interconnected world than we've ever been before, will benefit, because we'll be able to discern signal from noise, and therefore we'll be able to take action and spend our time in the areas that truly need our focus and our attention.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. And David on that. And that again, on the note on the technology, like going back to that point of like digital transformation, can you comment on the role of like digital transformation in Walmart, particularly in like ensuring sustainability and reducing inefficiency, right? And the final dimension to that would be like how pervasive are some of the technologies that we are working on. Like how do you see the future of that? How do they evolve?
I believe that driving change at the pace we're driving it and the scale that we're driving it starts with how an organization thinks about and manages change. And in my opinion, you must start by communicating very clearly the dissatisfaction with current state. Then you have to illustrate the vision of the future for the folks that you're interacting with. And then the first steps that you execute towards that change need to be seamless so that you can win people over. And if you get those three pieces right, you can overcome folks' resistance to change. As humans, that seems to be a trait that we all carry, is what I've found. So, at Walmart, we're doing this in numerous areas. And we have initiatives that focus on improving customer service levels, think same day and same day delivery, and the hardware and the software that we have to bring together to forward deploy the correct inventory in assets that can service customers in that way. We have initiatives that focus on labeling packages less. I'm always surprised at how many labels there are on boxes and how much waste that generates. We have, your and I's team are working on a new packaging algorithm and implementing new hardware to reduce the use of cardboard and void fill within packages that we're delivering to customers, as well as using technology that ensures that we're using packaging that is fully curbside recyclable. We have a last mile team under Tom Ward that is testing sustainable solutions with autonomous and electric vehicles and drones, which I believe will transform the transportation space, which drives a lot of our carbon emissions today. really the long-term goal for our automation technology is to be pervasive throughout the supply chain network where it makes sense, and to empower our associates to spend more time on complex tasks like managing managing a few robotic cells rather than focusing on routine repetitive tasks. But those are some of the areas that I would call out, Balu.
Fantastic. So, Samay, this is an interesting point from when I look at the question from you, right? Which is you internally going through a digital transformation, and it is a constant, quest like in everybody. But you're also helping a lot of enterprise go through that journey, right? What do you see things differently, right? And different enterprise, different scale of complexity, and do you have any insights that you would like to share?
No, I mean, Balu, firstly, there is no secret sauce, though. I would say I liked how David started with the change is the big part, right? Like going, through that, right? And I think for us, frankly, firstly, I won't know the different scale. We mostly work with, large scale enterprises, and that's where change is toughest. So I guess we we see that side of the horizon much more is kind of key. And I don't think, Balu, in today's world, though, right, COVID's really helped, right? Everybody kind of understand that. So I think it's more, it has to happen. It's strategic, is more, prevalent. I think the key thing I would just add, which I think we've seen, good companies do, is that real integrated, thought process, right? Of saying, going about this and saying, we're not now trying to just solve one problem, another problem. We're trying to solve and make sure that we are essentially going at this in an integrated view is there, right? We personally, when we take companies through, right, just because of the nature of how Grey Orange works, right, our transformation around sustainability and all of that is much more around efficiency gained by having integrated software, right, in some sense, right? And and software is also such an abused word, right? Because everything is software and nothing software, right? But if you really think about it, there are so much efficiencies, but I'm sure you see it in your team, right? Is just to be gained by having decisions which are not local, optimized and more, globally optimized. And that's what we are seeing, huge changes which brands going through, right? Just by getting to that integrated view of decision making done. And that's been our experience.
Yeah, I think as both of you, quoted multiple times, right? It is at the end of the day, this is to fulfill the needs of a customer, right? And keeping our processes, our ecosystem partners, trusted, connected, and simple, and not just purely in terms of like sustainability, but also make sure that it is creating a value chain, right? It's just not trying to be like, it's not the old business where we are trying to be a lot more sustainable. Great thoughts. On that note, I would say, like, as Doug McMillan, the CEO of Walmart, said, that this pandemic has showed the world that supply chain is really a lifeline. And that's a very powerful statement. And I relate a lot to that statement, actually. There was a tremendous amount of innovation and resiliency displayed by companies worldwide over the last 18 months. They quickly resorted to finding solutions. Supply chain trends and technologies are transforming the way business is conducted, and they will continue to evolve well into the future. Like building a resilient supply chain network today, meaning good visibility and the agility to shift sourcing, manufacturing, and distribution activities, and more importantly, rapidly. Companies need to anticipate risks, minimize exposure to shocks, build trust, and keep markets open in making their supply chains network resilient. Thank you, David and Samar, for sharing your valuable experiences with all of us. And to the audience, thank you, dear audience, for tuning in. Please do tweet your key takeaways from the session with the hashtag #ConvergeWalmart. There are exciting prizes for a few lucky tweets. And thank you both.
Thank you, Bala.
Thank you, Bala. Thanks, David.
I'm Akhil Vishwanathan, VP Engineering for International Technology at Walmart Global Tech India. I'm excited to introduce the session, Lessons from Service Retailing, with an interesting mix of speakers. With the COVID-19 pandemic, the world has completely transformed. Retail as an industry has changed by leaps and bounds. This has led to emergence of new models, both from a business and technology standpoint, setting the stage to combine both product and service retailing. While service retailing itself has been in existence for some time now, it has really caught on speed in the last 18 to 24 months. Obviously, technology has played a great role in meeting and driving this demand, and today we will explore how it has impacted the world of service retailing. To discuss this topic, we have with us Ankit Nagori, co-founder of CureFit, a holistic healthcare platform. Over to you, Ankit.
Hi, thanks for inviting me for this talk. Very excited. So there's a couple of lines about me. I've been an internet entrepreneur for about 14 years now. Have had stints at Flipkart, and then of course co-founded CureFit with Mukesh. And now I'm focused on building the EatFit business. Happy to share thoughts today.
Thanks, Ankit. Welcome. We also have Tanuj Chaudhary, co-founder and COO for HomeLane, India's choice for on-time home interiors. Welcome, Tanuj. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Akhil, and great to meet you and Ankit on this platform. As Akhil said, I'm one of the co-founders at HomeLane.com. We are a home interiors platform, and we help new homeowners move into a fully furnished house. We started this business about 7 years back, and over the last few years, we've delivered close to 20,000 homes. We're in about 16 cities. I'm a math grad by education. I'm probably one of the few non-engineers in the startup cohorts these days. And I spent some time at McKinsey right after graduating, but I think much prouder about the startup background that I have over the last 8 to 9 years. Great to be here.
Awesome, Tanuj. Welcome, and most probably I'll be your future customer. You never know. Okay. So before we jump into the questions, for everyone else who's viewing this, we have something special for you. Please do tweet your key takeaways from the session with the hashtag Converge at Walmart. There are exciting prizes for a few lucky tweets. Ankit, so let me start with you. Now, COVID-19 has obviously been an inflection point for e-commerce and retail in general. How has the last 1.5 years been for service retailers? And what trends did you see and that you believe will even stick post the pandemic?
Akhil, when the pandemic hit the country, or the world rather, I don't think service retailers were really ready for an omni-channel experience. And it has hit some of the sectors really hard. Of course, hospitality is one of them, and sports and entertainment is second, and third is the multiplexes or cinema halls. The challenge with all of these is that they were like 100% in-person businesses. Even if you had an omni-channel presence, it would just be to create a booking experience or a post-event experience or a community around the activity. But the fulfillment of such services actually happen at the premise. And for a large part of last 1.5 years, most of these services are either prohibited by the government, for between the different waves and different lockdowns, rightly so, or they have been, very sparsely used because customers are very worried. But of course, there is silver lining, and there is future hope. I really feel that once the pandemic eases out and we have started seeing that, in certain parts of the country, of course, certain part of the country still, has a larger number of cases, but in northern part of the country now, we are seeing more footfalls across such businesses. What has changed is, of course, most businesses have now adopted an omni-channel booking experience. So while Cult as a gym has had this feature for 5 years, now most gyms, most restaurants, most entertainment centers now have an experience where you can go scan your product or scan your QR code or book before you use. So adoption of digital booking, digital payments, digital ordering at the premise is really taken off. How it helps is in future, it can become like a click and brick or pick me later kind of pick your product later kind of a experience. The other area which has really worked well from a service industry point of view is just the employee records. So now most apps or most service industry companies or partners are trying to showcase the temperature, whether the partner is vaccinated or not. So in general, I think it opens up a huge opportunity to create information about your service providers. If you're going to a salon, right now, most salons don't have a booking experience where you can choose a stylist. You have to make a call into it. But I think with the advent of technologies which are enabling you to know whether your stylist is vaccinated or what the body temperature was, there are enough areas. I think when it comes to urban company, which is an at-home service, which is also a service experience, you know everything about the stylist which is coming home, right? So I think there are silver lining, but I feel that once a large part of the population is vaccinated and there is some sort of immunity, the service industry will bounce back with a more efficient footprint because of these changes.
Right. Interesting. Tanuj, now you are in a slightly different business where it's a good mix of service and product retailing. And how did the last 18 to 24 months really change the business for you?
So obviously after the rude shock in March, I think we were at as much at sea as any other service provider. And for us, it hit us quite hard because at the end of the day, if I have to get home interiors done, I do need access to the home. I need to produce those products. And unfortunately, I can't give you a nice VR image of your house and say, you should be happy with this. But at the same time, I think just like, Ankit also mentioned, it opened up a lot of innovation right away. So 2-3 trends that we saw right away, first wave itself. One is we suddenly saw a lot more customers becoming okay to transact and to get design services done online than they ever were. Initially, a lot of this, and I think that's the truth with most consultative sales, low frequency, high value ticket items. So if I look at automobiles, I know automobiles really, we had to slam the brakes on sales. But when they opened up, there was so much more research available online to be able to find out which second-hand car, first-hand car. For us as a business, we had a feature called Spacecraft Virtual Meeting, with a floor plan, we could put together a very, very high fidelity design for your house. And, you could actually get to almost a point where you could say, all right, as soon as things open up, go produce it. And if your supply chain is strong, we have this 45 days delivery or rent guarantee, so to say. So we produce in 20 days and we deliver in about 15 days after that. We install everything. We really needed just 1 month to get stuff done if the design was ready. So a lot of the focus went on to trying to preload a lot of the work virtually because customers were also okay with it. Second thing that we saw was, I think customers generally required more stuff before you booked. I'm not sure if this was the case in some of the industries that both of you have seen, but I clearly noticed that before people were putting down money, they were far more clear about, they wanted better clarity on whether I'll get the right fit, I'll get the right quality, I'll get the right service provider. So actually communication had to go up very, very significantly. I mean, you have to tell people a lot of things that, so far was very, very implicit, so to say. And the last change I personally saw was, I think a lot of the service providers who were trying to do too many things at the same time struggled a little bit more than the ones who were far more focused on some. So I think the example that Ankit took about urban company is a good one because they went from offering hundreds of services to trimming it down to a small set and then expanding it slowly. And I think the same was even with us. I think if we had promised the moon, we would have definitely not been able to deliver it. So it kind of became a good run for a lot of businesses. They became extremely lean and they said, all right, I'm not going to do 100 services. I'll focus on some and do a good job of them and hopefully get a better NPS, better reference. Overall, I think the bounce back was very strong in the third quarter and the fourth quarter. But again, second wave was a little bit of second wave was definitely a dampener. But I think it was a bit more expected in terms of outcomes. It was a little bit more dealable, so to say.
I mean, but it's surely changed the industry and changed the mindset of people, right? Not just people who run businesses, but people who shop, obviously. But staying with you, Tanuj, and talking a little bit about technology itself, and obviously you spoke a little bit about how technology helped you bridge this gap and make the change. So could you talk about, say, one or two of those innovative things that technology helped you build and take you to where you are now?
Sure. I can start with the statistic. I think that might help. In April, May, June 2020, when automobile as an industry almost came to a grounding halt, the sales were close to zero. We actually landed up doing close to 65-70 crores of business during those 3 months, which is about 30% of what we were doing before that, about 30 to 40%, which came as a surprise to many because they said, "Yaar, matlab aap log home interiors kar rahe hain without meeting people. How are people willing to put in a check of 7 lakh rupees, 8 lakh rupees, etc." And for us, the reason why we were able to do that was so this product which we had created, as I mentioned earlier, but I can talk a little bit about it because it might have connotations for other industries as well. The idea of spacecraft came about because a lot of customers, when they are making a high transaction purchase, they find it very, very difficult to understand the nuts and bolts of different parts. If I have to get my home done, I have to get a kitchen done. Kitchen has tons of cabinets. If I have to get my wardrobes done, how many shelves do I need? Where are you going to put the lights? And we noticed that a lot of traditional tools were extremely slow and expensive. So we created something in-house, and we created a virtual meeting option 4 years back. And shockingly enough, that thing was hardly used. I mean, 8% of our customers were meeting us, and the problem also was that customers who we were meeting virtually were converting not as well as in-person customers. So you know how sales teams are. I mean, they are governed by, okay, conversion not happening, chuck that source, let's move to something else that's moving better. And you can say whatever you want, but they're not going to miss their incentives. Come COVID first wave, the entire thing switched. 92% done through virtual meetings, 92% of the orders, 8% of orders done where we were allowed to go and visit a customer's home. And the idea over there was simple. Can we provide, get the decision to a point where a customer can broadly get an idea of what they're going to get, A, and combine it with stuff like referrals, which I think in our industry is the crux. I mean, you can keep doing digital, but if you're not able to get enough referral, high quality projects, visualize them. And I think that AR, VR piece really, really helped. That was one. The second quick one, which I thought was very interesting personally, we also use this, 6 to 9 months to actually stitch our core technology stack much better. I'm not sure how many teams actually went through this, but one way of looking at it is to get very frustrated with the business around you and say, "Kuch nahi ho raha hai. Let's just keep giving it a shot, giving it a shot." But there are some things that are a little bit more immovable than the others. You can keep trying to move something immovable, or you can kind of focus their attention. It took us time to realize that. So, but once we did that, I think the amount of time we actually got on the tech stack to, create some of the other user stories, products was great. And I think a lot of startups actually landed up doing that. The only problem now is that I think, as a joke goes, I mean, it's easier to source engineers from the Valley than from Bangalore, but that wasn't the case 12 months back.
Yeah, I agree. So Ankit, from your perspective, technology obviously would have played a big role, right, to bridge this last 18 months. So could you talk a little bit about specific examples on where you invested and how it actually helped you?
Like how Tanuj mentioned, that they had invested in the VR or the virtual technology, and a lot of customers weren't using it earlier before the pandemic, and I'm sure there would have been a spike of such customers. Similarly, on the CultFit app, we always had a lot of digital content, and barely less than 5% people would do digital classes. But because of the foresight, of the teams and of the product teams and technology teams, we build these technologies in a very robust manner, which is why, if you remember, we launched all of these free classes in the first phase, and the numbers were like crazy, 10x of offline numbers. So, and because we had those investments in place, we were able to scale and also ship out a proper product for digital technology, in place. Likewise, the other product which we had invested on and continued to build better was the subscription product. So when the lockdowns opened after the first wave, a lot of the domestic staff, etc., had moved out. People were very wary of getting domestic staff back, cooks and cleaners, etc. So we have this subscription product in EatFit where the box just keeps coming, and it can be delivered without any touch. Just is no contact delivery. So we were able to launch that, and during the second wave, also launched the quarantine pack where the full day's food is delivered with ice packs, etc., so that you can just reheat it when you want. So I think subscription food was a very, very important product. The digital platform for Cult, which is the online classes, mental wellness, the doctor consulting platform, all of these, which were like a smaller part of the revenue pre-pandemic, went on to become the larger part. And of course, with food, just the service of getting food delivered at home in a safe and sound manner, itself was a pretty large benefit for the customers. So yes, I think overall, the technology platforms which can enable customers to do stuff remotely or at home in a digital manner is the reason why some of the companies have been able to ride out the pandemic better than others.
Nice. So just a question here. So between the two lockdowns, when things opened up, how was the engagement with the digital content, or even like leveraging doctors that you had, or any of the other digital content which was there? So was it the same, or did it take a dip as people moved into in-person?
So if I would say that earlier, if it was 80% people doing offline and 20 online, between the two lockdowns, the 20 moved to 30 or 40, and so 80-20 before the first wave, then 80, that would have become like 20-80 in the reverse manner. But I think between the two waves, it went to like 60 offline and 50 online. So overall, the market grew because more people stayed back with online, and people who were really keen to come back came back to offline. So yeah, I think the impact of these digital platforms has meant that the overall business has grown, while offline has shrunk a bit, but digital has grown significantly.
And do you think that is more because of the comfort people have with online content and online now, or is it more of a little bit of a fear of the pandemic still around?
Akhil, comfort, fear, or also the TAM increases, right? The moment you're a digital content or a online food. So online food can be delivered from Indranagar to Marathalli, right? While likewise, if you're sitting in Patna or Lucknow, you can now access the CultFit app or anything else which earlier wouldn't have been. So I think the tier 2 India or the tier 3 India has truly embraced online content during these pandemics.
Okay, I had one other point to add. Actually, two other very quick points. One is I'm a big CureFit fan because when things locked down, I think depending on how paranoid people were, I think it basically meant that if you want to stay at home and stay fit, there are not too many other options, and you can do real-time classes, but they're kind of you can do real-time classes with individual trainers, but they're kind of unpredictable. You never know whether somebody will come in or not. I felt that even the quality of the content went up very significantly, whether we talk about CureFit or we talk about other content-based services. And I think a lot of people talk about how consumption has moved digital. I also feel just the general level of quality of content has also grown leaps and bounds, and I think that's going to play a big part over the next 2 to 3 years, whether we be offline or we be online. And I do feel that for many years we were not being able to cross that. We were again coming down to the same response ads, trying to do a lot of SEM, a lot of Facebook advertising, which is actually sales advertising almost. Compared to the last few months where people have had the time to read a little bit more. They are researching a lot more about the kind of things that they're eating, where they're going to be spending their time. We have people who have reached out to us with a very, very specific description of the kind of furniture that they want for their home office, so to say. We never had that kind of interest even 3-4 years back, whether it's for beds or whatever. So A, I think the content has improved, and the last B is that I also feel that if there are, even if this movement from 20 to 40 happens, I think it's a huge leap by itself. I mean, fairly irreversible unless things really go south.
Yes.
Right. No, that's a great point on content. I mean, it just shows the amount of investment that is done on both sides, right? Like you said, the people are doing a lot more research, so they're reviewing more, they're making more informed choices. At the same time, companies are actually investing more in online content, more on the technology side of it. So it's a good mix of both.
Yes.
And then the overall base itself is increasing. The customer base itself is increasing. While the 20 to 40, when you compare it with the base, with the growth in the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities now, the base itself has expanded way beyond of what we would have thought 18 months ago. So, well, staying on that whole base thing, and Ankit, now you've got a lot more data from your customers, and obviously it's a much larger scope. So how do you actually use the data to give each of your customers maybe a personalized experience? Is that something that you're focusing on?
And Akhil, in fact, I think that's a great question and very relevant. In fact, what has helped us is, create more canned experiences. I'll talk more about it. So while the data is very good to create customized experiences and personalized experiences, with the quantum of data that now we have, and over the 5 years, and also especially in the last 1.5 years, where a lot more digital activity is happening and a lot more at-home consumption is happening, we figured out very active data sharing by the customers. Data sharing would mean canceling a subscription because of some reason, changing the meal from A to B, what is getting delivered on Tuesday versus Wednesday, dropping off from a workout session at 37th minute. And when we see that happens because probably the music changes. So what has happened is, because of such rich data, and not only specific to pandemic, but the kind of businesses that we all run, which is very tech driven and data driven, we can create better canned products. So Akhil, more than the customized and personalized, I feel that businesses will scale when you're able to create canned products which can be catered to different audiences. There could be 30 such solutions, and I think could be very relevant for Tanuj also. And I'll tell you why, because when we design our kitchens or cult centers, we actually look at what are the possible layouts, square, L-shaped, U-shaped, and we create templates which can be used for future, so that each time when we design those centers and kitchens, it may not be needed. Likewise, Tanuj, when he's showcasing the samples of how a bedroom can look like, etc., you can just create canned, like this is what double income family with no kids would go for. This is what internally, and of course create brands. Likewise, we now know that probably there are 10 personas, young person looking to order food online because looking to subscribe to a subscription because he does not have access to maids or domestic helps. Likewise, double income family, they have access to the cook, but only like once a day. So we know what kind of products will work with what kind of persona, and are able to market it differently. Of course, we don't call it with these tags. There are marketing, the ways of marketing it, like weekend pack or a weekend celebration pack, which can have a healthier pizza, a whole wheat pizza as opposed to a maida wala pizza. So I think what data enables you to do is to understand larger trends amongst customers, and then give them a feeling of personalization, customization by giving micro changes. Some of these micro changes could be, add more XYZ, reduce XYZ. Likewise, in the fitness, you can just say, you can use this, you can do this session with a 5 kilogram dumbbell as opposed to 3, because you've seen that customer has mostly subscribed to heavy duty workout. So when you're starting the workout, you can give them a recommendation that use a 5 kg dumbbell as opposed to 3. So I think canned plans with a feeling of customization by making those micro changes available.
Right. The configurability makes it feel a lot more personalized in that way. That's great. Yeah. So Tanuj, from your side, how do you think things have, how is data helping you out?
So, I mean, if you replace the gyms and all with furniture, you got my answer as well. Ankit has already covered a lot of it. Because, I mean, frankly speaking, I think there are two places where data has played a huge role. Mostly while we are building Homelane, but especially in the last 1.5 years. One is on acquisition, the second is on supply chain. On acquisition, a lot of it has been focused on which are the customers who we can serve and cannot serve. I think we had to become very brutal about saying no to certain set of customers who we were we were still okay before COVID to say, all right, let the customers come in, we'll have a conversation, we'll try and tweak the requirements, etc. But today, if you look at the sales funnel or the design funnel, it's very clear that you will see those, as Ankit said, 6 to 8 personas reflecting very, very strongly, and all the other personas which are not priority personas becoming low. And I can give you an example of that. A customer who's bought a house of more than 2.5 crores in Bangalore, or about 3.5 crores in Mumbai, actually becomes a difficult customer for us to service. So our TG is customers who've got homes between 50 lakhs and 2 crores. And as soon as it goes above that 1.7, 2 crores or so, the level of customization required goes, you want fine dining, you're not okay with QSR anymore, so to say. And unless we had instrumented the data very clearly around, what is fine dining versus what is QSR, I think we would have burnt in the last 1.5 years, to the point where when everything was locked down and we were still booking orders, designs were getting done. One question for the supply chain team was, all right, fine. I mean, when things are going to open, we're going to again see the bullwhip effect of orders coming in. Suddenly you'll see a huge peak. 45 days will become 70 days, 80 days. How do you actually maintain experience? And for the first time at Home Lane, we actually pre-produced panels where there was, commonalities in terms of, sizes, shapes, colors, etc. So a lot of deep work went into data as far as, what we should produce and keep, because we generally are very averse to inventory. I mean, we don't like inventory at all. But this is the first time we actually did it, and it was incredibly helpful. So that is on the supply chain side, where we use data to aggregate demand and figure out what is the kind of production we need to do, where do we need to produce, do we produce in Bangalore, do we do it in Delhi? That was one. And the second piece around data was, funnily enough, we have about 2,000 installers who are partners, so to say. They go and do the final installation of customers' homes, teams of 4 people. Almost 60% of them had gone back home. They had gone back home. So the question was that, all right, we'll design, we'll produce, but who will install? I mean, beyond a certain point, even if I go and take my bike out, there is a certain limit to it. Getting the data around, where they are, figuring out how they'll be able to make a trip back between the 2 states, what are the agreements, because there were a lot of these. So this might, I know it doesn't sound like a very complex data modeling problem, but I think for a lot of businesses, that bit of data gave them the confidence to say, all right, on the 15th of the month, I'll be at 80% staff. On the 20th of the month, I'll be at 90%. And if another COVID wave hits, I'll be able to keep them in the place by paying them X amount of money as retention. So some of the data really helped us keep our supply in place from a people standpoint as well.
Okay, got it. Interesting. That's a different part of the whole problem which was existing, right? Customer is one side, and then you have the backend that you need to keep in place for all of these things to happen. Now, as the year went by, and people started adopting to online ways of communication and needs, did their service needs change? I mean, from a pure customer service point of view, did it look different from what it was before? And how did it look different, and what did you do to meet that?
For me, it was a big difference. 3 broad areas. A, customers became a lot more demanding in what they wanted upfront, whether it's guarantees, sureties, ability to be able to see stuff, because they were not going to be able to meet us. And again, in a large ticket, purchase, or even a small ticket purchase, actually, not being able to meet the person who you're going to be working with is a no-no in a lot of, or at least was a no-no in a lot of parts of the country. So A was, how do I do that? B, to an extent, customers were more demanding, but they were also willing to shell out more for convenience. We introduced deep cleaning services. We introduced the ability, we reduced the sizes of the teams which were actually going and visiting the sites, etc. And we were very transparent with the customers, saying, you know what, we will have to share the cost for this. We cannot absorb the entire cost ourselves. And I mean, the cancellations, etc., did not go up significantly because of that. It was about 3%. It went up to about 5% of our total order book. So customers were willing to pay more as long as they got the convenience. And the last thing which I saw was, at the end of the day, even though they were more demanding and they were willing to pay money, I think 9 out of 10 customers we felt were extremely reasonable in their final assessment of what we wanted. So, one way of looking at it is to say you're always going to be hitting a block, and the customers are always going to be frustrated that, that final thing did not happen on the day. But I think we saw such a great side of customers who we were serving, because everybody had people who were affected or infected in the family. And I personally feel that, I think the customers cooperating actually made up a big part of why we were able to rebound. So as long as we were transparent, I think we noticed the same reciprocity from them. And where we were not, we got help from them. I think very, very clearly. That's what at least we saw. Ankit, over here.
I think in our experience, two things. One, customers' paranoia around just the health, safety, wellness aspect, understandably so, has gone up significantly. And how it shows up is, whether the services which you're offering are exactly what has been promised. So the tolerance level on what you see is what you get has gone down significantly. Just, I think, paranoia, general environment of fear has led to that. One area where I've seen positive changes, the tolerance level on service level agreement, where if the food has to be delivered in 20 minutes, it reaches in 25 minutes. I think those kind of complaints have gone down sometimes. I think the speed, I want it now, or in general, that kind of behavior has changed a little. Probably also because people probably have more time to themselves, or in general, the expectation of just a back-to-back or chock-a-block kind of schedules have changed. So I think, like I said, it's a two-pronged change. One is a change where your margin of error has gone down significantly because the impact is also very big if there is a margin of error. But in general, I feel that from timelines perspective, from overall delivery experience perspective, there is slightly more, room for error. Not that we need that room for error, but also because I'll give again an example of both urban company, which as an experience I've seen, or I'll give an example of food delivery, which we actively do. Most apartment complexes now, make you drop the food 10 minutes away or 5 minutes away from your apartment complex at a gate or a clubhouse or so in general, the expectation is now that it won't be delivered right at the time, because now you are supposed to go pick it up. Likewise, urban company, in our apartment complex at least, they make them go through 2 checks, because the person is going to so while the person might be double vaccinated, but every apartment complex or RWA has their own rules. So they check their certificate, or they check their RT-PCR negative or whatnot. So it adds to the service level. So I think customers now believe that there is 1% delay because of the COVID protocols. So
Right. So there's obviously an understanding of what the situation is. There's a little bit of adaptability and collaboration also from the customer's perspective. That's awesome. Hey, and that's a wrap from our side. So thank you, Ankit. Thank you, Tanuj, for your time. And it's been amazing. I can't believe 30 minutes have passed by so fast. So for me, I think the verdict is clear, right? Service retailing is not just here to stay, but will create a huge impact in the retail industry. And it is going to really drive the growth that we see in the future, right? So again, thank you very much for joining us and sharing everything from your experience and your learnings and your thoughts. I wish both of you and your companies the very best for the future.
Thanks, Akhil.
Thank you, Akhil. Thanks, Ankit. Thanks to the Your Story and Walmart team for organizing this. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure. See you.
So thank you, audience, for tuning in today. And I'm sure that all of you have got something really important as a takeaway from this session. Don't forget to tweet them with the hashtag #ConvergeAtWalmart. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and the warmest of welcomes as we kick off the daily wrap at Converge at Walmart
We will bring you a snapshot of all the most interesting conversations, notable insights, key takeaways, and anecdotes from the day. Today, as my co-anchor, I have with me Rohit Kaila, the Vice President of Engineering at Walmart Global Tech India. He is a seasoned tech professional with 27 years of experience across the US and India. Welcome aboard, Rohit.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Thanks, Rohit. So I think to get the discussion started, I would suggest that a good summary of the key takeaways today would be what I could call the 5 T's: trends, talent, transformation, tenacity, and traction. So maybe we can go through them one by one. I'll begin with trends. Definitely for me, digital transformation is the big trend of the day. What would you say, Rohit?
I think it's very important to understand that in the retail space that we operate in, right, the trends are very interconnected with what's happening around us, right? It's the tech advancements that are going on all around us in every single field that we touch, right? It's a changing demographics of all the markets we operate in, because remember, in retail, you have to operate in every single market from the poorest to the richest countries, right? And people's demands and everything is changing. Also, the global businesses are very connected because retail is about taking goods that are built somewhere and get it to the customer that is somewhere else. So the supply chain and the global business linkages become extremely important. And if you look at everything that's happening around us, all of these things are changing. So the trends is really forcing or allowing every single retailer to actually reinvent themselves in a way in which it helps. And those trends are really driving every single thing that we do from morning to evening. And if we miss some of these trends, we'll either completely fall behind, or on the other side, if you're able to track these trends faster than anybody else, what we'll end up doing is we'll get ahead of the pack and really get something that is extremely important out there. So as an industry, it's very, very strongly connected to everything that is around us, the entire ecosystem. And that really is a very critical element that was brought out today by many folks.
Thanks, Rohit. I totally agree. I think it's application of the technology, application of the trends that's very important, which brings us to the next T, talent. It's one thing to have all this technology. How you use it is very important. So, for example, startups are very good at fast thinking, fresh thinking, and so on. What would you say, Rohit, coming from a large firm?
Talent is the critical aspect today to make anything happen in the world. My theory is that the companies or organizations that are able to assemble the best talent on earth are the companies and the organizations that are going to succeed. So it is extremely important for every single organization to understand that going after talent, hiring the best talent, retaining the best talent, and more importantly, providing an environment where that talent can actually produce great output is really what is going to end up differentiating one company from another. Now look at startups, right? They are very fast and nimble. They are able to attract a lot of fresh thinking talent that can come in and operate with a lot of speed. But they don't have necessarily the ability for that talent to create the scale in the time in which they operate. Large organizations like us that has strong assets, right? Great, historical aspect of our running our business. We have a lot of experienced talent that is within the organization. When we bring in the talent that is able to get into the organization that we have at this scale and able to utilize the assets that we have, but merge it with the speed and fresh thinking of these startups that are actually able to produce some of this talent, then we can create that awesome combination where you can bring the speed and mesh it with the experience and the assets and create an output that I think would be unparalleled in the industry in some sense. And that is, I think, where we are trying to do and attract the best talent to say, look, bring in your fresh thinking, take all our assets and create something that the world hasn't really seen. And that is really the opportunity space within which we can operate with that talent. Cannot underestimate the value of how much this talent can transform in a reasonably short period of time in large organizations like ourselves as well.
Talent for co-creation. That's very well said, Rohit, which brings us to the next T, which is transformation. You can transform products, you can transform processes, you can transform services. There's so much you can transform with data, with analytics, with technology. What are some transformations that you have your eye on, Rohit?
We are in an industry where the transformation is, like we started with the trends, is the key for success, right? If you look at what Doug talked about, supply chain becoming one of the gems in Walmart's arsenal in terms of what we are trying to do. I think Suresh underlined the same aspect of supply chain efficiencies that we are bringing into the system, which is a transformation of sorts that we are doing, which is going to allow everybody out there to understand how can you take a very important aspect of our business and transform it in ways that people never thought about it before. There are a lot of business optimizations happening, and Suresh talked about this as well, to figure out what is it that we can do to unlock many, many different opportunities out there by just pure business optimizations. There is infrastructure transformation that is happening. So how is it that we can bring the scale of Walmart and transform the infrastructure using the tech capabilities that we have and create an output that is wonderful, right? And then at the center of it, if you look at it, for organizations like us and technology aspects of it, the whole oil is really the data. We have data of millions and millions of customers out there. And then the soil is what? How do we actually get the intelligence from AI, from ML, from IoT? If we can combine that oil and soil in some sense in terms of what we are trying to do out here, we'll be able to create a transformation that the world hasn't seen before. And that is going to be really our level of success by bringing that to our customers today.
And that transformation, Rohit, has to be for the long haul. I mean, technology keeps changing so fast. So companies need to have that tenacity to change for today, to gear up at what's coming in the near-term horizon, to keep an eye on long-term scenarios, etc. So how does one build that tenacity, Rohit?
I think the entire aspect of all of this transformation, talent, trends, everything is all useless if we don't have the tenacity to move at the pace at which the entire world and everything around us is moving. Metrics are changing. There are new business metrics that are coming up and popping up every single day. When we go look back and say, 10 years ago, these are the metrics that I looked at. Well, you are 10 years in the future. You don't look at those metrics anymore. You look at a new set of metrics. Customer delight becomes an extremely important aspect of it. Co-creation becomes an extremely important part of it. What is it that you're trying to do, which is actually helping you have that tenacity is important. And look, what happened around us for the last year and a half, right? Pandemic, right? Every single company that looked at this and had the tenacity to change with the times very, very, quickly, ability to pivot in what is extremely important for the customers during those times of need, is the company that actually survived and the companies that actually did really well. And they did really well because the customers appreciated the help that the companies were bringing at the time when they really needed them the most, right? And if you did not have that tenacity, you'll say, okay, this hit ourselves and I don't have the ability to move fast. I'll think about this next year or next quarter or 6 months from now. Guess what? Fell by the wayside because the customer needs you here and now. The customer doesn't care whether you're a large company, doesn't care whether you're a small company. The customer cares how you have the tenacity to pivot yourself in the environment that is thrown in front of you and provide what is really valuable to them. So tenacity is an extremely important T, which fits into the overall picture of what we are trying to do here.
Rohit, you mentioned customer delight a few times there. I think ultimately at the end of the day, this is all about the customer. How do you get traction with the customer for the long term? How do you give not just cost and convenience, but also different kinds of experiences for the customer? How would you think this question of traction for the customer fits into all this? Rohit?
Look, at the end of all of this, right, the entire global orchestra that we are playing, the center of all of that is the customer, right? Everything that you build in retail is around that customer and what they really want. And what is happening to the customer? The customer is changing. Right? The younger generation, we have millennials coming in. We have every single Gen X, Y, Z and millennials. Everybody is in the system today. They are the king and their requirements and what they want is changing. We talk about the 4 C's, right? The cost, which is very important to the customer. The choice, customer is not saying you only make one brand and that's all I'm going to get. The choice is extremely important, but they are combining it very, very intricately with convenience and co-creation. Right? So customer is extremely important to say, I want all the 4 C's. I don't want somebody who only gives me cost and doesn't really care about what is happening in my choice and convenience. I don't want somebody who's giving me great convenience, but doesn't really worry about the cost and choice, right? And it's extremely expensive. So that entire global customer, the way they are changing, and they're changing differently as we talk about trends, global trends, they change differently in different environments. How do you actually make sure that you combine all the other T's of transformation, of trends, of making sure that you have the right tenacity to address that customer becomes important. Suresh talked about personalization. We really have to, every single time we address a customer, we address the customer as a market of one. That person is the most important. But then we take that market of one and blow it up to scale for hundreds of millions of customers. So every customer believes that the company is really doing, or the organization of retail is doing something for me, right? But we do that for hundreds of millions of customers. And if we can scale at that level, the traction that we'll get with the customer and the bond that they will generate with us will become absolutely important. And why the 5T and this T is really at the end is because it really makes sure that all the other 4 Ts fit into what we are trying to do on the traction part and get the customer engaged. And that is really what is going to transform where we are today to where we really want to be tomorrow.
Thanks for that very compelling vision, Rohit. Thanks for sharing your insights with us and your hard-earned lessons. But the excitement doesn't stop with this. Post-lunch, we have a few excellent deep dive roundtables lined up on various key themes in retail and are sure to be tremendously insightful. Do check them out. And if you haven't already done so, do check out the engagement arena. There are a few quizzes you could attempt and come away with exciting prizes for the few lucky winners. I'd also like to call out another opportunity to win exciting prizes. Please do tweet your key takeaways from the session with the hashtag #ConvergeAtWalmart. We'll be monitoring the conversations on social media, and there will be exciting prizes for the few lucky tweets. I urge you all to actively engage, comment on the sessions, network, and complete the quizzes. All this and more will help you notch up points for the leaderboard that could win you something special. So please do that. With that, we come to an end to today's wrap-up. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, where we have the Spark Tech Showcase and the Retail Innovators Showcase tomorrow, in addition to all the other keynotes, firesides, panels, and masterclasses. See you soon.
Yeah, come on. Here we go. Roll down, down, do your dance, do your dance. Down, down, do your dance, do your dance. Roll down, down, do your dance, do your dance. Down, down, do your dance, do your dance. Roll back. They say I'm a rapper, but I say no. They say what you doing, trying to do some Zydeco. In every Walmart that I go, rollback price is gonna hit the floor. They got a brand new dance, gotta move your muscles. A brand new dance, the Walmart shuffle. It don't matter if you're young or you're old, yeah. We're gonna show you how it goes. To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Roll back, roll back, roll back, roll back. Save money, live better. Roll down, down, do your dance, do your dance. What? Down, down, do your dance, do your dance. Roll down, down, do your dance, do your dance. Here we go now. Down, down, do your dance, do your dance. Roll back. Now you see what I'm talking about. East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, down south, and even international. Yeah, everybody do the Walmart shuffle. To the right, the right, the right, the right, the right, the left, the left, the left, the left, the left. Roll back, roll back, save money, live better. Say hey, say hey, say hey, 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 hey. Let me see you. Hey, come on, do this thing. You keep it. It's the Walmart Shuffle.
At Walmart, everything we do is for people. We're using our strengths to help people live better and preserve the planet. We believe all people should have access to sustainable products they can afford. That's why we're committed to improving the sustainability of key commodities by 2025. We believe businesses should respect human rights and people should have the opportunity to fulfill their potential. That's why we're committed to sourcing responsibly, helping prevent forced labor, promoting the dignity of women, and creating inclusive economic opportunities. We believe climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. That's why we're targeting zero emissions in our own operations by 2040 and engaging our suppliers to avoid a gigaton of emissions from our supply chain by 2030. We believe all people should live in a cleaner world. That's why we're committed to eliminating waste in our own operations and working with our suppliers to recycle more and use less plastic. We believe healthy natural resources support healthy communities. That's why we, along with the Walmart Foundation, are committed to helping protect, manage, or restore at least 50 million acres of land and 1 million square miles of ocean by 2030. By doing all this for our people, for our communities, and for future generations, we are committed to becoming a regenerative company dedicated to placing nature and humanity at the core of our business.
Box click. Package click. Brick.
Brick plus click.
First word is cloud.
Cloud computing.
Cloud computing.
ETA, expected time of arrival.
Delivery. Packaging.
Okay. 1 day delivery, same day delivery, something like that. Last mile delivery.
Robotic booking. Voice assistant.
Chatbots.
Machine learning.
This is like motor, car, vehicle, delivery chain.
Delivery linkage. Delivery link.
Supply chain management. See, it doesn't strike.
Save money, live better.
Flash discount. I don't know. Lightning sale.
Lightning sale.
One, and this is like a no entry kind of stuff. One stop shop. One stop shop.
Oh, okay.
Footfalls, foot traffic.
Footfall. Oh, shit. Okay, foot traffic. Okay.
Cup, coffee. There is an eye opener.
Eyes on tea.
I0T. IoT. Yeah, correct. IoT.
Oh, okay. IoT.
The answer is first Parmesan.
Risotto.
Risotto.
Risotto. That is rice. Yes.
Champi, no.
Some chanchat.
Rancho.
Panchordas, Samundas, chanchat. No, Fungsuk Wangdu.
Fungsuk Wangdu.
Dinchak Puja. Chai wali auntie.
Kerim Nati.
Aino Saloni.
Bhuvan Bao.
Abhishek Verma.
I think Karthik is calling Karthik only. Karthik is calling Karthik.
Karthik is my friend. He used to call me. Now he doesn't call me anymore.
Who is Saliva? Rajnikant.
Rajni.
Who is Rajnikant?
Superstar Rajnikant.
Rajnikant the Great.
Picasso.
Van Gogh.
Maybe Da Vinci.
Da
Vinci.
My sister painted this last week.
I can cook बैगन का भरता, बैगन की सब्जी,
Bangan fry.
The aloo bangan.
Katrika microvarity. Which is basically you just make it extremely oily.
I would say hill.
Water tank.
Water tank.
Oh my god, this is so old.
Shaktiman.
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 Gangadhar Urf Shaktiman.
Almost every engineer knows him. It's Steve Jobs.
Of course, Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs.
It is Steve Jobs.
Tesla.
SpaceX man.
Is it Elon Musk?
Elon Musk.
How much does 1 kilo of onion cost? 20 rupees?
But I can negotiate it to 15.
60 rupees?
Maybe $100.
32 if I'm not wrong.
Madras, Delhi, Hyderabad masala.
Mix dosa, homemade masala.
BMW, Belandur, Marathalli, water tank.
Microsoft Excel, Outlook.
A part of me has turned into Microsoft Spreadsheet, so definitely I would be a spreadsheet.
Robot? Makki. I remember this one.
Ega.
Each a Makki supply fleet. And finally, the most important question of all. Okay.
वो राशि थी.
राशि वेरी.
राशि ऑफ कोर्स.
किसी को नहीं पता है रसोड़े में कौन था. बस इतना पता है खाली कुकर में चने चढ़ा दिए थे.
At PhonePe, our vision is to create India's largest transaction platform anchored on payments. To achieve our mission, we are working with millions of merchants across the country, working with thousands of financial service partners to create financial inclusion for 1 billion Indians.
What that means is that if every Indian has, say, 10 typical spends a day, PhonePe would be a part of each and every one of them. It could be just about ordering food, it could be about taking a cab, it could be about settling money with your roommate, or maybe even sending money to family.
At PhonePe, we believe in an environment of positive disruption. This means that we use technology to increase the size of the pie for all stakeholders. We work with all our partners, with all our vendors and clients, and instead of disrupting anybody's profit pools through technology, we increase the overall market size so that everyone's got smiles on their face when they work with PhonePe.
Our most recently introduced product, Switch, is a great example of how we have actually differentiated and positively disrupted both the consumers as well as merchants. From a market perspective, it's truly differentiated. There actually exists no other product like Switch. So what we're effectively creating within PhonePe is another startup, or in other words, a startup within a startup.
We have different businesses that are actually building their apps on the PhonePe platform. Building that is a massive, massive piece of work. And it's not just a single company or a product. It is basically a platform that is enabling multiple businesses to thrive and grow.
my day starts and ends everything with safety and security of employee works inside the facility.
நான் வந்து ஆப்ரேஷன் எக்ஸிக்யூட்டிவாக இருக்கேன். இங்கே வந்து ஷிப்மெண்ட் சார்ட்டிங் அண்ட் பேக்கிங் ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணுறோம். ஃப்ளிப்கார்ட்டில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறது வந்து நான் ரொம்ப ப்ரௌடாக ஃபீல் பண்ணுறேன்.
கேர்ள்ஸ் வந்து ஐடி எல்லாத்துலேயும் கேர்ள்ஸ் இருக்காங்க இப்போது. ஆனால் இந்த மாதிரி வேர் ஹவுஸில் இல்லை. அதனால நான் இது ஒரு சேலஞ்சாகவே எடுத்து நான் இங்கே ஒர்க் பண்ணலான்னு டிசைட் பண்ணேன்.
I want to be one of the best and the topmost a person as a woman who represents a security field all over the world, and I will prove it.
Wow, these sessions have been an eye-opener to tech as a transformer of how we shop, access health and financial services, design fashion, and so much more. Ruku, let's give a quick brief to our audience on what's next.
Absolutely, Ankur. Next, we've got a series of deep dive roundtables with a power-packed speaker lineup. Join us on Walmart Global Tech India's YouTube channel as we delve deeper into the latest tech trends that influence fintech and healthcare. Tune into Converge at Walmart's YouTube channel to gain insights about how tech trends are changing the fashion industry and establishing a resilient and sustainable supply chain in retail.
I am Balu Chaturvedula, VP Engineering and Supply Chain at Walmart Global Tech India. I'm excited to introduce the session, Resilient and Sustainable Supply Chain, with an interesting mix of speakers. Our first panelist, Kapil Makija, is the CEO of Unicommerce. He's a seasoned management professional with 14 plus years of experience across e-commerce, management consulting, and technology in both B2B and B2C companies. Kapil possesses a great exposure in a startup environment with significant experience of working with SMEs in India. Our next panelist is Rama Iyer, who leads innovation at GMR Group, a business and a technology leader with 20 years of experience, which includes running incubators, creating global and strategic relationships, advising venture funds, startups, due diligence, and setting up engineering teams. Rama led innovation charter for India's best-known ecosystem brand T-Hub and charting the course for its 2.0 foray. Our next panelist is Rajiv Bhuta, who is the Vice President of Product Management at Walmart Global Tech India, focusing on supply chain digital solutions. Rajiv and his team work on building out Walmart's supply chain platforms, enabling multiple Walmart markets to provide a differentiated customer experience. Prior to Walmart, Rajiv has worked at Flipkart in different product leadership roles in supply chain, customer service, and affordability. Rajiv has also worked in the enterprise software space at i2 Technologies, now Blue Yonder, and led consulting and product management, helping enterprise companies in their supply chain transformation journey. And our next panelist, Sanjeev Mehta, who leads product at Udaan. With over 26 years of experience in technology, Sanjeev began his career at TCS as a system engineer, and today he leads product at Udaan. In his career, he has worked at several organizations like Flipkart, SAP Labs, and Cognizant in senior leadership roles. And our final panelist, Santosh Desai, is the CTO at Blowhorn. He's a computer scientist, technology enthusiast, entrepreneur, seasoned architect with experience in building internet scale platforms in supply chain and logistics. Prior to Blowhorn, Santosh was with JDS Software and TCS. And once again, welcome to all our panelists. We'll get started with our session. Supply chain sustainability delivers business value. It reduces cost, spurs productivity, and in some cases, drives returns. Today, our key objective is to debate and discuss on the future of the supply chain, including the role of technology and innovation in removing vulnerabilities, promoting resilience and sustainability within the supply chain. With that as the context, we'll first go to our first question, and I will ask Kapil to share his thoughts on how pandemic is changing the customer behavior at large. What are the changes that needs to be done from a logistics standpoint to cater to the changing customer behaviors and trends?
I think pandemic has definitely changed the consumer buying behavior. More and more consumers are shopping online. Interestingly, e-commerce took, even when it was growing pre-pandemic, it was growing fairly aggressively. What it doubled in, let's say, 3 years' time, we have seen the same trajectory happening in just 12 months post-pandemic. And that's why we are seeing fundamental changes in the consumer buying behavior. Today, the consumer is more demanding. So like 1 day or 2 day delivery is a norm now, which puts a lot of pressure on the supply chain. Interestingly, we've seen that if a delivery happens beyond a day, and if there is a day's delay in delivering that item, the chances of an RTO increases by 3 times. And that's why it puts pressure on brands to ensure that they're able to deliver faster to these consumers. Second, we have seen phenomenal growth in the tier 2, tier 3 towns. Consumer demand has gone through the roof in these areas, and because of which brands are now putting up centers, setting up logistics supply chain, catering to this demand. In fact, we've seen tier 2, tier 3 towns growing more than double of the demand growth that we've seen in tier 1 towns. In fact, we've seen warehousing demand actually go up a lot in towns like Coimbatore, Ludhiana, etc. It's actually increased 10 times in towns, let's say Coimbatore, Ludhiana, etc. And a lot of it is driven by e-commerce now. And because of which the logistics has become more hyper-local in omni-channel. And the brands have to take care of the logistics strain on that. So the workforce has to be trained accordingly. They need to understand how e-commerce deliveries need to happen. A lot of warehouses which were actually designed for B2B operations have to be now fundamentally changed for item-based picking, for ensuring that they're able to cater to customer orders. And more importantly, have to put in technology to give visibility till the last time, because as I said, the consumer is becoming more demanding. The third thing we are seeing is emergence of new sectors in e-commerce post-pandemic. Sectors like FMCG, personal care are demonstrating 100% plus growth over last year. And their supply chains are very different from sectors which pre-pandemic dominated e-commerce, which is fashion and electronics. And hence logistics is also getting impacted because of that. So these are the 3 trends that we have seen from our experience, changes in the consumer behavior, which are impacting the logistics, and brands are tuning their supply chains to be able to cater to this new era of consumer demand.
Awesome. Thank you, Kapil, for that. And yeah, definitely we all need to focus on where the customer demand is. Santosh, how about Blowhorn? What are you guys doing to specifically to cater to the needs of change in customer behaviors?
Yeah, thanks, Balu, for the introductions. I think safety and hygiene is one thing that has become prominent in the post-pandemic era. There are safe deposit boxes or contactless deliveries. Hygiene is sort of treated as a first nature, and that is where I think the customers, the consumers expect us to make contactless deliveries possible, and the whole thing where there is absolutely no contact that has to happen. That's one thing. The second thing I agree with Kapil is on the shift of buying patterns. I think people are going more hyper local now. What was expected to be delivered within the day, same day, now should be delivered within a couple of hours. That is the kind of expectation that the consumer has. And faster deliveries and reliable deliveries is what will sort of bring sort of consumer experience to a better thing. I mean, if you have to build a relationship with the customer, it's not just by the brand anymore. It's also through the consumer experience, how we want to sort of make sure the goods reach him on time, and all of that has to happen. The third aspect is about supply chain transparency, where the customer actually now expects the whole, internally you may want to do sort of inter-hub movements or whatever, but he wants to track the goods live. So contingency management has to be cannot be suboptimal anymore. So that is also one thing where I think consumer is sort of expectations behind. And the final thing is about personalized user experience, where consumers have to be treated differently depending on what sort of demography or what you want to serve, and all of that is happening. And there is a preference of wallets over cards, and there are new things that we need to sort of adapt to understand how the consumer wants to behave. Because logistics is primarily, especially in the B2B sector, is a very hard cash industry where the cash moves, and that trend is shifting now. We can see paperless invoices and all of that coming, and the logistics has to sort of adjust to cater to this. I think that's my take.
Yeah. Great insight, Santosh. I totally agree with you on the safety and hygiene. As a consumer, that's definitely on my mind too. And Sanjeev, specifically, what is Udaan trying to do to actually cater the changing customer behaviors?
Hi, Balu. Thanks for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Privileged to be part of the panel. So I think the Kapil briefly touched upon the changing customer behavior, and Santosh also talked about. I want to talk a few more things specifically to the B2B side of the world that we saw. So one of the things what's generally happened is working capital is actually constrained for these guys. So what you see is a lot more recurrent orders, but small ticket orders. And this shift is fundamental post the paradigm. Much more frequency, but very small ticket orders. Second thing is there is adoption, but at the same time, if you see, the options are quite a lot. So there is less loyalty. People will shift very easily from platforms. But counterintuitive to this, because there is a lot of uncertainty, what customers are looking is a lot of reliability on communication and delivery. So they want to ensure that if the delivery has been promised, it's coming to me. There's a lot of anxiety, is he going to get this stuff or not? Obviously, there is a lot of new types of products and suppliers, which everybody is willing to try. So a lot of products which people were not willing to touch earlier, there is actually demand for those kind of products. And this is also true with the fact that the same issues are on the supply side as well. So if you see on the supply, overall supply is actually less reliable, both on the on-time and full side. So what is meant for us, as I talked about, much stronger communication to the customers. And what we've also done is a lot of continuous reinforcement of what's happening. Even if there is a small delay, we keep on communicating around that, ki aapka saman 2 ghante baad aayega and all, because there's a lot of anxiety. If you don't communicate, he actually ends up calling the call center. The second thing is, I think this small ticket and more repetitive items is almost a fundamental shift in the behavior. And this is just coming from the working capital constraints. So what is actually meant for us is much more stronger focus on efficient last mile planning, on the beat planning, how do we do it and all, because this is fundamentally changing the load economics completely. And because of the uncertainty, what it is definitely meant for us is a lot of business continuity and redundancy. Now, it manifests itself in terms of the capacity buffers we have, because there's a lot of unreliability. it manifests itself in the inventory replication. So previous to this, you could think this will probably come from not the nearest warehouse, but a warehouse probably, let's say 25, 30 kilometers away. But given the uncertainty, what we've actually started doing is a much closer inventory replication tool. So basically, largely much stronger communication, planning for those really small ticket orders, and then a very strong continuity and redundancy in our supply chain.
Interesting thought, Sanjeev. Definitely, resiliency seems to be the way to go. I think the small ticket items go a long way. Totally agree with you. Rajiv, how is Walmart handling the changing customer trends?
Thanks, Balu, and privileged to be on this panel. I'll just talk a little bit about what we are experiencing in multiple of our markets, right? And it's fairly similar to what we've experienced in India, but the context is a little different. Customers are expecting deliveries to happen literally on demand, which essentially means we're moving from next day, 2 day to same day to slotted to actually literally on demand deliveries, right? And we've seen significant adoption of on demand customer facing propositions across multiple markets. The basket sizes have fluctuated through this time. During the beginning of the pandemic, we literally saw basket sizes becoming very large. Customers buying in panic, right? Which now has smoothened out, and customers have gotten back to the normal buying patterns. However, the basket sizes are starting to shrink significantly now, and they're purchasing things a lot more frequently. That's number one. The second trend that we are essentially seeing is customers wanting to purchase online and pick up at curbside. So some of them want items delivered to their home, but a lot of them also want to pick up at curbside. And we're seeing that trend grow in most of our markets. Curbside pickup, curbside return is seeing great adoption because it is extremely convenient for customers to essentially park their car at a parking spot, have the item put in their trunk, and for them to drive away. That way, they save themselves the hassle of either waiting for their item at their home or the item being at their doorstep and them not being comfortable with that given the kind of merchandise that might be. That's the second one, right? The third customer behavior that we are seeing is all essentially about wanting to have mixed baskets, right? Customers now are not looking at their shopping experiences as an everyday buying versus or grocery and low involvement buying versus buying something which has more involvement like a fast fashion, etc. What they are doing as they go to their apps is in one basket or in one order, they would want to purchase grocery and then also add a couple of apparel items or sporting goods or games, etc. Right? That's essentially how the behavior is changing, which essentially means that we need to be able to assort the items right. It's no longer about a grocery fulfillment center or a grocery warehouse and a general merchandise warehouse. You need to be able to have everything from a single source if you want to service the customer with the minimum number of packages or have everything delivered to them together. So assortment and making sure that the assortment from a hyper-local point of view, right, within a 10, 15, 20-mile radius from the customer is very local, meets the needs of the population there, and hence you can serve them through a single delivery. So these are the trends. This is essentially impacting the entire supply chain. Whether it is the distribution part where how do you move inventory very close to the customer, whether it is managing inbounds from the vendor and the challenges that we face on OTIFs and how do you make sure that you're getting the right kind of inventory so that you can move it in the right manner to the last mile, or it is in general capacity constraints and choke points we are seeing on certain transportation lanes because of this very high volume of merchandise moving either in parcels or less than truckloads across the country. So these are the trends that we are seeing, and it's having a significant impact on supply chain.
Thank you, Rajiv. Rama, so specifically with the pandemic is concerned, can you please share your perspective, so specific to air cargo logistics? How has it impacted the business?
Sure. Thanks, Balu, and great to be here. I think I was just kind of mesmerized with what Rajiv was saying, and playing consumer, I went through some of those things in terms of experience of ordering things at Well and where we are. In terms of air cargo, I think the changes that we are seeing is there is a lot of freight movement at the expense of passengers, right? So we are seeing a lot of aircraft being converted from passenger to freight. So the downside that we were seeing on the passenger numbers coming down was almost actually a proportional increase or more on the cargo side of it or on the freight side. So we were kind of inundated with a lot of cargo movements, e-commerce, thanks to people kind of shopping, not going out anywhere. And I think Sanjeev or Rajiv mentioned earlier that there was a lot of consumer hogging, where you want to kind of, the basket size were larger. You want to ensure that you are packed as much as possible. You don't know what's happening. So I think we kind of were party to it in terms of ensuring that the movement happens seamlessly, people get their stuff and ensuring. In fact, we were at a very interesting intersection in terms of not only the consumer e-commerce logistic movement, but we were also doing a more critical vaccine distribution in the country. And we had to ensure that some of those things, the challenges are it has to be temperature controlled, it has to be end-to-end monitored in terms of IoT, in terms of track and trace. And it is so much hypercritical, right? I mean, both things were equally important for us. So I think there were new challenges, but I think a lot of people kind of learned faster. And there was this set of commentary that we have been kind of hearing for the last few quarters. A lot of the digital technologies or experiments that were on the shelf were fast tracked in terms of really kind of the rubber not only met the road, but the rubber kind of started moving on the road. So I think a lot of the tech kind of we saw hyper accelerated adoption. And I think a lot of new things, I think we kind of just moved a lot of 10 years journey in a compact 1.5 years. I think that's the silver lining for me, if at all, in this entire last 2 years that we have to take off.
Yeah. Thanks, Rama. And excellent. I mean, I think a pandemic has definitely taught each of the organizations, each one of us, to do the business in a different way. But more importantly, speed and agility is the center of it. Each company has made their own adjustments and actually able to meet the need of customer trends, right? Which is great. Moving on to the next question, Sanjeev, we'll start with you. According to you, what are the top 3 changes that has happened to your logistics operations post-pandemic?
Yeah, I think probably there's definitely more than 3, but okay. So I think one of the first things which as I reflect, I think if I just look at our whole BCP and control tower playbook, I think that has become a lot more dense. It is in terms of the number of exceptional situations that you thought you would encounter and we are actually encountering. It is about a very long duration of this exception. So consistent supply shocks, consistent labor supply shocks, which we actually saw earlier part of the pandemic, where complete warehouses were, the entire staff had to be isolated sometimes. Parallel to this, I think the BCP script has also become highly localized. Certain pin code would actually get shut down. So how do you actually deliveries next day there? How do you prioritize across this and all? So to me, I think the first thing is really a much denser BCP and the control tower playbook, as we call it. Second facet, somebody briefly touched about it, is safety, right? And I do want to specifically talk about COD because COD has been very integral play to our business. With the COVID safety protocol, I think that's been one facet we have to actually continuously work on, that how do we actually make delivery in a safe way, especially given the nuances of COD. At the core of it has been the decoupling of our money flow and the goods flow cycle. Now, Luckily for us, we also have a credit platform, so that's actually helped us. It's also meant more and more digital payments adoption in supply chain, which has kind of made the reco part a little more interesting and complex. I think the third thing, again, I want to talk about is a lot of redundancy which is built. This is a part of BCP, but what's also meant is the whole inventory placement strategy. We've actually had a complete rethink on what are the nodes, where all we replicate, how do we actually ensure that we are able to fulfill the customer demands in these needs. I think broadly, this is around the strengthening of our control tower playbook, a lot of redundancy, especially on the inventory replication and processes, and decoupling of the payment and the goods cycle, which is largely centered around how we deal with COD.
Awesome. Okay. And again, it goes back to the principles of like resiliency. Like, how do you keep doing the things that we're trying to do? Awesome. So Rama, specifically in your organization, how are we handling this? How are you handling this?
I think for us also, like, as Sanjeev mentioned, I think some of this business continuity thing has obviously become super critical. And I think it has changed for the better. I think we are now able to respond spontaneously to some of the challenges that are thrown. And I think, I don't think we had a challenge of what Sanjeev had, like COD, which is, I just kind of, it's just so hard, like the both ends of, the COD making to happen and all the contactless thing. I think on our side, we obviously embarked big time on all things contactless in terms of processes, in terms of flow, movement of people, movement of cargo and stuff like that. And all the other processes, as much as possible, how do we kind of, and it kind of dawned on us that some of the things were actually redundant when when push came to shove. We kind of found that some of the things could be avoided or could be done better or could be done later, and made it much more simpler, much more efficient, and much more safer, right? So I think safer or safety took the paramount importance, or took the first place on the podium in terms of the processes, and the other thing kind of, rightly so slided behind. And those were obviously lot of obviously mandate, but I think learnings as well, doing it right. And now it has become part and parcel of how we operate, of how we do our businesses. So I think for us, it was about learning. I don't know whether the hard way, but it was obviously need of the hour. And a lot of positives that we kind of, have taken from this set of changes. So I think that's for us.
So Rajiv, given the complexity of Walmart and its supply chain networks, what do you think are top 3 challenges?
It is very similar, Balu, to what Sanjeev and Rama called out, right? If you look historically, retailers have always tried to have a very lean supply chain, right? They have spent a lot of time in perfecting the entire distribution model and also the fulfillment model. What the pandemic taught us is that the variation is so high that agility also becomes very important. And that's an oxymoron, right? I mean, being lean and agile both together. So there are some very interesting lessons for us on how to convert a lean supply chain, or continue to be lean, but also start to become very agile. Right. And I think Rama called this spontaneous and those kinds, but I mean, very similar. We had to look at agility. We had to take decisions, and which we continue to do today, right? Supply shortages continue to happen. They're a lot less than during the initial days of the pandemic, but given the growth in business and how the consumer demand has gone up, supply shortages has necessitated that we work very, very closely with our suppliers. The concepts that Sanjeev talked about of control tower, collaborating very closely, getting early signals in terms of disruptions and taking decisions based on them are becoming more and more important for us, right? So that's number one. The second one is, as business has grown, we've added a lot of people and very quickly, but still business is growing at a much faster pace. So how do you use technology to ensure that you can scale non-linearly and you don't need as many people, right? So there are 2 or 3 aspects to this. The first aspect to this, obviously, is to maximize the current potential of your network And you do that by using voice, computer vision, data, etc. Right? How do you make it much easier for the fulfillment operator to do their work? How do you reduce the amount of walking they need to do or the movement they need to do with the forklift in the warehouse to do what they need to do? How do you make it easier for them to build pallets? So these are things that become very important to ensure that as you're adding inexperienced workforce, or as the work pressure becomes more, you're elevating some of these things and making it much, much easier through the use of technology. So that's the second. It's all aspects, right? Whether it is in transportation, last mile, every aspect, how can you use technology to make this happen? So that is the second part of the journey that we've taken through the last year, and it continues. The third one, and which is the very interesting one, is how do you decouple yourself from any choke points? And these are not supply chain choke points, right? These are technology choke points, right? So how do you move into an architecture that doesn't get obsolete, right? How does it stay current all the time? How do you get yourself into a paradigm where you don't depend on a particular hardware vendor for your devices that your associates use? How do you give them some amazing experiences without attaching yourself to a very, very hardwired device strategy? Because as we keep moving, as global supply chains, we saw the Suez Canal experience, what it has done to some of the hardware industry and all of that, right? How do you get yourself away from all those risks and make sure that the technology platform you're building for your logistics teams allows you to elevate those risks? So that's the third area that we got a lot of learnings and we moved significantly forward, right? So those are the three things, Balu, among the many others that I would say Walmart has worked on, and we're seeing results based on that.
Awesome. Thank you, Rajiv. And a couple, how do you think your organization is handling the top three changes that in the post-pandemic? Yeah.
Sure. So us being a technology platform, so it was our clients who were directly impacted by this, but we've seen some fundamental changes happening in the ecosystem. One, I think we've seen more and more brands going direct to consumer, like large FMCG brands, for example, Imami, Marico, ITC going direct to consumer. And we've seen like more and more websites getting created, and we've seen much higher growth on the website. So websites have grown 3 times faster than the marketplaces. Obviously, marketplaces still have the lion's share of the overall e-commerce volumes. That meant that they had to take care of the logistics themselves. With marketplaces, all these things are already taken care of by the marketplaces. But when they are selling on their own website, they had to take care of the entire experience. And as the consumer, as I mentioned, it has become more demanding. Post-purchase experience became paramount, particularly if you're selling on your website, because you promise certain things. It's the brand essence that you're delivering. So if the delivery experience doesn't match to that brand essence, I think somewhere the customers feel cheated, and as the customer is demanding, and Sanjeev also mentioned that there is lesser loyalty, they will shift to others. So I think that's one big change that we saw. Second is, particularly post-pandemic, since the footfalls in the stores were far lower, we saw a lot of fashion brands actually going fully omni-channel. Omni-channel has been a buzzword for the last 5 years, but we finally saw it in action actually being adopted. And a lot of these stores were converted into dispatch locations. And even when things became normal, they saw the benefit of actually continuing with the omni-channel. The store staff also got used to it, which was the biggest roadblock before pre-pandemic. And finally, what we've seen, as we've seen higher growth in tier 2, tier 3 towns, we have seen much more collaboration in the ecosystem. I think brands are going after logistics providers, logistics aggregators have thrived in this, and they're actually offering a lot more efficiency there. Brands are tying up with third-party fulfillment centers to be able to meet the increased demand in tier 2, tier 3 towns. So I think these three are the broad areas where we've seen brands actually adjusting their supply chains to meet the demand post-pandemic.
Yeah, that's actually very refreshing. Like, organizations coming together to common purpose, which is to serve a customer, right? Which is the most important thing. It's a very refresher in that sense. And Santosh, how is Blohan handling these challenges?
Yeah, Blohan is a full stack logistics company. So we do APIs, we do technology, and then the process. What we have seen is because of the pandemic, the number of API integrations that have increased via different platforms is humongous. I mean, earlier a lot of things used to happen offline. We did not have sense of the data that we are moving, but now customers are willing to share more data because they want the whole visibility to be possible, and they want to share data for them. So that's one definite change we saw. Second is increase in the no-code or low-code platforms. Take different vendors where the developers don't have to do anything. I found an idea, I prototyped it, I want to sort of put a website and then share the data with the logistics partners, and I'll be able to sort of test it out by themselves. Thereby, the third thing, which is the demand forecasting, has changed, because earlier we used to do cardinal point analysis or like get the seasonal demand, and based on that we used to sort of aggregate the supply and statically resource it and have a little bit of buffer to sort of support more operations. But during the pandemic, for surprising lot of handicrafts and the brands which we never thought actually would sort of tie up with us because they had their other own channels, they saw that there is a nice network that is getting built of logistics. Why don't we take the product out of to the new user base as soon as possible? So that sort of helped. So these three things changed the way we used to operate. We are now more data oriented and sort of look at how many new customers want to come, what is the user persona, and things like that. That has changed.
Great. That's actually a perfect segue to our next question, and we'll start with you, Santosh. Moving closer to us from an Indian context, like how has technology and digitization helped for a faster and effective reach to customers, especially in the hinterlands?
Yes, the first thing that is happening, I think one thing is the moving out of non-metro cities tier 2 tier 3 expansion is the supply augmentation, right? There is a rise in gig or part-time workers, right? And these users are actually nuanced. Earlier, making a delivery partner user app used to be a challenge back in 2013-14 when they started. But now you see online KYC is sort of mandatory because there is nobody who wants to collect the hard cash or like your documents and things like that. So different learning platforms have come to train these drivers, multilingual nature, because you have to serve different parts of India, and not all part understand English. The semi-literate users, the UI user experience that we build have changed. It doesn't have to be very much. It has to be sort of more graphical in nature. And definitely, that's one thing. The second thing is there were technologies like QR code or RFID that were only in sort of restricted to either warehousing or transportation. That no longer is the code. We also had some problems because of the oxygen concentrated donations. People weren't able to track. So we used a simple QR code mechanism to sort of build out a platform for people to help, right? And with a lot of RFID, whether passive or active, IoT data coming along, the velocity of data increasing, I think people have sort of adopted. Another aspect is about multi-route optimization. I think sustainability, if you want to maintain, then it may not be always wise to assign one driver to sort of make one delivery, right? We want to sort of deliver 50 orders in the most fuel efficient, whatever manner, EVs or whatever. So route optimization, AIM will also sort of in play. And I think customers ask, why did it take you 2 minutes more or 5 minutes more? It's come to that, right? It's no longer logistics is the last part of the thing. Finally, I would say partnerships have increased over competitions to ensure that the whole logistics network is built, and that's a good change in the startup space, at least.
For sure, I think from a demand perspective or an expectation perspective in the last mile space, customers are very well equipped with like what technology can do, and it has really become a real-time supply chains. Awesome. Couple on the same front, like how is technology helping do the transformation at Unicommerce?
Yeah, I think you mentioned mentioned about, particularly in the hinterland. So what we've seen, consumers are, particularly in India, are getting more and more digital savvy, and we are seeing that getting reflected in businesses wanting to do automation. In fact, Santosh mentioned that businesses are now more open to experimenting with data, sharing data. There is more collaboration. So I think what we've seen is brands and companies actually investing more in digitization to be able to give more transparency to the end consumer. We've seen, like in our context, we've seen order management, warehouse management, automation within warehouses getting implemented at a much larger scale now. And warehouses also becoming larger to be able to cater to that demand. So I think that's one trend we are seeing. Second is, thanks to the consumers becoming more digital savvy, we are seeing newer models like social commerce and conversational commerce actually becoming more mainstream. So conversational commerce was more meant for handling support queries, but now we are actually seeing transactions happening through WhatsApp, like models based on WhatsApp, with the likes of GeoMart, and even like large brands who are on our platform like Bestseller, TCNS, which have brands like W Aurelia, actually experimenting with these and getting a connect established with consumer. So that, I think, is becoming a big shift. And now imagine for a brand, this becomes very complex, right? They have to cater to consumer through multiple channels. So consumer has always been omni-channel, right? But today the brands also have to become omni-channel and make sure that they're able to offer consistent experience. And that's why their adoption of technology has become much higher, so that they are able to, one, understand the consumer in a holistic way, and to be able to serve that consumer. And third, I think I agree with Santosh. We've seen much larger collaboration in terms of both data sharing and processes, physical operations, as well as technology being more collaborative. That we've seen, we act like a middleware and now have 150 plus integrations. So we've seen actually more and more platforms becoming more open to sharing. I think these are three things that we have seen in our experience so far.
Awesome. Sanjeev, like, how do you think Udon is leading this in the technology space and the transformation and powering the business?
For us, our pyramid actually was completely inverted from the B2C e-commerce. A lot of our demand comes from not only tier 3, like tier 4, tier 5 cities. I think at the root of it, if we just take e-commerce building blocks, right? Selection, pricing, and product quality, the fulfillment experience, payment and finance, and the returns, right? I think if I just break into this microservices, right? A lot of it there is appetite for selection and its pricing. I mean, that's a given, because for customer, you're giving him choices. I think the core question on selection and pricing was the trust on the selection. So what we've tried to do is try to build a very native catalog, which gives very rich information about the product itself, because you're coming into a market where there are physical samples. So for example, when I talk about agri products, the kind of information we get on the catalog is, ye dal kis tarah ki hai, kitna moisture hai, and all that stuff, right? I think that resonates with the buyer, because that actually is a proxy for him for the quality of the product. Kapil talked about the reach of the delivery partners. I think what's also been important is, how do you actually work with these delivery partners? Because in the end, the fulfillment experience is controlled by you. So I think what has helped us there is very, very simple apps. I mean, we've largely stayed away from complex 3PL integrations on the small delivery guys. We've given them very simple apps where they update the delivery information. Similarly, if you see, a lot of our sellers are also in our smaller cities. So if you see, the seller panel is extremely simple. I mean, behind it, probably, yes, in the state machine, there are 12 statuses, which all of us like. But for the processing, for the person there, a lot of it is pivoted on the simplicity, whether it's delivery partner, whether it is the customer, and whether it's the seller. The third axis has been a lot of simplicity on our returns and customer support processes. So for example, we also do credit. So the verification process is actually native. We have an AI bot which helps the customer with the verification process. Similarly, the returns process is actually quite streamlined, because that's actually we go to the trust. So largely, if you ask me, we've largely pivoted ourselves on simplicity axis. And given there is a lot of reach of 3PL players already, there is a lot of appetite. I think that's what the axis we have ridden on.
I mean, very rightly, aptly put. And I think the discovery seems to be one of the key important things. And as rightly said, having rich catalog for the customer assortment is one of the very important dimensions. Thank you for that. Rama, how about what's happening at GMR in the technology space?
I think technology always gets all of us, especially me, pretty excited. And I think I heard commentary on API, so I think there is a daily discussion on anything to do with REST, HTTP or SOAP, right? And I think that's the world that we live in, which is good for all of us. I think the technology pieces are the easy ones, right? I think it is for people to come to the table in terms of exchanging data between each other for the larger good. I think it has started, but I would kind of, like to see much more of that. I think there is still a lot of hesitation in terms of people really wanting to kind of open up for the larger benefit. I still see a lot of legacy kind of, holding back people of like processes, or this is how we did it, or we have not shared this data, or why would you need to kind of know this? Because this seems to be my proprietary thing or whatever, right? Whereas there's nothing proprietary about it. So I think there is still distance to travel for people to kind of, share information unless it's really business critical or something which is very close to you, right? But having said that, I think the tools are there for the taking. For us, the challenge has been on the travel, aviation, especially cargo side. A lot of the systems that we use are pretty archaic. There's a lot of legacy on it which has not changed, and they do not have API interfaces, and that kind of shock a lot of us that you are selling and we are buying. So now that has kind of put a lot of thoughts in motion in terms of we are starting to kind of build that product ground up. For everything about as an air cargo player, how do you get all the stakeholders together? How do you simplify? And I think I go back to the last thing that Sanjeev was mentioning. I think it is today simplicity tops everything else. I mean, don't kind of load people or bore people with all the features that you can think of. I think today for product managers, it is about few things, get the 80% thing right. Okay, keep it simple and do it today if you can. So I think that kind of is a change from when we were kind of doing a lot of complex products like a decade back. The second thing, we have embarked on RPA, which we kind of put it on back burner. So today a lot of processes are like on steroids getting automated because we want things to be faster. We want things to kind of not have any manual intervention and focus on core and key businesses. The other thing, obviously, in classical cargo setup, everything to do with track and trace, IoT, understanding the state of affairs in terms of how the goods are moving, ensuring all the parties understand. I mean, for us, it is about everybody from truckers, freight forwarders, customs, all the people which are on regulatory compliance side, all the people who are on shipping side on one side and receiving people who have to anticipate what is kind of coming in when. So I think we are now trying to kind of overhaul this entire thing in terms of visibility and also taking advantage of blockchain so that all the stakeholders are seeing the same source of truth. And everybody, there is nothing to kind of go back, ask. And somebody was mentioning earlier, I am doing this so that people don't call my support call center or what you have, but people are seeing it from a single pane of glass. If I have to use the CIO lingo. So I think we are in a time and age where we are really using technology to the hilt. Lot of things have really fast forwarded and accelerated. And as somebody coming from technology background, I think I'm kind of really liking what we are doing. And I think we have kind of traveled, a long distance in the last 1.5 years. Hopefully we don't go back to the old model. We continue the speed and continue to kind of, do good on those. Yeah.
Well put. Actually, there is a renewed commitment, right? Whether you build software homegrown or whether you are leveraging existing vendor product, I think the commitment to the technology or building, ground up certain things or that core experiences has become an integral part of every organization, irrespective of the size of the organization. So I totally share the same sentiments. With that, I think Rajiv, a lot has been going on, especially in the tech space for Walmart, Global Tech. I think anything to do with building business products to building platforms to now we're talking about commercialization of the software, right? So tech seems to be taking a very pivotal role. You want to share your top of mind what's happening in that space?
Yeah. So continuing on this theme, right? I mean, Walmart, when we start looking at our stack, especially on the supply chain side, what we realize is two things very clearly, right? One, we probably have one of the largest supply chains in the world. We have one of the largest private fleets in North America. We have a large network of distribution centers, fulfillment centers, and all of that, right? And now technology, everything that everybody called out, right? Whether it is a microservices-based architecture, using technology that increases trust, visibility, etc., keeping it simple, multilingual, all of that, right? Is only going to allow you to bring in more partners into your ecosystem. It's also going to allow you to provide to the ecosystem, whether it is our sellers or in some cases, even our partners who are not selling on our platform, the ability to take advantage of both our strength in the overall supply chain processes, our breadth of network, and that's all enabled through technology. The other thing so what we're trying to do is completely untangle, and we've done that to a significant extent, right? Completely untangle and make everything extremely modular, right? And could be microservices, could be modular, but net everything is a very atomic, bite-size service that can be consumed by anybody. So there is something that a last mile gig driver can consume. There is something that a seller who wants to sell on Walmart and use our warehouse for warehousing and our transportation for fulfillment can consume, right? So all of this is allowing us to actually grow our ecosystem very rapidly. Given where we are, obviously now our ambitions are much more, and we've recently announced that we're going to externalize some of this IP and get into either partnerships or get into agreements and have others take advantage of our IP and build better supply chains, right? So that's essentially what we are working on. The only other thing I'll call out is our focus on automation, right? And the ability to control automation, human interaction, and orchestrate the whole network seamlessly is also taking a lot of mind share in the organization, and a lot of time and effort is being dedicated to look at how all of this will come together to serve our customers.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Rajiv. And Rajiv, we'll start the next question with you, which is direct to consumer is emerging as a business model of late. And how is like D2C changing logistics in Indian scenario? And what will be the impact, according to you, for the intermediaries in traditional supply chain model?
Yeah, so I think that, I mean, we're seeing that all over, right? I mean, if you read newspapers, what you see is direct to consumer is gaining ground. I think what it is going to do is it is going to create a lot of value for the end consumer, right? Because what it allows the brands to do, and there are a lot of brands, mid-sized brands, who are trying to take advantage of the technology, of the aggregators who are helping them essentially reach the customer directly, who are helping them with consumer data to take the right decisions in terms of the changes in their product placement, pricing strategies, and all of that, right? Some of these smaller D2C brands probably cannot do this, but there is a set of startups, there's a set of aggregators that are emerging very quickly who are going to provide these services to these brands and allow them to become successful. And from a consumer perspective, obviously, then it opens up the consumer to a much wider choice. Distribution potentially may become almost a commodity. So far, distribution, whoever controlled distribution and was able to reach the last mile was able to control that value chain, right? If distribution starts becoming equitable, then it starts to look, opens it up to where, with the use of data, even smaller brands can take advantage and grow significantly. So that's what's going to happen. New set of intermediaries, new set of aggregators who provide value both to the consumer and to these brands are going to spring up, and they may be asset light model, asset heavy model, but that's what's going to happen.
I mean, this is definitely I would say, the new emerging trend. Any one of the panelists want to have a perspective on this to share?
Santosh here. So D2C is definitely something which is coming very often now, because the brands are going solo, right? They have already either they're emerging or they're somebody who is established, and they don't want to get into the standard distribution channels, right? They want to build their own supply chains, and this is not easy because there is a nuanced customer experience now that I think as a D2C brand has to sort of cater to. So this can be done via partnership, where there is already a supply chain player who sort of understands it, and you can just sort of focus on your brand and put it across. If you try to do the supply chain yourself, then probably you will lose out on the key role that you play, that making the right product and putting it out to the customer. But that's definitely an emerging trend, and it will coexist with the standard channels. Right? It won't sort of replace the existing ones.
That was very interesting.
I think one addition.
Make a point. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Apple. So I think D2C is a fairly old model, right? I mean, Dell kind of just started it many years back, right? I have a slightly contrarian view, right? I mean, I think a lot of times you have to kind of go back to what your competencies are. Are you a product or are you a platform, right? I think a lot of consumer brands, their strength has been product, really. Whereas if you see the end-to-end customer experience not only entails selection and its pricing, there is fulfillment. There is a very core part of payments and financing, which these intermediaries do that today. There is a part of returns, which is like probably the most complicated part in the value chain. So I think while I do understand there is a trend to put up a website, I think we have to figure out who will solve for the remaining problems, right? And traditionally, if you see, platforms came for this need, right? There is an aggregation play, somebody has to do the bulk break, somebody has to solve for the returns play, somebody has to do payments, financing. So I do see that trend, definitely. I think there is interest, but I don't see it, the world is going to be either or. It's going to be, yes, there are going to be some supply chain aggregators who make it big. There are some credit players, but I still see the need for a layer who will stitch that experience, right? Now, whether it's a platform, and I'm using the word platform very liberally, I don't see this becoming bipolar key. D2C is now the dominant model going forward. Sorry, a slightly different view.
Well, it's a more practical view, I guess.
And I kind of relate to, in fact, I was also going to make a similar point. I was going to draw a parallel from the omnichannel world, right? And pre-pandemic, the fashion brands thought that online and offline are segregated. And post-pandemic, the role of the store kind of evolved to cater to both walk-in customers and online orders. Similarly, the distributors in the FMCG supply chain who are trying to become direct-to-consumer, I think they're not going to go anywhere. Their role is going to be evolved. And a lot of FMCG brands are kind of exploring today that can my delivery start to happen from the distributors. It'll take some time, but I think what we saw in the omnichannel world for fashion brands, I think a similar trend in the FMCG or beauty segment, I think we will see in the next couple of years. Yeah, and as Santosh mentioned, that both these models will coexist. I don't think it's either or. I also agree with that.
Totally agree. Yeah. So with that, we've come to our last question. Rama, we will start with you. I think because most emissions in the retail sector lie in product supply chains rather than in stores or distribution centers. Actually, it is imperative to build a sustainability in actually no supply chain network. Can you share like your experience or thoughts or ideas in building, what would it take to build a sustainable supply chain?
Sure. I think today, supply chain, as we know, contributes at least to 2/3 of sustainability issues, right? If you look at both the multi-tiering of distribution that sits behind. In fact, if you look at scope 3, it kind of calls out in terms of indirect sustainability attributes that gets added. And today, I think there is a lot of maturity in terms of people understanding the relevance and importance of sustainability, why it is important, and why today we need to kind of focus on some of those attributes. Most of the companies have their own SDG goals and visions that they go abide with, and it's no longer like nice to have. It is almost like a must have, and aligned to it for all the right reasons. So there is a lot more interest, there is a lot more alignment, and there is an ask from both the customers and your customers, suppliers, to kind of ensure that you have a good sustainability story and model.
Awesome. Okay. And Sanjay, what's your take on building the sustainable supply chain?
I think, I mean, obviously, I don't think this is not an option. But I do want to talk about, I think a lot of times sustainability discussion kind of tend to become a fad, right? I think where it comes at it, it's at the core of your supply chain design. If you have the right network, if you do optimized picking in the warehouses, if you plan your line hauls and back hauls correctly, if your vehicle planning on the last mile side is actually precise, is multimodal, I think more often than not, you are creating the foundations for sustainability. Yes, obviously there are trends on the packaging, the EGVs and all, I think, which naturally the momentum will shift in that direction. I think everybody will, it's only a question of when they will adopt it. But to me, the core of that sustainability goes into your supply chain design. If you try to address it as a separate theme, I think that's when it tends to start becoming a little troublesome. So to me, it goes to the design, core principles that you follow in the design of a supply chain.
Okay. So Rajiv, like Walmart has very audacious goals in this building sustainable supply chain, and it's also commitment is giving back to the community in one form or the other. So can you share a little bit more details on how Walmart is handling this?
Yeah, so we're doing multiple things, right? But I'll start by saying that I completely agree with Sanjeev, right? Which is with evolving time, there are more options available now in terms of moving towards sustainability. But even within adopting, whether it is green energy in our stores or our warehouses, battery powered vehicles, whether within the warehouse or even our tractors, all of that, right? It's all starts with the supply chain design. So all those audacious goals we have taken are based on both the ability to take technology which is a lot more greener, but at the same time be rooted into the core principles of supply chain, which is the right design, moving things in as much truckload as possible to as close to the customer, and then doing the break packs and moving it through the last mile. So doing as much as you can to minimize consumption of energy, and that is going to take us far. So very true what Sanjeev said, which is supply chain design and working through it is very important. And then adopting what's available in terms of green energy and all of that, as more and more of that is becoming available to ensure that you're becoming carbon emission neutral. And we've set very high standards for us for 2030, 2040, and we are on track to achieve that.
Yeah, and Santosh, I think, like what Sanjeev said and like what Rajiv is saying, a simple transportation optimization technique can actually go a long way, right? So how are you thinking about, how is the organization thinking?
Yeah, it's like the growth of internet in India, right? It started off with 3Gs, 4Gs in the cities, and then we had GPRS over the shorter things, right? The density of the internet started growing, and that is when I think things started becoming sustainable. And that's the sort of journey we are undergoing. There will be more short haul opportunities where there is a vehicle going, there is a load that you can sort of put it in and then make sure that it gets dispatched. And that way you are sort of not reducing the waste and all the other extra transportation, etc. So that's one thing that's going to be there. And it is generally the concept of this three piece, right? Profit, people versus planet. So if something is like a food or a medicine, a pharma thing, that has to be done hyper local within 1 hour, do it. And if it is something like which can be sort of waited for the end of the day, and you can sort of club and batch things together and then do it for a sustainable thing via EVs and other things, I think we'll have to do something for the planet, and I think that will work a long way.
Awesome. And a couple, again, it has become a forethought and an afterthought, and it's not an option, as like Sanjeev said. So what are your thoughts on this?
I think most of the panelists have covered things about the supply chain, what sustainability needs to do, and it's not an option anymore. Adoption of EVs and warehouse processes, logistics processes. I think beyond supply chain, even in the products, we are seeing sustainability becoming an important differentiator. We have seen D2C startups like MyGlam, MCaffeine actually having vegan beta certified products, and millennials are now actually looking for, not just globally, but even in India, we're seeing more and more interest in products which are more sustainable and have sustainable supply chain. So I think it is becoming a differentiator not just in the supply chain, but also in the products as well, as we see.
Thank you. And we've come to the end of our session. I think it was very insightful and knowledgeable session from our panelists. Just to reflect on the conversation, we are going through a once in a lifetime pandemic scenario which has shaped newer consumer behavior. Our panel has given great insights on how to be agile and nimble in building resiliency in supply chain, leveraging technology and digitization. We also had some interesting observations on the emerging D2C trend in India and how logistics is adopting it. Climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time, right? It is a mandate. It is not an option for anymore, right? For all of us to take steps towards building sustainability in our supply chains. And on these lines, Walmart has now set a path towards becoming a regenerative company. We are targeting zero emissions in our operations by 2040 globally. These goals are ambitious, and we will need innovation and infrastructure to get there. To conclude, the key takeaway from this discussion is that to build a resilient supply chain, the focus should be on agility, speed, through emerging technologies, and a commitment to sustainability. And it has been a great session for me, a lot of insights. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your time. And with this, I think we've come to the end of the session.
Thanks, Balu.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Balu.
Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon to all of you. Hope you're all enjoying the Converge event. I'm going to take you through an extremely exciting segment today, a panel discussion on how technology trends are changing the fashion industry. So let me start with a brief introduction of the topic. Fashion is a very creative outlet for expressing ourselves. Fashion truly changes the way we look and feel. It's no surprise that fashion is also the largest industry in the world, close to about $3 trillion. That's the size of the market that is estimated. The recent pandemic has pushed the fashion industry to accelerate tech adoption and innovation, creating a new normal from fashion discovery all the way up to fashion delivery to our customers. Fashion tech innovations have never seen anything better, right? So we see AI fashion designers, we see robot tailors that are stitching and cutting and stitching the fabric. We see VR mirrors, we see AI catwalks, and many such exciting emerging trends. So which ones will become mainstream? So we're going to take a deeper look today at the fashion industry. and discuss how technology trends are changing the industry. So I would now like to introduce our speakers for the day. First up, we have Lalita Ramani. She is the Chief Product Officer and SVP at Myntra. She leads product management, user experience, and catalog functions at Myntra. Myntra's mission is to make people look good. Myntra has transformed the way fashion shopping is done in India. Great to have you here, Lalita. Next, we have Anant Ahuja. He is the head of organizational development at Shahi Exports, one of India's largest apparel manufacturers. Shahi owns 65 factories, 3 processing mills across the country, a very impressive setup, I must say. Anant is also the CEO and co-founder of Good Business Lab, a not-for-profit labor innovation hub. Next, we have Rajul Jain. He is the co-founder and CEO of Incref. His company is helping brands to scale globally by focusing on 2 large and complex problems. One is inventory optimization. Second is improving sales velocity by up to 3x. Incref offers fashion tech platforms called Assure and Iris to the brands. And we have Sumit Dingra, who's VP and General Manager for Crocs. He's responsible for the India and Southeast Asia regions. Crocs, as we all know, is one of the most innovative and popular footwear brands in the world, particularly amongst the youth. A very warm welcome to all our panelists. It is great to have you all at Converge at Walmart. Before we begin the discussion, a shout out to all our audience who is joining today. We have some exciting prizes for you. All you have to do is to tweet and let us know what you think about the sessions. Remember to tweet with the hashtag Converge at Walmart. You could be a lucky winner, so keep the tweets coming. With that, let's begin the discussion by looking at how consumer trends are changing the fashion industry. Anant, let me start with you. The pandemic has caused a shift in the way we engage with our clothing. With lockdowns, there has been a lack of social feedback, right, in terms of how we look, how we, how we feel. So the focus seems to be shifting towards comfort than aesthetic value of fashion as it used to be. So 2-part question for you. Is this shift to comfort a lasting one? The second part is, are these shifts global or is it regional, to markets like India?
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is a great question. And I think, maybe there's some themes within this that we'll see through the rest of today's discussion. But I would like to answer it by first sharing a little bit about Shahi. So Shahi makes knits and woven garments. So we're involved in essentially all the product categories, everything from dresses, shirts, polos, t-shirts, denim, etc. So what the trend you're describing, we saw it in the orders we received from our customers, which are brands and retailers. So there's definitely a shift more towards leisure and comfort supporting clothing. Shirts and formal wear was, less in demand because people were going to the office less, going out less overall. But I think at the same time, where we are now, a year and a half or more past when this pandemic really started, I think this issue is sort of correcting itself. In the sense that we are seeing, even just in like human behavior, we're seeing people returning to the office, and some of the normalcy we were used to is starting to return. And I think that's what I was referring to when I said a kind of recurring theme, where there was this huge shock that happened to the world. Then there was a kind of a shift because of that in terms of behavior, and almost like a shift in all the way the opposite direction, which now feels like it's starting to kind of correct itself in some ways. I think that, the shift you're describing, it obviously makes sense to all of us. If you're at home more, you're not necessarily dressing the same way. But, it's interesting to also observe how even through the rise of, more kind of virtual communications and meetings like this, people are still obviously, need to wear the kinds of clothes that you're talking about. So yeah, just to summarize, I guess this shift to comfort, in some ways, I would say that it's not a lasting consumer behavior because, hopefully as the world kind of returns to whatever kind of normal is ahead of us, it's the issues won't be the same. But to some extent, I guess, it might affect, I can't speak on this in too much detail, but it might affect the future of how clothes continue to be designed when you realize that you can build comfort in and how valuable it can be in your sort of clothing. And I think these shifts are definitely global. We've seen it, everywhere across the world. So yeah, so that's how I would kind of summarize. Again, we experienced it in terms of the orders we received, but that's also starting to correct itself. So I think things might go somewhere, maybe not all the way back to where they were, but somewhere, closer to in between what it is now and how it used to be.
That's great, Anand. So Sumit, let me come to you next. Since you represent a big brand, what were the major shifts in the fashion trends that you saw during the pandemic, in your opinion, Crocs and beyond in across fashion?
Sure, thanks, Banu. And I kind of agree with Anand. He made a lot of valid points. So COVID-19 has changed a lot of things about our lives, and fashion, of course, is not untouched. How we dress and how we consume has changed for now. So many of us spent a year and a half quarantined in isolation with our family, not going to office. So of course, there are things that you would expect. You won't expect people to be wearing formal wear, headed to offices, or dressy outfits and headed out for late evening dinners. So that, of course, is something which has taken a hit over the last year and a half. And specifically, if I talk about trends, Anand talked about it, comfort is a big one. And not surprising, given that these are troubled times. I think everyone could do with a little more comfort in their lives, and fashion has that opportunity to influence people's lives. And we are seeing spikes in loungewear, open footwear, sneakers. There's also a shift towards fitness because that has become a very central theme. And people are not only talking about it, but also acting on it. And that's again showing in the fashion trends. And I think athleisure, which was a very big trend even before the pandemic, especially amongst the Gen Z consumers, has accelerated, has zoomed in a big way. And I think another big theme which is catching up is personalization. Personalization, I think, was big earlier, and I think it will dictate fashion in times to come. I think the pandemic has made all of us appreciate the smaller moments of life, right? And the celebrations, they are all important. I think consumers are now looking to express their individuality, and I think personalization has a big future ahead when it comes to fashion and how people consume it. And of course, there are changes which hopefully won't last for long. We all have a new accessory in our lives. That's the mask. I hope that goes away and doesn't stay as a fashion accessory. We also have dresses, especially for video calls, like you and I are doing, the Zoom tops, which I hope, which I think will stay. I don't think that's going away in a while. So there are things which I think have changed for good, some of them, and some of them are just temporary. But we have to all remember that fashion is a pendulum, right? So it never really goes away, and we see trends being recycled. And I'm an optimist, so I'm really hoping that people will also ditch their joggers soon and opt for high fashion statement pieces too, not very far away in the future.
Very well articulated. Yeah, so I can imagine, right? So now we create digital personas, and then we are buying accessories for digital personas, which is like an interesting trend that we see. Right? So Lalita, next question to you. How did the retailers innovate the shopping experience during the pandemic, and how are we making life better for fashion consumers?
Sure. Hi, folks. Though COVID-19 took most of us by surprise, I really think that the fashion retailers across the world faced the pandemic challenges with resiliency pretty bravely. In fact, we overcame the challenges with a lot of innovation and creativity, and I'm happy that you asked this question. Because specifically to the tech innovation part, it matured very fast. It literally accelerated, it leapfrogged. And what would have taken 5 to 10 years in normal times just took a year to happen. Or as others spoke, it's 1.5 years to happen. Since a lot more customers took to online shopping during the last 1.5 years, digital transformation became an absolute necessity for all fashion retailers, including some of them based out of global, some of them based out of India. A lot of business and scale shifted online. This meant that it has to be managed very rapidly. And on the question that you asked, I can think of many quick innovations we had to do. And let me talk through at least 4 that come to the top of my mind. First and foremost, safety became a top priority for everyone across the world. For Myntra, we are an online retailer. For our customers, our employees, our delivery partners, safety was always sacrosanct. And so this had to be urgently solved for. So we introduced a lot of capabilities very quickly coming out of the very first lockdown in India. Some I can list are like, say, contactless payments for our customers, ensuring that some of the serviceability of customers in red, green zones, orange zones, like the way they were distributed in India, what could be delivered, what could not be delivered, the essentials, the non-essentials, and so on. And further on the lines of safety, the cataloging, right? We do fashion product cataloging technology capabilities. Those also accelerated and became very sophisticated because we now use more technology in imagery, in the video generation, as you cannot get the models, the stylists, the makeup artists together all the time in these times. So a lot of AI and ML brought into these catalog products, and how we showcased them to the world, a lot of technology was brought in. The second area I wanted to talk about on innovation was on thinking beyond commerce. So a lot of fashion retailers started getting into content and engagement. Even at Myntra, during the various lockdowns, even when there was no commerce happening at all, like in a sense, we could, during the lockdown times, we had customers still coming to us to get educated, to get inspired. During the very first lockdown, we introduced a product called Myntra Studio. It's a platform for exclusive content, original content in fashion, beauty, and lifestyle. So we had more than 1,000 fashion influencers of the country publish videos of articles of images, which provide fashion inspiration to our customers. All of them shoppable with a click, but even without shoppability, they were very, very useful in inspiring people, even during the times when they could not shop. The third big innovation I wanted to talk through was about how the seamless convergence of offline and online experiences happened during these troubled times. We have a program, Myntra has a program called Omni. This is basically brands onboarded via Omni integrations, the offline brands getting online. So we saw up to 6x growth in sales in one of our major events, which we had last year. We call it EORS. So in that mega event, if you compare it to the regular sales, those who went the Omni way took 6x extra sales. So this way, actually, the customers, the brands, and us all benefited it. So it was a win-win-win kind of situation, and it was a great innovation that we could accelerate during these times. For the customers, we could offer a much larger width of selection. All new season merchandise, all of them like available anywhere in the country, in any store. If the customers were ordering it, they could sometimes get them within a day. So it improved the speed tremendously. And for our brand partners, it was a non-linear growth opportunity. So if you look at it, like there was more opportunity to showcase and sell inventory, both online and offline. So that was the part where we now have about 220 brands on the platform, and we have 65,000 styles based out of 2,500 stores. So in all, a very good program. The last set of innovations I wanted to touch upon. So these were like basically during these times, a lot more new to online shopping customers. Like these are like net new customers which came on board, and retailers had to innovate very fast to make shopping more accessible and simpler. So even for Myntra, we had many, many more tier 2, tier 3, smaller cities shoppers who came on board. So we simplified filters, we introduced visual search, we introduced visual filtering. So all this to make it like we built in like something that Sumit touched about. We built in a lot of personalization. We introduced the concept of shoppable looks, which is basically not just item by item shopping, but an entire look shopping. Anything that does, where the tech does the heavy lifting on behalf of the customers. So in all, if you ask me, how did we make the life better for fashion customers? We just made their experiences simpler, much more efficient, much more immersive and fun, and more inspiring. And not just commerce, but also content. So that's the way I would answer the innovation part.
Fascinating, Lalitha, to hear that. So on that note, I wanted to talk to Rajul and get his thoughts on how we heard a lot about how digital fashion worked, right? So how do you think the offline players responded to this, right? So how do you see this in-store and online experiences evolving even post-pandemic? How did it happen in the offline, and how do you see it evolving? Both in-store and online is the question.
So I'll segment the offline players into two segments. One with, let's say, strong balance sheet, one without strong balance sheet. So offline players without strong balance sheet, they saw really tough time. They closed probably 15-20% of stores for permanent. There was employee and salary cuts. They canceled their orders to manufacturers. Yeah. And especially in first wave, where there was complete uncertainty, all this happened. Yeah. So that's one way they reacted. The other way they reacted was, as we all know, move to online sales. Yeah. So a lot of them accelerated their online sales through via marketplaces. They made more inventory live on marketplaces. Some brought back the store inventory to warehouse and made it live on marketplaces or their own website. Some did quite well in selling offline in the store's inventory to online sales channel. Yeah. One biggest change what I have seen is that now every brand is aspiring that their own online sales channel, their own digital sales channel should become their largest sales channel. Yeah. And we are seeing this happening with very large brands globally. I think Nike or Adidas now already have 30% plus sales coming online. But we'll see this trend across the globe, I think, and every brand would like to have their own sales .com or online sales channel to be the biggest one. Yeah. Plus, a lot of product mix changed, which Sumit touched upon. Movement to athleisure, casual, homeware, innerwear, etc. Yeah. They also are trying to adopt. All the offline players try to adopt those technologies which help them to survive or to sell their current inventory immediately. Yeah. I don't think so. They adopted any technology where they would have to incur the expense now and get the benefit maybe 6 months, a year down the line. But they almost adopted all the technology which could give them immediate revenue via online channels.
So Lalita, you touched upon the content, how content is being used to create a connect between the customer and the brands or the labels, right? So that we're talking about. So I think it requires a closer look, right? So let's go around the table and get your views on how brands have been engaging with customers, right, during the pandemic and post the pandemic. So I'll start with you, Sumit. How are the brands driving awareness post pandemic? Because we all live in some kind of an online world right now, right? So we all consume enormous amount of content, these days. So you need to, ensure that you're putting your content out there where the customer actually hangs out, right? So I'm sure, technology is being used a lot. So I would like to love to hear your thoughts on how brands are driving awareness.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very valid question and extremely pertinent of the times that we live in. It's a fact that months of lockdown and isolation, the consumers have been writing a very new future for all of us, the marketeers. And I think the marketeers have to think very hard and on how would the consumers react when the new normal is back. The future is uncertain by definition, but one thing is for sure that it's not going to look a lot like what it was prior to 19. So I think pre-pandemic era, marketing at times was treated as a cost center at times. It was often one of those areas which you would like to cut as soon as the situation got tough in the business. I think, but however, pandemic has really elevated marketing as a driver of digital transformation for a lot of for a lot of organizations. Marketing has really been the voice of the brand and the organization, and has built that bridge with the consumer when you could not reach out to the consumer directly through a lot of mediums. And tech has been a vehicle of choice in terms of reaching out to the consumers. I think we all know that the basis of a good marketing strategy is to know your consumers. The day of mass communication and just reaching X number of consumers are over, right? And it's a lot more about not only knowing your consumers, but also the consumer segment. And what does that consumer segment really relate to? Understanding those individual choices and then targeting them with a specific message is the need of the hour. And I think tech has enabled to own that voice of marketing and voice of message that you want to give to various cohorts of consumers that you can all group together and say, these are the set of consumers that I want to relate to, and this is how I would do. And I also think that the pandemic has made consumers really rethink on what is really important in life. And matters of health, matter of environment have become really important to them. And they have started seeing the whole world, not in a very materialistic way, but also in a way which I think is great for long term. And it is no longer good enough for a marketing organization to just stand behind great products. I think organizations are also transforming and standing behind great values as well. So the way organizations and brands have reacted and acted during the pandemic has made a lot of consumers decide whether they would stay with the brand once the pandemic is over. So being socially responsible, being environmentally responsible is extremely important. And I think another thing which consumers really value is the authenticity that you bring to your marketing voice, especially the Gen Z consumers, if that's your target consumer. And for Crocs, we go after the Gen Z consumers. I think they are extremely evolved. And these are consumers who are digital natives. And they really value authenticity that you bring through your communication. So a UGC, which probably creates only 1,000 views, is way more valuable to them than a message which is worth 1 million views, but by an influencer whom they don't trust or they don't feel is authentic enough. So it's definitely not as easy as before, if I can say that. It has become more nuanced. It has become more focused on technology, and it has become more focused on staying authentic and crafting your message basis the cohort that you are targeting.
Amazing insight there, Sumit. It's not just important to create immersive content and enjoyable content, but you're saying that you need to create a responsible content as well. I mean, something that is trustworthy, something that is authentic, right? That connects with the right audience. That's extremely interesting point of view. Lalita, back to you. You spoke about shoppable AR filters and in-stream video ads and immersive content, all of that. But I wanted to ask you a specific question about an emerging trend, right? So, live stream shopping, right? So it's a rage in China and it's emerging around the world, right? So actually, I read a report that it's expected to touch somewhere around 11 billion, this year or next year. Could you give a sense of how this technology works and how is it changing the consumer engagement with the brands, labels? It's almost feels like it is creating a new trend where you say, see now, buy now, right? So it's almost that instant, right? So you're integrating shopping with the content that they consume, right? And provide a shopping experience right there. So it is a different kind of a trend than what we physically call as the in-store or digital, where you go to a particular shopping site and then browse, figure out what content you need to consume, etc. So your thoughts on live streaming?
Absolutely, there is content, there is user-generated content, as Sumit touched upon, and then of course there is live streaming. It's to me it brings together. It's a convergence of many current tech trends. Like there is streaming, there is influencer-led shopping, there is social commerce, and there is e-commerce, which is now building up, as you rightly said. China, Indonesia, now US, different parts of the world have proven that live streaming has great potential. See, basically in live shopping, just to a little expand, unpack it for you. In live shopping, the influencers sell brand products real time on the retailer's platform. It could be Myntra, it could be anywhere else. Basically, it provides a digital shopping experience of real people with real stories selling real products in a very real time way. As you said, it's a see now, buy now kind of paradigm. And it's again, as I said, it's a win-win-win for many angles, from many angles, because for customers, it is the fun and the shopping element that comes up, yet from the safety and comfort of their home. And all of us know that in the last few days, in the last few months, actually, watching our favorite influencer is like, it's like hanging out with a friend, right? It's like all of the things that we do are from a comfort of our house. So getting the shopper trust and confidence and authenticity is higher in live streaming, as again, Sumit touched upon how authenticity is very important. Because in live streaming, there is no video editing, there is no photoshopping. It is happening live. You can ask the person, how do I apply that beauty product? Or does that material or the garment flow right? Does it fit right? What is the shipping date? Like what are the return policies? What is the sizing? Any of the product functionality questions? What is trending? So all that you can actually have a live conversation, or you can actually have it on typed on the comments. So that is, it's a wonderful, interactive, fun way of shopping. And for brands, it's a great platform because it allows them to connect with the customers. It enhances awareness of the products that they're trying to launch or to build awareness of, as behaviors are reshaped in this new normal. So I think live streaming will really catch, almost like catch fire, and will be very popular in these times, because that authenticity, that connection is extremely important as more and more of us move online. For influencers also, it's like a three-sided-ish kind of economy. For influencers, it's a very effective avenue for building their own popularity, for striking the right kind of brand partnerships. And of course, it's a great source of revenue. So it's, I would say, not just loyalty, it's a win-win on many different parameters. And as we all get more accustomed to watching, working, talking like this, like as we're talking on the Zoom call and buying online, I think it will be the best way to reach customers in this post-COVID world. Myntra recently, since you asked the question, Myntra recently launched live streaming sessions, and it takes a lot of, to scale it for the kinds of millions of customers we address. There's a lot of tech components that go behind it, and a lot of scalability, a lot of security, a lot of both tools for getting the customers to view it right, and for the influencers to be launching it right, to be able to select. So it's not just one-sided, it's quite a deep technology to build. And do keep watching us for some more exciting developments there, because it's not an easy technology to build and scale and be valuable to so many millions of customers.
Thanks for sharing that, Lalita. It's a brilliant point where you're saying that, all kinds of people come together, almost create like a live marketplace, right? So it's not just the buyer and the seller. There are influencers, there are brands, right? So all of them can join that live stream event and then make that extremely successful. Yeah.
Right. And then just to add one point, live streaming has many use cases, in the sense it could be like a store person, like the store manager talking about the latest merchandise in stores through live streaming. It could be a night market setup. It could be, I can talk and on about it, but yeah, there are many use cases of live streaming.
Absolutely. So Anant, what kind of digital transformations are you seeing in your world to engage customers better?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that from my perspective, so as I mentioned, Shahi's a large contract manufacturer, essentially. So we don't directly deal with consumers, end consumers, but our customers are brands and retailers. So from my perspective, I don't have too much to add here, but one thing I did want to mention is I think that, the types of consumers that we have today, that, there's a much bigger kind of interest in transparency. And when I say that, I mean transparency into the supply chain, who made my clothes, basically. And I think this digital kind of transformation is allowing that to happen. So the way we experience it as Shahi, so as a contract manufacturer, we're sort of used to being behind the scenes. You don't really see us. You just, all the brands we work with, they sell the clothes that we make. But now with this kind of conversation about what is going on in the supply chain and what are the conditions that workers are facing and so on, there's a big opportunity for us to proactively work with our partners, brands and retailers to create more transparency, to show and display more what is going on. And I think that, traditionally it may have been seen as a threat. We're used to kind of minding our own business and running our operations, but the risk of not being transparent from our point of view is that essentially there is a certain kind of, I guess you could say, stereotype that the garment industry has. That's, I think it developed, through the 80s and 90s when people were talking about how, clothes are made in, certain conditions. You hear words like sweatshop and so on, but that's really not the case. And today, I would say, and definitely not for large garment manufacturers, it's not possible to work with leading brands and retailers if those are the conditions in which you operate. So I think it's a great time for, companies like us to really welcome that transparency, using whatever kinds of technologies are available or tools are available to help counter that narrative that, garment factories are not necessarily, what they were at some point or what they were perceived to be. They can be great workplaces. And it's a really important part of the economy. It creates so much job creation. It's still a labor intensive sector. And not just that, in a country like India, where you have declining female labor force participation, the trend is the opposite in our factories, where we're employing more and more women. So just as an example, the last thing I'll say, it's not exactly on this topic, but just to illustrate the last point I brought up, we have over 100,000 full-time employees in our factories, and 70% of them are women. So these are mostly women from low-income backgrounds, and mostly women who have not worked in the formal sector before. So now we're creating formal jobs for a part of the population that's essentially locked out of the labor force for various reasons. So yeah, I think it's a great story. It's very, opposite to the narrative that people traditionally have about factories. So I think, the digital transformation can allow this transparency. And I think not just customers should continue pushing for it as they have been, but also companies should sort of, take this challenge and take this opportunity rather.
That's very interesting, Anant, right? So to hear that transparency in terms of even country of origin, we saw that there was a lot of interest in, figuring out the country of origin and then making it transparent to the customers. But then you made a very good point about ethics in the fashion industry as well, and where technology is helping building that kind of transparency and ethics.
Yeah, and sorry, I forgot to mention one quick point. Just one analogy I wanted to use. So I talked a lot about the social kind of side of transparency, working conditions and so on, but even the material side, like what is in my clothes. So the analogy I would use here is when we look at food now, everyone is so conscious of what is in their food. If any food item you pick up has, if you look at the back, nutrition facts, ingredients. So the same thing could be true for clothing. And it seems like something way more possible, where nowadays we can actually trace all the materials being used, and we can take accountability of what materials are going into our clothes, because we don't want to create more waste. We don't want to create things unsustainably. So that's again where I think digital tools can help a lot.
You can drive sustainability as well in terms of making fashion. Yeah, definitely. So we touched upon the consumer shopping trends, and we touched upon customer connect. We even went behind the scenes a little bit to understand what's going on in the factory. That's a nice segue to the next question. For you, Rajul, is there were challenges across the supply chain, right? From buying all the way up to inventory handling, logistics. We touched upon quite a few of those in this conversation already. Could you give us a sense of how fashion supply chain particularly transformed during the pandemic, and how did the tech help in terms of weathering through these transformations or changes that we spoke about?
I'll break it into two segments. Yeah? One is design till product has reached product is made and reach the warehouse. Yeah. So design to manufacturing or design to warehouse. And then the other segment is from warehouse to end consumer. Yeah. Now, as far as the second thing is concerned, design warehouse to end consumer, that dramatically changed in this COVID scenario, and it was anyways changing, and all driven by e-commerce. Yeah. People have adopted. In fact, one of our marquee product is around that only. So brands and retailers have adopted that product or similar products to showcase inventory to various marketplaces or e-commerce channel and fulfill whatever the order they receive. Yeah. So there has been a huge adoption there, and as I said earlier, because it gives brands immediate revenue. Yeah. Now, when it comes to adoption of technology between the first phase, the design to, let's say, goods in warehouse, I don't think so. A lot of adoption has happened in this phase of COVID. Yeah. But yes, experiments have started. Brands have seriously started looking at technologies which can help them. Brands are looking for agile manufacturing, agile sourcing of fabric, faster designing, science-based merchandising. So they've started experimenting, or let's say they're open to experiment. But full-fledged adoption is still, it will take some time.
Got it. Sumit, the next question that that I wanted to touch upon is forecasting would have been a extremely difficult problem during this pandemic, and then with all the changes that we were talking about consumer behaviors and all of that, and then even prior to pandemic, I think we had changing trends, right? So instead of biannual fashion seasons, we saw that we were going into more of the micro seasons, right? So that kind of a trend was emerging, and with buying habits changing and what is being bought changing, etc. How did you cope with demand forecasting, particularly during this pandemic?
Sure. So just to set the context, I think forecasting in itself is a very difficult exercise. And if you do that in the fashion industry, it's even more difficult given how long the lead times are in this industry. Anant is from manufacturing, so he appreciates what I'm talking about, where the lead times can run into 8 to 10 months. So you are essentially designing a line and then moving on to another line before the first one has been on the shelf. So on one side, you have a sourcing supply chain, which is essentially very long. And on the other hand, you have consumers who are demanding better trends, asking you to be spot on with your color choices and the silhouette choices. And those trends change all the time. So you have a back end which is long and a front end which keeps changing. And of course, it's a difficult problem to solve. And comes the pandemic, where as a business leader, it made already difficult task even more difficult, because here you were asked to predict how 6 months to 10 months down the line the business would look, what would sell, and how would you cope with it. So of course, it was not the easiest of time. And at a broad level, I think the forecasting problem cannot be solved by forecasting better. I think that's one problem which people have been trying for years and years, but to little avail. That's like looking at the wrong end of the funnel. I think the forecasting problem can be better solved by ensuring that we react better to the changing consumer choices at the other end of demand. And I think tech can play a very big role in ensuring that the information about the changing consumer trends get back to the supply chain as fast as possible. And we can build agile, nimble supply chains which can really react to those and push out what really the consumers want. So yeah, I think that's the fundamental solve for it. But there were a lot of tactical things which people like me and a lot of business leaders across the industry did. So one route which people did was they started moving towards a more seasonless, versatile, a multi-occasion usage kind of product in their design cycle. So in a way, antithesis of the fast fashion supply chain, which was in vogue, I think people consciously moved to a slow fashion, during the time, just so that there is more predictability on the supply chain end, and in a way people move to a more timeless fashion. I think another important factor which COVID-19 taught the industry was the industry is way too complex, sometimes needlessly so. And one big thing which brands have been pushing out has been more and more options. And I think this was the time where people introspected and said, do I need these many options to be pushed out every season? And the whole power of less is more really came out in the pandemic, where like people who are from the industry would appreciate this. A good merchandiser is one who can take really good calculated bets, put the money behind which they believe would set the trend for the season and go behind it. And over the years, the industry was moving towards more shallow and wider assortment across the brands. And I think pandemic taught people that it is much better to take those big, large bets behind very strong themes that you believe in, and then go after it. And this less and more theme came strongly more than ever during the last year. And the last thing that I would say, and I think it was touched upon by Anand briefly, was looking at the supply chain as a whole, not only building transparency, but also building very meaningful relationship with your suppliers. So it's no longer a penny pinching exercise that you do every 4 months when you place orders, but how can you make those meaningful relationship with your suppliers, which can then help you build trusted, agile supply chains, which can help you then put the goods on the shelves as and when you need it, because there's only that much that you can save by penny pinching on a particular piece. But there's a lot more to gain if you can refill your shelves on time, ensuring that there is no sale leakage, no sale loss when the consumer is visiting the store or the e-commerce site and trying to shop you. So I think that's again one big thing which people talked about but have really started acting on now, because of this whole uncertainty in supply chain, which has come back and hit a lot of brands. So more mature organizations were already on it, and they were investing behind very meaningful supplier relations, and that has only accelerated in these times.
Yeah, the shallow and wider assortment that you spoke about, Sumit, and then Rajul, you spoke about the design, the challenges from design to getting inventory to the warehouse, has huge implications in terms of the manufacturing part. And then, so my question to you is that in addition to managing all this health concerns, and worker well-being, etc., on that, how do we look at the factory of the future, right, in the context of fashion?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that COVID taught us a lot about the employee-employer relationship as well. So in the factory of the future, or I should say now even, I think something like the health of your employees, the value of that is so clear, right? We have a kind of slogan that we use at Good Business Lab. We say, worker well-being is good business. And what we mean is that it's good for business to take care of your workers. And obviously it's good for workers if employers take care of them. So when it comes to a health point of view, this became so obvious for us during the pandemic, because, if we didn't take care of workers and protect them and control issues like COVID spread, our factories would literally be forced to close. The governments would close it. We'd just be forced to close if there was a spike in cases. So that was a literal way in which, taking care of employee health affected business. It became such a central thing for us to have all the protocols to safely run the factory. But I think ultimately for us, it was all about, gaining the confidence of workers to rejoin the factory. As we all know, in the manufacturing setting, you can't work from home if you're making clothes. So how do you safely, create a workspace for them to come to? And then once you have them there, then I think anything can be possible in terms of what, brands and retailers would like to get made. So I think in some sense, it allowed us to have a more simple and clear view of what we needed to do, to focus on the essentials. And, as long as we could safely run our factories, we felt confident that whatever changes were coming in terms of product, in terms of requirements we would be able to manage. And that's kind of what we've observed as well.
So do you expect any major change in the way, the fashion is produced, right? Given, we spoke about micro seasons, we spoke about, shallow but wider assortments, etc. Right? Do they have implications in terms of how we should tune the fashion industry, in your opinion, Anand?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I was going to save that part of discussion for the next question, but really what I'm most excited about is kind of a complete shift in how manufacturing is done, where it is more on demand. It's not huge bulk orders. Obviously, our factories are optimized for large scale production. But I think that having more agility is super important right now. And I think about that from the point of view of like uncertainty in general, as well as sustainability. So I can explain that more, as we get into it, but I really think what I think the big change we need to embrace is new manufacturing models, more agility. And one way to do it is to set up systems to be able to manufacture on demand.
Sure. Yeah. So I think the next question is for you, Lalita, right? Coming back to how did the customer touch points change during this? We were talking about behind the change, etc. But behind the scenes, how did the customer touch points change from a retail, to Rajul's point, right? From warehouse to customer, right? So what were the major transformations that we saw? I think some of this you spoke about earlier, but are there other trends that you would like to share with us today?
Sure. See, as I said before, like retailers had to make very quick changes. One was for the safety of the customers and employees in these times, and other was to adjust to the new normal. I personally think that the speed expectations changed. Like customers were very supportive and very understanding when the lockdowns came and delivery times got extended. But the flip of it was they also loved it when speed became even faster than earlier, when things got better. Because now online started becoming a primary channel for many of our customers. So many of the touch points changed. Myntra, for example, again, we spoke about contactless payments. The way it manifests is that we now have unified payments interface, the UPI interface, real-time mobile payments. They have gone up significantly. We had to ensure a lot of our parcels were sanitized. We also made sure that our customers were always kept updated whenever the delivery times changed. And they did change because of on and off on many of the zones. We also introduced the PIN code serviceability we spoke about, right? And how we had to real-time reassign some of the couriers so that the COVID zones were rightly handled and they were changing real time. So it was pretty challenging, but it was also very, it was also a very good tech problem to solve at that point. Even for our delivery agents, like we put in mandatory apps so that the social distancing apps for COVID, or be it, we started publishing the temperature checks of the delivery agents to the customers because we wanted to assure that we are doing the right thing and we are by the situation in hand. And on the speed part, to get better at speed, one thing we spoke about was working with our brand partners. We enabled Omni, basically for shipping from our partner stores, that helped us deliver at higher speed to our customers. We also doubled down on something that which is we take pride on, and which is our data science models. How to make our delivery times more efficient, our address intelligence better. Our customers could actually genuinely feel the delivery speed differences because they could see that the accuracy of order promise was getting better. So all that happened during this last 1 year because of the challenging times we were in.
Great. So I think with this, we've covered the entire spectrum of fashion industry, right, as a whole, in terms of how changes have been happening, right, in this industry. So now let me come to the next segment of this discussion, right. This is an exciting segment from the topic point of view. We see big technology powerhouses suddenly showing a very keen interest in gaining the share of fashion pie, right? There are emerging applications of AI, ML, AR, VR, wearable tech, 3D printing, digital avatars, IoT, blockchain, you name it, right? So all technologies are, kind of being leveraged for, making fashion design, fashion manufacturing, customer experiences better and better. So, I would like us to actually spend the next 15 minutes thinking about, assume a period of 1 to 5 years, right? So let's go around the panel and talk about what are the two top, 2 or 3 defining trends, right? So that defining technology trends that you see reshaping the fashion industry in the next 1 to 5 years. So Lalita, I will start with you.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief because one thing that I'm my personal bets I'm very, very passionate about is social commerce. I think that is one thing that will change the fashion industry. And also is very like a country like India, it seems a very good fit. I'm talking about influencer-led commerce. I'm talking about like something we spoke about, right? Live streaming, like shoppable videos, like the way we are talking about Myntra Studio. That is one trend I think will in a community-ish kind of setting like India, I think it'll do really well. And across the globe, we have seen the patterns. The other thing which I think powered by technology, one change to the fashion industry, and I think it's a very good imperative now, is sustainability. Because a lot of like whether again as a lot of current events happening across the globe, you can see how sustainability is and the whether the climate challenges, all that has become a very big deal, and specifically for the fashion industry. And anything done at scale requires technology's help. So I think that sustainability will be on the back of a lot of getting powered by technology.
So if I understand, your bits are social commerce and then immersive content like we spoke about, and sustainability, right? Which will be led by and reshaped by tech.
Technology, yeah.
Sumit, over to you. What are your thoughts?
I'll tilt this question a little bit. I come from business background, so I would talk about what are the 2 biggest problems that I face as a business leader, where my guess is tech would intervene in a big way and solve it, because those are really big ticket items, and these are problems which are plaguing the whole industry. So if you look at the entire fashion spectrum, the biggest cost of the industry is not rental, it's not manpower, it's not services, it's the mismatch between what designer forecast consumers like and what they actually like, and that manifests itself in form of discounts and wastage. And that to me is a problem which is a multi-billion-dollar problem, and I think tech can come in and solve that in a big way. So as I talked about earlier, I believe that problem can be solved when you reduce the gap between how consumers react to trends and how we manufacture and build the whole supply chain. So right from technologies like blockchain, which can not only enhance transparency in the supply chain, but can also accelerate information flow, to more AI data-based design, which is not built on predicting trends and future colors and silhouettes, but looking at what consumers are buying and then designing on the go and passing on that information back to produce and put back on the shelves, I think will be one big area. And of course, there'll be manufacturing technologies which will evolve, like 3D, where you could probably look at something and say, can I get something which is more me, more individualistic, and I want to customize it on the go, which essentially will then again compress the whole cycle and then solve this problem of what people predict consumers like versus what they really like. And I think this would be one big theme, and tech intervention here could make the whole supply chain nimble, the whole fashion industry more profitable, for the consumer a more fulfilling shopping experience, because they see more of what they like on the shelves, because it's powered by data, it's powered by nimble supply chain, and it's powered by efficient manufacturing. So that I truly believe would be one big area which will see a big tech investment. The second big area that I see is in the field of e-com. So earlier, just to build distribution, you had to spend a lot of money to put the stores and then build your business. I think e-com solved that problem really well, where you centralize the product and service on a bigger geographical area by shipping it out. But what it misses is the whole experience of shopping in a real environment, where you get advised better on fashion today, at least, where you can touch and feel the product, and the experience is more wholesome and immersive. And I think how to make that whole digital journey also more immersive would attract again a lot of tech intervention and investment. And Lalita talked about it on how do you keep the whole ease of digital and marry it with a more immersive experience when you sell. So more AI-based fashion advisory, more AI-based suggestions, more experiences on sensory experiences while shopping digitally could be some of the areas that could really that we could see from tech in the future, because what we are then solving again is a multi-billion-dollar problem, which will make e-com, which is already such a strong proposition, an even stronger proposition. Because one area that it lacks against the physical store is the immersive nature of the shopping. So in a nutshell, I think these are the two areas which would take a lot of tech investments and innovation in the next 5 years.
Yeah, matching with customer trends is a very, very hard problem to solve. And I think, Anant spoke about it. I'll come back to you in a minute, Anant, right? So we spoke about on-demand kind of a, model, right, for new manufacturing model, right? So that will require a huge amount of tech investment. To your point, Salita, right? So this coming up with it is one thing, but scaling it is a completely different ball game, right? So without tech, powering the scaling, it is going to be hard. So Anant, over to you, right? So there are two parts to my question, right? So one is, how do you see fashion design itself scaling, right? So in my past experience in fashion design, I saw that to be the hardest one to scale, right? So that do you see technology playing a big role in fashion design? And then, how do you see this entire on-demand model of fashion, right? So where, to Sumit's point, customizing your look completely, right? So I take a picture of myself, and then the body model is created, and then there is a fashion element that is kind of made personalized to my choice and my body, for example, right? That kind of end-to-end kind of a model. How do you see that evolving, Anand?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So let me answer your second question first. I think this topic's really interesting, and I see it as sort of three different ways to break it down. There's customization, which is what you described, where it's like there's not a size, it's not small, medium, large, it's custom based on the fit and the shape of your body. There's personalization, which is just like putting your name on something or whatever it might be. And then there's co-creation, which is like, can customers actually get involved in the design of the garment? So those are three things that we're looking at, which I think seem like they could be micro trends, but by doing that, we can do a bit. You can leverage data from that to do some of the things that Sumit was talking about, which is like, these types of behaviors might inform what you do in your larger scale production. So in order to enable all of that, you definitely need tech. I think in the current manufacturing process, still a very labor intensive, kind of slow process. So until you can speed it up, until you can optimize it, so automate a lot of parts of it, I don't think any of this stuff will be possible. So in that sense, Industry 4.0 and all the kinds of advancements in manufacturing are needed to really unlock all of this potential, and they're needed at scale. And on the topic of design, I think again this question can be answered in the first part of what I said, where I think that until now, design has not been kind of following any guidelines with clothing. It's as creative and free as designers want it to be. But that's problematic because it's problematic from a sustainability point of view. Now we're thinking about recycling, but then at the time of design, no one was thinking about recycling. So simple things are making it really complicated. The metal on denim, those little metal parts, the zippers, the blending of fibers, all of these things affect how easily you can recycle something. So it's a much harder problem to solve if you wait till after the product's designed. So I think putting in some guidelines, we're seeing things like cradle to cradle certification. Shahi just manufactured the first woven cradle to cradle product in India. with one of our partners. And so I think that, we probably need some guidelines to follow. That's one thing. And then, I think the customization, personalization, co-creation can definitely affect how we design clothes going forward.
That brings me to an interesting question for you, Lalita, as a follow-up. Myntra had, ventured into AI-driven kind of fashion design, right, for quite some time. And then they had some early beginnings in terms of how fashion can be created with AI. Do you see that coming back? Of course, it backfired as well. In some industries, we saw that it really did not take off very well. And then, so there is a lot of debate about whether fashion design is an art or is it a science, right? So what are your thoughts on this? And do you see AI being used in scaling fashion design?
Yes, actually, AI has been, I would say at Myntra, we have been very successful in some of our brands being extremely driven with the AI and the data inputs we get with what is trending and how it is. And as you rightly spoke, like our VOTA, what we call the product VOTA, at one point of time, we had like, it was industry, continues to be industry leading in the way we are designing or manufacturing our clothes. But some of the points that Anant and Sumit brought up on how even at the thought of design stage itself, thinking of sustainability, of thinking of like how they can be reused later, that is something that we are still, I would say we are still experimenting or exploring. But there is a lot to be done. That's the beauty of tech, is that in AI and ML, everything is there is such a lot, so much of flexibility, so much of experimentation, exploration that you can do at every stage in the design process, like from buying, selection, selling, design. Every part of it has so much of ways to optimize for the objectives, be it increased sustainability or reduced wastage, as Sumit pointed out. And AI ML, I think we have been quite successful, but it's a journey. It's going to be a long way there.
Very well said. So coming to you, Rajul, right? What are your top two, trends that you see where technology will transform fashion?
So, my apologies, but I'll be repeating what Sumit said. Yeah. So, I'll give you some stats. So this whole fashion ecosystem, let's say in India, carry about somewhere between 6 to 12 months of inventory. Yeah. That's the amount of inventory which is lying in the whole ecosystem, whether it's warehouses or stores, etc. Even a fashion store in India carry 3 months of inventory. Yeah. So I think, and on an average, I think about 20-25% of revenue is lost in discounts. That's an average. The whole ecosystem lose that much revenue on discounts. Yeah? So I think I'll to solve this, I think I will put in two buckets. One is on the sales side. So the biggest trend I see is direct to consumer. So removing the layers in between, whether it's a distributor or a physical retail store operated by somebody else, etc., etc. So anything which will help go direct to consumer will be a big trend, and financially also it's much more beneficial. You need lesser inventory, cost of operation is lesser, etc., etc., except cost of acquiring customer. And on the supply side, I think if any technology which can reduce this 8 months, from design to shelf to, let's say, 2 months, anything if can shorten this time, will be something to look forward to. So something like 3D or a robot, you source fabric, but you don't pre-make the products. Yeah, you showcase virtual designs, customer placing an order, and robots is immediately stitching a product out of the fabric you already have. Something like that, something which can squeeze this whole time from design to consumer.
So one, question, Sumit, you earlier talked about how even the customer experiences could change, right? So potentially. So I specifically wanted to touch upon the AR, VR aspects a little bit more, right? So I see AR, VR, being an extremely interesting vehicle for us to, reach to customers. In fact, you have the ability to transform an online experience to look like, feel like an in-store experience, and vice versa too, right? So make a in-store experience feel like a digital experience, etc. Right? Do you see this being disruptive in the next 1 to 5 years in terms of how the industry is shaping, where the inventory is stored, how it is presented to the customer, how it is delivered to the customer, right?
No, absolutely. So I looked at two areas which I think tech would really solve for the industry, and my second area was how to make the whole shopping experience immersive, because that's one thing which digital commerce today lacks. And I think AR VR would go a long way in making it more immersive than what it today is. So ensuring that you get the whole store experience, you get an experience of really seeing the whole fashion story built out on the walls, like you see in the store, where the whole ensembles and the storytelling is done by how the whole product is assorted, can be brought in. The fashion advisory element can be brought in through AR and VR, and there are so many experiences which I think would make the whole journey more enjoyable, more immersive, and I think more advocacy led. It would be great. Having said that, I think there's a lot of investment going in there already. And there are pilots which are coming up, which are helping the digital experience, but it would take some time before it gets mass adoption. So we have not seen any big cases of mass adoption, though we have seen cases where consumers have really benefited from some of these experiences. Even in India, like if you look at Lenskart, they used it very initially in their journey, and it really helped them stood apart, and it really helped consumer being served well on how the frames would look on them on a virtual medium. So we have seen successes, but we have not seen big cases of mass adoption. But I think over the next 5 years, things could really change.
Right. Yeah. I think maybe even the cost of making this scale is very important, I guess. Right. So it's not just the technology kind of proving itself out, but then the cost of scaling, right? So that's prohibitive in some cases. Still, that may well be one of the enablers, right? So for scaling or massively changing the fashion industry. So with that, Anant, I would also like to dwell a little bit more on sustainability for the discussion. I know that you made some points earlier, and I wanted to understand how you're thinking about fashion industry should evolve from a manufacturing point of view towards sustainability. And the second part of the question is, do you see an end to fast fashion, right? And then switching more to sustainable slow fashion, like we spoke about earlier.
Yeah, it's a great topic. This is something that I spend most of my time working on and thinking about. So I would say, in short, to answer your question, yes, I think fast fashion is coming to an end, at least in the way that it's traditionally been done. I think a new type of fast fashion can happen, and that's one. I think it would be replaced by as we covered earlier in this conversation, buying decisions driven by data, which is enabled by on-demand manufacturing. So, like Sumit was mentioning, there's this huge issue of excess inventory, and all this waste is created because of, it's a bigger problem with fast fashion, but it's a problem with fashion in general. So if we could imagine a world where maybe 5 to 10% of your product, let's say you are a fast fashion brand, 5 to 10% of your product is made onshore. By onshore, I mean it's made locally wherever it's being sold, and that can inform the rest of your production. Right now, what that would enable is, I think it would allow, like I said, better buying decisions, less waste. And right now, there's all this in the field of sustainability. There's all this effort on recycling after the product is made, which is really just the result of brands trying to ensure that products are never out of stock, right? You don't want to ever lose a sale. But because of that, you make all this excess inventory, then you sell it at markdowns, and markdowns are essentially end up being your biggest cost, like we talked about. So if we shift our focus from addressing the waste that's created versus planning better, we could reduce overall apparel production by a huge amount. Some would even say, up to 20%. I've read that number being cited before. And we could maintain or even increase, the kinds of profits that companies are able to gain. So I think there's a lot that we could, benefit from if this approach is taken and applied to fast fashion. I'm curious to hear what the other panelists think as well. And I think that, the other point I wanted to make really quickly, it's unrelated to this, but I feel like from a manufacturing point of view, when we talk about technology, the big opportunity that I see and have, like I said, been kind of spending time thinking about is actually low-tech solutions. So when we look at frontline workers, there's, especially here in India, we see really low usage of things like smartphones and other technologies, but we do see that increasing. So what innovation can take place to benefit workers? Often a lot of these solutions are low tech. So I'll just give one example before I finish to kind of illustrate this point. In our factories, so factories are, have to have different grievance channels, right? You have to have suggestion boxes, worker committees, helplines, very sort of analog traditional grievance mechanisms, which is important because the workplace, there's so many people working, there's not that much management. So how do you take care of so many people? How do you manage such a large workforce? So what we recently did, we actually designed a very low-tech solution, which is an anonymous two-way communication tool for workers. It's essentially SMS-based. So through SMS, you don't need a smartphone, you can have a black and white phone, and you can essentially text in your grievances. It's received to the case managers who are the HR on a dashboard on their computer. And what that allows us to do is track what type of issues workers are facing. We're allowed to, it allows us to observe trends across factories, across lines. And it also allows us to incentivize managers, HR managers, to take care of these issues better because there's much more accountability built in. There's much more traceability in terms of, how these issues are being handled. So again, it's a very simple solution. But applied in this context, it's really impactful from what we're seeing. So that's another area I think a lot of innovation can take place.
So Sumit, the next question is to you. Crocs is at the forefront of innovation all the time, right? So in terms of making footwear, etc. all that. So how do you see brands thinking about sustainability at the time of design itself, right? And what kind of material we use, what kind of practices we use, what kind of manufacturing processes we follow at the time upfront itself, right? So what kind of changes are required in order to make the entire thing sustainable, right, from a brand point of view?
Yeah, so I think I talked about before as well that why it is important to be socially responsible in current times, and taking care of the environment is probably more relevant than ever because health is a big theme and you can't be healthy if environment around you is not healthy. And I think there is a lot more focus going on sustainability of fashion, and rightly so. And the consumers, especially the younger ones, the Gen Z consumers, are extremely conscious of their choices of consumption, whether it is food, as Anand talked about, or fashion. And this was a theme which was strong before. It's gaining momentum even more. And if you look at the fashion industry, fundamentally, it's all about creating emotional attachment, and it's about creating excitement and loyalty. And I'm very convinced that that's not possible if you are not behaving responsibly as a brand and as an organization. So a company which is not thinking about sustainability, a brand which is not thinking about sustainability, I'm sure is missing opportunity to reach out to their consumers in a meaningful way. And when I talk about Crocs, I think we have made some very bold commitments recently around sustainability. So just last month, we said that we'll be a net zero company by 2030. And that's a very big, bold statement. And we intend to reach there by 2030. And if you look at our product, which is a very simple product, and the clogs that we make, they already have a very low carbon footprint given how they are made. The number of components are very less. to the durability in the length of time that you can use our product for, right to recycling opportunities which you have with the footwear. So how do you ensure that the footwear doesn't end up in landfills after they are used, to what could be the after usage occasion? Can you make a more circular chain in terms of usage after a consumer has used? So there are a lot of things that we as a brand are looking for at being more sustainable. Can we use better materials which are biodegradable and hence are more sustainable? And these are questions which I think a lot of brands are asking themselves. And they are looking at sustainability, not just in form of what is the total footprint, but in a more holistic manner on, can they make circular supply chains? Can they use better resources? Can they use less energy while operating as an organization and while creating those products? And this trend is here to stay. And I think the pandemic has only accelerated it.
So Rajul, next, your views on how do you see this, trends impacting from a supply chain point of view, etc. So there are folks who talk about shifts even in terms of consumer behavior from ownership to usership and things like that, right? So what is your biggest bet in terms of the sustainability?
Look, I am not so optimistic as far as Indian consumers are concerned. I don't think so. Indian consumers are aware how polluting fashion industry is, first of all, number one. Number two, Indian consumer don't see fashion as a threat to sustainability. Yeah, primary reason is because I, as a consumer, when I consumed a t-shirt, I don't throw it in a dustbin. Correct. In India, it will always get passed on to somebody. Yeah, to your helper, to your maid, or to your orphanage, etc., etc. Yeah. So there is a reusability already inbuilt in the whole Indian ecosystem. Yeah, today consumer are becoming conscious about using plastics, wastage of water, polluting industry, going more organic, etc., etc. But I don't think so. Any consumer is hardly any consumer is thinking about sustainability while buying fashion. That's my assumption. I could be completely wrong, but yeah.
Okay, we have a lot of work to do in that case.
Yes.
So Lalita, question to you: How do you think tech can help in terms of creating sustainable fashion?
As I said before, anything at scale, you need to get it powered by technology, so including sustainability. And I do think that there are a lot that we can do using tech for helping sustainability. From the point that Sumit made of reducing wastage, like whether it's in the design process through digital, some of the 3D samples, or it could be for reducing shipping emissions, like on the supply chain side. How would be like virtual try-ons of a fashion item, maybe a better size and fit prediction using data science models. All this will help even reduce returns and therefore contributing to shipping emissions reductions. And as you actually pointed out earlier in the question, right, like AI will play a big role here, like AR, VR, all of them, smart mirrors, virtual try-ons, mobile body scanning. So augmented reality could actually help reduce fashion's footprint. And then, of course, something again, many Anant and all touched upon, right? Garment customization at scale, where products are made to order, and this will help in significant decrease in overproduction. And even in returns, how they could, returns are a very big contributor, particularly in the e-commerce industry, right? How that could help indirectly into sustainability. The other thing is tech can directly encourage sustainable conscious customers by helping them do more sustainable shopping, like basically allowing filtering on sustainability, like while you're doing shopping, like we already do that in Myntra, where you can choose sustainable items when you're buying things, or how you can mark items origins, like something that we already touched upon, how to give supply chain transparency, and things like blockchain and all, though they have not come fully mainstream into this area, could help a lot to know the source of the garments. Right. And the other thing is, of course, tech can help thrift buying or pre-used items shopping all at scale. So there are various ways tech can help. And I'm sure that's one, as I said in my earlier answer to that, I do think tech, the sustainability is going to be one of the biggest things that is going to be powered for fashion industry using tech.
Yeah. So I see a good consensus in this panel that we have a lot of things to do in terms of sustainability, right? So we're only scratching the surface there. Looks like. That brings us to the end of this session. It did not feel like a 75-minute conversation at all. It is amazing, insights that I learned from all of you. Thank you so much for being part of this session, and it's an enjoyable journey. Almost felt like a ride through the high streets of fashion and tech, both of them at the same time. To our audience, thank you for tuning in. Please remember to tweet your takeaways from this session with the hashtag Converge at Walmart. There are exciting prizes. You could be a lucky winner too.